Nice to see everyone back here at the LPL English Twitch channel as we move into day number 2 of the first ever Asia Invitational, hashtag ASI, however you like to look at it. I am happy to be joined back here with all you and my lovely caster from across the pond. Once again, Bloxer, we were unsure if we get a cast again in the year 2025. What a nice surprise we have in front of us, and what a fun matchup we have to introduce you to the Asia Invitational here live on the stream.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have to look at another LPL versus LPL matchup. No, we actually get to see LPL versus LCK. Exactly, yeah. I'm just looking at this one. You've got to deal with all of the games today. But, you know, we get something actually international between two teams that kind of had similar-ish routes throughout the entirety of this year. Kind of have a few similar players as well on their squad. This is a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, so it's going to be another look at the BFX side, BFK FearX, your LCK 6th seed representative, taking on Ninjas in Pajamas, your LPL 7th seed representative here. Going to be a fun one. We'll introduce the rosters formally here, starting with the LCK team here that we got to see yesterday take a 2-1 win over Nongshim. It's going to be Clear in the top side, Raptor in the jungle, Vikla in the mid lane, Diablo at AD carry, and Kellen to round out a bottom lane that Bloxer, I really feel like could be one of the most threatening this tournament we'll see.
Oh yeah, this is a bot lane of dreams right here. They've been incredibly impressive. Specifically, Diablo's been awesome throughout the entirety of his first split, you know. Coming in, Rookie of the Year, and just kind of taking names, having a really good time of it. Kellen's also been having a real sort of career year for himself here as well, just popping off this fun, young, new ADC next to him. It's been an incredibly cool bot lane to get to watch, and I think the meta at the moment as well really lends itself to having fun bot lanes. If your bot lane's able to pop off, mid and top lane have kind of settled into a state where there's a lot less going on there, and so your junglers have a lot more time to spend down in the bottom lane, try to get a couple of kills, and if you can do that in this matchup, if you can sit and feed Diablo a couple of kills, he will absolutely carry you to a victory.
And, you know, it's interesting to think about it, right? Because the way K-Man kind of briefed me on it, and I heard word from, shout out to Ox over on the LCK side. He provided some notes to some of us here on the LPL English to kind of prep for these LCK teams. Diablo was getting like all-pro looks, right? And you gotta think about this for a guy who's getting a big start here for BFX in the LCK, help this team compete, but all-pro wise, like Bloxer, like, think about the ADs that he's playing against in that region, right? Like, we'll talk about Leave later and the ones he goes up against, but it's just at another level. For all-pro voting, you're competing against Ruler, Viper, and Gumayushi, just for 3 names I rattle right off the bat. Those are 3 of the best ADs in the world, and Diablo being in those conversations is very promising for this young star's career.
Exactly, and I mean, when you're talking about all-pro voting, usually you get handed a form that asks you for your first, second, and third choices for each position. If you put any of those 3 in, well, you're already not thinking about Diablo if he's your 4th. So that means he's beating out a couple of those names that you've just said and putting himself into spots where, no, he's totally in a position to be able to carry. He's so much of just this team. He is this team's identity, which is super cool to see for such a young player.
As you get a look now, Bloxer, at a little bit of the formatting there. They're going through the days as well. We got to see yesterday the scores if you missed them. D plus Kia 2-0 over JDG. We talked about how BFX takes a 2-1 over Nongshim, and then we got to see Weibo kind of decimate the first appearance of the LCP with GAM Esports. Got the full slate of games in front of you that we'll have today. Obviously, BFX and NiP here. Then we're going to get into a fan favorite here at the LPL English matchup of JDG Weibo once again, and then we'll round out with another LCK LCP matchup. But as they go through the standings, let's introduce the familiar team here on the home of the LPL English unofficial broadcast, that being Ninjas in Pajamas, who have definitely changed their roster a lot as the year went on, but blocks are in a good way, because I definitely feel like this is the strongest NiP roster-wise was all year long. Mainly because of guys like Solo Kill in the top lane, Nayo really stepping up in the jungle as one of those younger prodigy junglers. Of course, it's Doinby in the mid lane. Don't need to sell him any further. And then Leave and Niket, 2 promising rising stars here in the bottom lane, especially Leave, a player that has such high highs and some questionable lows all year long for this team.
Oh yeah. I mean, this team's been really interesting. Like you said, the top lane was just a bit odd for a little while, right? There's Shanji in the top lane for a bit, and then Solo Kill comes in and he looks much better. He lives up to his name quite a lot. For half of the year, you're looking at the corpse of Doinby, not really getting anything going, but occasionally popping off. There was a lot of just Galio duty for him, I think, especially during split number 2, but actually in split 3 was able to step it up quite a lot more. In the last couple of matchups that they had was looking a heck of a lot better, but it's got to be the bot lane, right? This is very much going to be a bot lane focus matchup. Leave, I'm thinking specifically about a couple different games he had on things like the Lucian, where he was completely fed, just in the best spot imaginable, and mispositioning errors have been his absolute kryptonite. Every single time he's in a very strong spot, it's a 50-50 between whether he's going to get himself just a straight up pentakill, take over a team fight, or he's going to step a little bit too far forward, get caught either during a team fight or just sometimes even on the way to a team fight, and ruin everything that NiP was building.
Well said about Leave. I don't really need to leave much more. I think everyone gets a pretty good idea of what we're going to get from Leave, but the fun adage to add on top of that here, Bloxer, is that if we were going to spotlight a lane of this matchup, we've talked enough about the 80 carries. That is the obvious one to watch in this one, is Diablo versus Leave, because how similar they are as players, how they similarly approach every fight. We'll say for Leave's sake, you know, limit testing, right? Sometimes it goes wrong, sometimes it goes right. But even for Diablo, like in the game 3 up against Nongshim yesterday on the Xayah, he almost turbo throws the game at the 37-minute mark, getting caught, tried to push for an inhibitor, and loses his team the game. So that's stuff we see from Leave all the time. That's why this matchup will be very fun. I also think bottom lane in general is going to be very fun to watch. I've been very impressed from what I've seen from Kellen, and there's obviously been a lot of praise towards Niket, hyped up as a prospect as well. So bottom lane is going to be fun to watch. I kind of want to just sit back for a second and let Bloxer soak in the how we intro these series. As you can see, our players are really excited live in the stadium there, Bloxer.
Oh yeah. Yo, I'm chilling yesterday, flicking through Twitter, and I just see a cricket picking side
grasshopper.
Select, like,
grasshopper.
Sorry, a grasshopper picking side select. I'm like, hang on, what? I've got to tune into this. And then I see this absolute majesty that we've got in front of us. I mean, hey, I think this is the best way to do it. If you're not actually going to have the players there, I love that we at least get some cardboard cutouts.
Yeah, just some sort of representation in the arena. We'll get to the grasshopper shortly here. But Bloxer, as we have a moment, we're already on to day 2, but we're already going to get some pretty important matches coming because of the fact that we are in single round robin with 2 groups of 4. So for BFX here, if they can win, they lock themselves into that knockout stage already, just the nature of how few games we play in this first stage.
Yeah, the fact that they were actually able to take out Nongshim as well before means that they're just in a really good spot. This team has already put themselves into a super nice place. And looking across the board, obviously it's always difficult to compare regions, especially not the top of the region, the sort of mid of the pack of the regions. But this is a matchup between these two teams that I think seems pretty close. BFX versus NiP. These teams feel pretty similar in their players, in the way that their whole years went. Being able to win here versus NiP and lock your top 2 spot, I think that puts you in a really strong spot. Now, does everybody think that DK are probably just going to win this thing overall? Yeah, probably, but I think if there's any other challenger, it could be the winner of this series here.
I think it's a good shout because unfortunately our LPL teams in Group A are I've kind of dropped the ball a bit. We'll see about Weibo, right?
Weibo might be okay.
They have a chance to eliminate JDG from this tournament, which is hilarious to think about. We'll talk more about that later. But yeah, that'll be very fun. But yeah, I'm right with you here. I think BFX are going to be a real threat, and I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit higher in NiP than I thought. I think the fact that it's obvious that they're taking a step down from competition from the playoffs of Split 3 LPL, right? I don't think it's a hard sell that like teams like Top Esports, BLG, like AL that they have to end up like going against. That is not going to show reflective what they could do in this tournament. Their ceiling is at a much higher level, I think, in a tournament like the ASI is. Oh yeah, we're getting a ceremonious step up for the real star of the show. I wonder if it's the same grasshopper. I hope my boy's rested in there, or we just got another one. Here we go, Bloxer.
Okay.
The most unique side selection you will ever see in your life. I don't think it will ever be topped.
This is genuinely excellent. I mean, we should do this more. Everybody hated 1v1s for side select. That was boring. This is what I want during the actual regular season.
This is what keeps happening, though. The homie's like, yeah, see, homie doesn't even get out of the box. Like, he just gets up out of the box. It's like, all right, he's on the BFX side. That's tough. I can't wait for the day where, like, he just hops out of the box. Like, full jump.
Like, nope.
He's
Maybe
like,
next
that's
series. If he's gonna do it at any point, JDG Weibo, he's like, nah, I'm out. I don't want to see this again. No, thank you.
Well, for now, we are going to see BFX, though, win the side selection. The Grasshopper God himself. Really loving the LCK teams, it feels like, so far. I don't blame him. I despise it because we're on LPL English. You should be favoring our Chinese representatives, but do I blame it? No. I think that's a safe route to go. So we will get to see BFX on that blue side. We can start talking a bit about draft because while we talked about a lot of the strengths of BFX as a team here, Bloxer, definitely feels like the weakest part is Vikla, and getting him a comfortable B1 champion, maybe like a Talia if he can get towards it, is a good way to just keep him comfortable and allow him to settle into this series, especially against NiP, right?
Yeah, if WBG is going to be putting in the performances that we've seen, the highs of him, just not even, across the whole course of his career, but the highs that he's proven to us in this most recent split, then he should have a massive favor over Vikla from the performances that we've been able to see. But Vikla's got himself quite a standard champion pool as well. I think there are quite a few picks that he can grab that are just safe enough for him to be able to play. You said the Talia, I think the Annie's also another one he's been looking okay on, as well as things like the Azir, the Orianna, all of these sort of just, hey, we can sit back, absorb a little bit of pressure in the mid lane and not worry about it too much. But I do think that then unlocks JoinB to be able to kind of play whatever he wants, and he's proven to us that he can still play the Akalis and go and get his opponents and get into the other lanes as well.
And I'd like to see JoinB kind of like fall back into that bag, right? Because the ASI is a fun tournament. It is an international. It's fun for us, Block, to say we're casting international, right? To get that little check on the box. But, we saw kind of from like Showmaker yesterday playing LeBlanc and Malzahar that maybe not for funning it, but definitely having a bit more fun with how they approach this. So for JoinB, a guy that's played so many games on so many prestigious champions, maybe it'll be, playing towards those more aggressive mid laners like you're talking about. We've flown through the ban phase, though, already, and we do see that they're going to get Raptor onto this J4. So, always a comfortable B1, one of the premier junglers, but they do leave up some of those assassin options on the turn. And how about the young kid, Nayo? He's going to go Kiana right after BFX immediately.
I really like that the Kiana has been one of the highest pick bans that we've seen, mainly just getting banned out. It can be so strong, and the fact that they're also going to grab themselves a Nico for Niket as well, this team fight's already kind of disgusting, right? If you step yourself a little bit too close to the middle of a lane, boom, you're just going to end up with that Nico ult on top of you. Step a little bit too close to a wall, trying to get away from that, you're just going to end up with a Kiana ult. Like, this is a really tough way to try to move around a lot of these team fights. It seems so far like BFX are thinking about just setting themselves up a lot of standard lanes, some wombo combo potentially. This is just some great ball delivery system, and it's one of those most standard combos of all time, right? You hit both your ultis at the same time, anything caught in the middle dies. I think it's going to influence what NiP are allowed to play in their other carries. I don't think Leaf can take anything in mobile, or he's just going to be dead.
Do want to point out very quickly, oh, that's awesome. We're getting the Doinby Akali, so he is not messing around today. That's very fun. But a little stat for everybody at home. This is the first blue side Orianna J4 we've gotten, but we've had 2 iterations of it already in the Asia Invitational, and it is currently undefeated on both red side wins. I actually believe BFX were one of those in a Game 1 win, or it might have been Nongshim. One of it was played in that series, and whoever played it won the game. Okay, listen, there's been a lot of games coming my way in the last 24 hours, but Akali Orianna, Vikla gets a comfortable mage, but not a comfortable matchup, so I would like to see NiP look to exploit this early and often.
This is one of the few matchups that the Orianna doesn't just get to sit and chill and farm. This is one you can actually go and try to exploit, especially alongside a Kiana. You've got more than enough damage early on to go for these ganks and potentially just try to make it work. But this is very different between these two compositions. NiP, they've got themselves pretty much 3 assassins at this point, right? The Nico's got a little bit more in terms of just the utility too, but it still does a lot of damage. BFX, this is a super standard composition so far. They've got some great setup for any ADC that you really want to play onto your superstar AD carry. He's got a load open to him right now, and actually we've only seen 1 ADC ban go through. I do wonder if Leave is thinking about something like the Ezreal, like the Xayah potentially. You need some extra mobility right now, otherwise anytime you get caught, if you don't have flash up, you're just insta-dead here.
Yeah, think about dash marksman, right? So you mentioned Ezreal, that definitely stands out first. Seen Leave play that one before. I think Smolder can flap over the Cataclysm, if I'm not mistaken. I know Lee's been a big Smolder merchant as well. It's very funny. He's been one of the best stacking AD carries, I would say, in all of the LPL. The only person I can think of in the East that did it better than him was Viper, my goat there over on HLE. So got to shout him out whenever I can get a little shout out. But there is a champion that we thought was going to be very contested between these AD carries, and Diablo is going to get the Lucian Braum combo. That is a scary bottom lane for Leave and Aket to deal with.
Absolutely it is. This is one that's really going to make you think, even with a Nico on side, which would usually mean, hey, we're winning our 2v2 matchup, we're going to go try get you. I don't know that you're going to be able to play this one, and the Yanara being hovered right now, it has such a high ceiling. It's something that I really enjoy watching Leaf play, but it doesn't have that level of mobility that we're particularly thinking about. The lane is not easy to play through either, but hey, this NiP composition is a win more comp. If things start going well for this squad and they get a couple of kills in a few different lanes, you just run over what BFX have going. But in a more standard game that's even up to 15 minutes, I really like what BFX have. This is a very solid composition.
This is a very fun matchup to think about as for our second introduction into the LPL LCK battle, right? On the LCK side, the region that's known more for their controlled, constant play, they're playing a very structured team fight comp. We've got a Braum, Renekton, J4, Orianna Shockwave, and a Lucian to play through with us. We're going to look to be a group and move as a unit. And then you've got the LPL draft on the other side for NiP, where it's like, Kiana's going nuts. I'm dashing this way. There's a Kali behind us. Where did this Nico come from? I thought it was a minion. Like, there's so much chaos that LPL, the NiP are going to bring into this game. And it's going to do one of two things, Bloxer. It's going to either completely feast and run this game over, or crash and burn in 20 minutes, and we're going to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a peak LPL, screw it, we ball composition, right?
Yep.
We're gonna go make it work right now. And the thing that worries me a little bit about that is not just that LCK teams kind of just don't do that, are very good at absorbing that in a lot of situations, is the fact that Raptor's got himself a J4, which is an excellent early ganker. He can get involved earlier on often than a Kiana really wants to. As much as you can gank early as a Kiana, you have plenty of damage available to you in these lanes. I don't know how much any of these lanes are really going to open up for the potential ganks and how much you're going to want to sacrifice going through your clear for it, whereas the Jarvan, you can 3-camp to gank if you want to potentially, and this bot lane definitely has enough damage and CC to pay that one back, and at that point, the second you fall behind with this NiP composition, it's going to take some miracles to get back in.
What a fun game one we have ahead of us. The methodical approach of a classic Orianna J4, a Renekton, and a Lucian Braum approach, and then let's just see what Nayo and Doinby can do with the dual assassin. You rarely get dual assassin looks in League of Legends in the big 2025. But NiP are going to look to bring it to us once we get over whatever little pause we have. As this is the nice part about the remote setup with some of these facilities is you get a little peek over towards what's going on. Don't worry, guys. Nobody's watching the VODs back there. That is the live client being watched for all of our NA representatives. That is a live client on a PC behind. No need to freak out. We have gone through these pauses before, though, and usually they're short. It's kind of just remote diff, right? Bloxer,
yeah.
You run into these little snacks.
It happens. Somebody hasn't fully managed to connect their way into the game. They need to remake a lobby quickly, just get the few little bugs smoothed out, but hopefully we'll be jumping in as quickly as possible. Don't mind it though, gives us a little bit of extra time to talk through these drafts that are incredibly interesting, and just look into what we're actually looking at across the board. I feel like we've spoken a lot about what's going on in the rest of the map, but top lane, solo kill, he lives up to his name sometimes. In this specific matchup, the Cassante into Renekton, you don't particularly expect it, but I have seen this happen. You step a little bit too close to a Cassante who's near his tower, he drags you back underneath it, and all of a sudden, what was an okay lane matchup for the Renekton just completely flips.
It's funny, right? We get solo kill, and he's going to be playing methodical in this lane on the Cassante. But yeah, I'm glad you pointed out when he ever did go onto the tank, I felt like his tank of choice really was Cassante. Even once like Sion became such a big threat in the top lane as a tank, he really felt like the Cassante was in a good spot. I'm glad you pointed that out because it is a sneaky matchup. There's a lot of Renekton matchups in lane that you like because of the kill threat, but I do feel like for Clear, it shouldn't really be about killing the Cassante. It should be about farming well, getting ahead enough to be a big team fighter. Because as annoying as the dashing assassins are going to be, if Clear with Dominus popped gets on top of, a Nico and a Kali, can chain CC, even this Kiana, he is going to completely wreck some of these team fights for BFK. BFX,
I mean, there's
excuse me.
just so much squishiness available. Yes, there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of invisibilities as well on the NiP side, so it's not going to be the easiest catches onto a lot of these members, but Leave has got a gigantic target on his head.
Well, looks like we got through whatever little snag we had, getting everybody onto the server, and we are live for our first game of Day 2 of the 2025 first ever Asia Invitational. And we're already getting some shenanigans here as Clear looking to link up with Raptor and invade this top side of Nio. And good ward. I was about to say he's walking into some treacherous waters.
Yeah.
We'll see how Nio and NiP approach this invade, because it kind of feels like BFX are trying to set up a home on this top side, or not.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially look for a little bit of vertical jungling, but I just don't think that's what you want to be doing as Raptor in this situation. I think the bot lane is going to be the potentially explosive lane, the one you want to be looking at. And I feel like NiP have recognized that too. Leave currently...
Little poke.
Interesting. Yeah, a little bit landing. Yeah, Leave is actually just going to potentially make his home up into the top side right now and see if there's going to be any response from BFX. If there isn't, and you just end up in a Renekton versus Yannara lane matchup, you obviously have to be careful to not get a little bit too close, but that's just going to guarantee some much freer laning than you're going to get in a Lucian Braum matchup.
Yeah, so we saw this evolving meta strategy with the funnel coming across in yesterday's matchup. It's actually clear that was having to deal with this before. He has experience. It was Jiwoo on the Ezreal. He's actually able to solo kill him up in his top lane matchup.
It's rough.
Don't think you can do the same with the Yannara, right? There's not a lot of kill threat, but
not
yeah, clear
now,
once
yeah.
again. Clear once again. The on the other side of the funnel strategy. Don't hate it, knowing that solo kill on the Cassante could do much better in this sort of weird 2v2 set. But already we see Leave doing a solid amount of damage here into Clear, gets the lethal tempo going. So once again, Clear, let's see if we learn from the past transgressions and don't give up first blood towards an 80 carry in our top lane matchup.
Yeah, doing that would be incredibly rough. But I mean, it's already just a sucky situation for a Renekton who wants to have a little bit of lane dominance, wants to be able to push their opponent around a bit. Like you said, a Cassante is never going to mind being in a situation where you're pushed about. That's why the Cassante was so prevalent at the start of the year, where all of the lane swaps are coming through. Cassante doesn't care about how many lane opponents are in his place. He doesn't care about how much you put him behind, right? Him and the Scion were just chilling throughout the entirety of that. Although Raptor, he's looking to punish right now. He's completely unspotted, and he's got level 3.
And Niketa's not going to get here in time. He's still walking down the lane. They're going to land the stun, Leave. I don't even think it's worth burning Flash here. He's going to use the barrier to buy some time, but Raptor can just auto this one home.
Yep.
And a great path there from Raptor. You talked about it, Bloxer, the J4 getting out on the map early, and Raptor proves why it's so potent.
Yeah, I mean, that was 4 camps straight up, head on towards the top side of the map, and just recognized that that was way over pushed from Leave without any recognition of where his opponents were. It was very easy for him to just be able to walk in. He picks up the kill right there, which I don't mind in this situation. You want your Jarvan ahead, get him rolling. We expected that it was going to be the bottom lane that was explosive. Not quite how we thought it was going to happen, though.
It was also a really big wave for Leave to miss out on. It was actually Nio that has to soak that XP. Now Niket just on the level 2 is having to flash away from Clear because he wasn't expecting Kellen to be nearby. So we're getting even wackier with this lane assignments. It's now top lane support comboed with Clear and Kellen versus, well, a bottom lane of Leave and Niket. So we've kind of swapped that weirdness that we had on the bot side. And now Leave's Diablo up against solo kill in his own little 1v1.
You know who's absolutely winning this situation right now? Diablo just chilling. He's up a huge chunk of CS because he hasn't died. He's just been able to sit and absorb all of his farm. He doesn't mind laning into the Cassante whatsoever, even if solo kills are also chilling in this situation. The fact that you're getting a completely free laning phase early on is lovely.
Look at this pressure they're putting on to Leave. They're going to get the Braum stun into the Renekton stun on top of that. My God, BFX are on the full Leave hater club right now, putting this Yannara down 0-2 early.
Yeah, they've recognized who it is that is going to carry NiP to a victory and decided to just put him straight down. This is partly why I wanted to see something with a little bit of extra mobility for Leave, because he's so good on champions that can get him back out of trouble. He likes overstepping, he likes pushing a little bit too far. And on the Yannara, you make that mistake and you're just going to get taken out. Still, I don't want to take anything away from BFX. That was a really well-played gank. It's good recognition again, but also just the timing to keep the CC up the entire time. There's nothing that Leave could do.
Here we go. Response from NiP. They get the flash out of Vikla. Good little look there from Nayo, but oh my god, clear. I think it just kills Niket. One auto short from finding another kill in this top side. And it is a bad lead to give up, but mainly I think it's a little bit more, manageable because you have allowed Nayo to get a serious farm lead. Doinby's doing relatively fine in the mid lane, so those mid-game spiking assassins are going to be fine here for NiP, but they're already going to have to give a lot of time for Leave to catch up, as that late-game insurance policy that you mentioned, Bloxer, has won so many games for NiP down the line.
Yeah, he's been real strong for them across the course of pretty much the entirety of this year, right? But the highs have been high and the lows have been pretty bad. He's thrown a couple of games away that were fully within his grasp, that he'd been given everything by the team. This isn't necessarily one of those games, though, right? You're not thinking that it's just going to be Leave on this Yunara as the big threat in this game. You still got Doinby on his Akali, Nayo right here on the Kiana as well. The Kiana that's been banned in almost every single game because it's incredibly strong at the moment, but he does just need to stabilize out a little bit and stem the bleeding. Otherwise, Raptor's just going to keep doing it. If he can walk into your lane every time and blow a summoner spell, why would he ever stop?
I'm glad you brought up the fact that this Kiana is still incredibly strong because, some of the more patch-intensive ball knowers would think, oh yeah, World's patch and the recent patch Summoner's Rift has gotten onto on live. Kiana's pretty nerfed. ASI is playing on 25-19.
Yep.
All tournament long. So you got to remember that on this patch, this is Exodia Kiana jungle, or at least a form close to it. So I'm glad you pointed out that Kiana is still very strong and in a spot that it should be respected. We'll see if Nayo, with again 15 CS lead, he's multiple camps up right now on Raptor, can make the difference, because Raptor has already affected the map enough, gotten his job done on the J4. It's gonna have to be the damage out of this Kiana that makes a difference.
Absolutely, and so far it's been very quiet from the members of NiP. Other than a little bit of a lane swap towards topside for Leave, everything else has been pretty chill. Nobody trying to overpress any potential advantages that they have found, which makes sense at this point in the game. You're really looking to get that first item completed to really make this composition roll for NiP. But as we highlighted during the draft phase, right, this comp has to get ahead. Not necessarily right now, but I think at about 15 minutes, it's going to be incredibly critical. Still, we've got ourselves the first Drake on the board, as well as the Grub spawning in 20 seconds. Doinby, good reaction time to get away from that shockwave.
All right. 0 for 1 there, Vikla. That's all right. You got a couple more chances coming to you. So let's just stick the ball to Raptor, and success will come on that one. How much of the bite does that take out of BFX, though, for these Grubs, as we see Nayo actually go all in with the flash into the Spruce's talent? They get the snare onto Raptor. Great catch there from the young prodigy jungler for NiP, and that'll lock up Grubs done and dusted.
Nice and easily. There you go, NiP. And this has been one of their best attributes, has been their early skirmishing, especially when they can get a couple more members involved, get Leave involved in some of these plays. They're just going to be able to fight off at least 2 of those Grubs going to go over, although the BFX side are going to try play this one. Diablo will open up with the culling.
Nayo had smite, though, so he was always going to pick up that last Grub. They're just trying to be a bit annoying. Pretty critical as well. Huge play from Nayo, but kind of love where the kill goes if you're NiP as well. They get it on to Leave, so he's able to actually neutralize the gold lead, only down to about 100 right now for Diablo. And with how far behind he was earlier, that is pretty massive for the game state going forward in Ninjas in Pajamas' favor.
Yeah, you really need to just get yourself that little bit of extra push on towards those towers. That's going to definitely help out. And it's also just the tempo as well. Getting the kill on to Leave, putting yourself in a position where you're not just beginning to slowly bleed out, fall behind. That's something that we know LCK teams can be incredibly good at, even if this isn't necessarily one of the best teams that you've got over there. Still can be an incredibly oppressive force. And 10 minutes in, I mean, this game, already a little bit back and forth, already looking pretty close. The fact that neither of these teams have particularly looked at the Drake so far has surprised me. Yeah, it's just a Chemtech, it's not necessarily a great one to get individually, but NiP, they really did show that they like to at least scrap around early Drakes. It's something they really like to do throughout the entirety of this year. It is now going to be started up by Nayo. He's got good push in the bot lane, decent push in the mid lane as well, so...
Oh, this time Vikla does get Doinby, but the Shockwave doesn't have a ton of inherent damage value now. It does at least force perfect execution out from Doinby to get out of dodge. At least he stalled long enough for that dragon secure. Yeah, so thanks mostly to Nayo with his plays early here. NiP do grab the first 2 neutrals of the game. You rarely see that in a competitive game out of the East.
No, the fact you're able to get both of those is going to be really nice for them. Those just stats that you get to play through is going to help out. Especially as we're getting pretty close to those first items coming through. This is the point at which NiP do want to start scrapping. You can see you're already going to have that roundness through for Nio, solo kill as well. Just deciding to go straight on towards that little bit of anti-heal. Stop him from having quite such a bad time into the Renekton matchup. Now you're expecting these two to come face to face a little bit more. And those first items coming through for NiP, that's critical for them. BFX is still kind of waiting on the majority of those. Just Essence Reaver for Diablo at this point.
And you can see Vikla's inventory. He's got the components of a Roa and a Tier. So it's going to be the two super scaling items here for that Orianna that needs to pack a pretty good punch with that J4 Ori combination we always look for. Not going to be a huge threat until, I mean, not just, gold, right? But even time with the Roa and the Seraphs to get both those in position. So BFX are really going to be at a damage disadvantage once we go into this mid-game compared to those assassin items, right? It's going to be Rocket Belt for Doinby. It's a Profane already done for Nio. You hope to see the LPL representative of our matchup here use that to get control of maybe a Herald in a couple of minutes here. Got a Mountain Drake coming, or maybe just look to scrap.
I feel like, I mean, especially for the LPL representatives, you just want to scrap at this point. You're in a spot where you think you could probably go. Rocket Belt is now going to be completed for Doinby, so they are absolutely ready to go. Right now, the BFX are just going to be hiding in a bush, will be spotted out, and Nio is waiting in the wings. They can go.
Yep, Diablo's already to pop the Coley to maybe say, hey guys, don't jump on top of me, but the Arc of Ruin comes across. Good flash from Diablo, though, gets away from the supreme display of talent. Flash forward for Kellen to get the stun. He's going to get set up the flag and drag. They're going all after Nio, but the Pop Blossom delays time. It's the Cataclysm through for Raptor. The flash Arc of Ruin from Leave is going to force a dash, but Raptor goes all out to try and find a kill that BFX had no business of looking for.
No, they just don't have the damage at that point, right? You've already used your culling. You don't really have any remaining damage to pump on through. And Raptor just outruns the rest of his support in that situation. Goes down, uses the flash and the ulti as well. So he's not going to be anywhere near as effective in this next scrap. Doinby is also just going to catch out
That's a level 5 Braum.
Yeah,
and he is dead. Good little instinct there from Doinby. The veteran of this NiP squad sniffs out a kill and finds it. He actually is going to use the second perfect execution to go after Diablo, who did not reset. He wants the wave. He's trying to cut it down desperately before Doinby can find that kill onto him. The barrier going to buy him some time. Another great dash from Diablo, but Doinby goes right back in and will find himself a trade. But that's a 2-for-1 for one of the mainstay mid laners of the LPL.
There we go. Doinby has turned it on right here. He got minion blocked. Otherwise, he would have been able to walk away from that one without taking that final tower shot and made it a clean couple of kills. Still, who cares about that one? NiP, after being down a couple during the early stages, after having Leave dying through, all of a sudden, you pull a bunch of kills out, and it goes exactly where you want. You've now got 2 kills onto your Yunara, 2 kills onto your Akali. This NiP roster is coming together right here.
Now they've got themselves in a controlling gold situation with more fighting soon to come. We talked about a little bit ago that there weren't many neutrals to play for, and now we're getting into that window. Minute 30 towards a Mountain Drake and a Rift Herald as we look back at this very extended play it turned out to be.
I mean, look at this Cullen, right? It hits onto basically nobody. Niket takes a couple of shots, but it's really nothing too much, and all of the damage lands on Diablo. But at this point, Raptor has just arrived a little bit too late, and the Pop Blossom does a lot to just delay this play. But watch, Raptor's sitting and trying to get something done the entire time that Cataclysm is down. Diablo doesn't hit a single shot. He's not able to get close enough to make that work, and at that point, you've just gone too far.
Both junglers keeping an eye out towards this top lane little skirmish as Vikla takes a turret shot trying to get a wave into Doinby. Reset's going to come across, but maybe both teams showing their cards that they're much more focused on this Herald compared to the Dragon. Definitely NiP here who have Niket and Nio both show on this top side. For BFX, the question becomes, do we just go for the Dragon? As we almost had another reset in the exact same place get punished by NiP, but Vikla's able to get out.
At some point, you're just going to have to leave that bush alone because it's clearly bad luck for the LCK representatives. NiP, though, they don't quite come away with any more kills on that set of fishing. Now just going to head back, take a couple of resets on through. Like you said, we've got some big objectives coming up right now. A few seconds now until we get the next Drake spawning onto the map. And NiP, they are moving all of their members down towards the bottom side. Solokill has teleport heading up to the top lane so they can get all 5 members involved. And all 5 members involved is kind of where both of these teams want to be playing, but in very different ways. BFX, they want to play a little bit more front to back, a little bit more standard, whereas NiP, they're just looking to cause chaos during these fights.
And again, it's the Nio camp lead. Oh my god, he's going to catch Vikla completely out of position. Supreme display his talent. Doinby holding on to the perfect execution. Vikla commits the flash way too early. And another blunder from the BFX mid laner is going to cost them. But luckily, Doinby gets caught by Kellen, who finds those Braum passive stacks on the Q. And both mid laners drop off as this Dragon wants to start throwing hands with everybody else. He's missing the action. Oh, Diablo. Oh, the Cataclysm. Believe is getting body blocked for the cat right now. The Pop Blossom not going to find Diablo. He's hiding behind the Braum shield barrier. Comes out Diablo, though, with his own barrier. Has enough damage to trade his jungler out for a kill of his own. Another 1-for-1 coming across here in the mid game.
It's another Pop Blossom from Niket that's beautiful to be able to just stall things out long enough to get that be a trade through. The kill also does go over to leave exactly where you want that gold to be. And teleports back in means that this play is not even necessarily done. The Drake was never taken down. Now is attempting to take it right here. Is going to try to get a stop is clear.
Oh my gosh, Nio's going to secure the Dragon. But at what cost? Kill over to clear. He picks up a shutdown that Nio is actually holding on to. So that Croc is now quietly 2-0, and we talked about how big of a player he will be in those later game fights as we get a look back at the trade of mid laners.
It's such an odd play here from Doinby because he needs to do the extra little bit of damage to get the kill onto Vikla, but they just completely lose track of where the remaining BFX members are. And if you'd have just allowed the mid laner to walk away, yeah, it's not ideal, you would have liked to have picked up that kill, but still, you wouldn't have ended up dying, and it would have very easily been your Drake, wouldn't have had to give anything up for it. And in this situation, it's just Niket bailing leave out. He stepped a little bit too far forwards, and it was a good attempted catch from BFX. The fact they're able to trade it 1-for-1, absolutely reasonable for NiP there. They come away with the Drake.
They're also going to come away with the feats of warfare off of their monster slaying ability in this one. They also have 3 grubs in the first 2 Drakes, so that is a lot of cushion for NiP to lean into. This picture-in-picture looks like we're getting a replay. Oh yeah, they did end up killing off Clear.
Okay, right. Interesting. It looked like he should have just been able to walk away, but I guess Clear stuck around a little bit too long and ends up paying the price. First tower also going to go over to NiP, so they would have had themselves those feats of warfare, whatever ended up happening around that Drake. A really nice look so far for the LPL representative. They've had themselves a pretty solid early game, and other than giving a couple more kills over to their enemy ADC than you would have really liked, they've been able to weather the storm.
Whoa, solo kill. I don't think he knew Raptor was right over that wall going for the Krugs. He's going to flash back under his turret, and it's classic Cassante things. We're doing it again. A solo kill outplays a Doinby here to rescue the second kill. Raptor thought he had a free prize of a kill, but solo kill had other plans here.
Oi, 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 copy pastas in chat, please. Cassante Gaming right there. Like you said, I do not think Solokill knew that there were people either, but luckily the map rotation was already coming through from NiP, so they had support on the way in, and Cassante is also just one of those champions. Again, well played from NiP. They've made a couple of nice plays work for themselves proactively, but also their reaction to anything BFX is trying to do has been really sharp. They've been getting members over, they've been punishing any BFX oversteps, and that's 2 more kills into their back pockets already. We're pre-20 minutes into this game, and it's already a 3k gold lead.
Welcome to the world of LPL gameplay BFX, their first matchup against a China representative. And who has the gold leads majorly? It's the double assassins, both up 1,000 gold apiece right now between Nio and Doinby. So for everything we talked about with this draft for Ninjas in Pajamas, they are right in their wheelhouse, moving into these pretty critical objectives we're going to be fighting over, mainly the Otacon, spawning in under a minute.
Big objective right here, especially for NiP. They've been able to just completely control the objectives so far, and grabbing that one would be huge, but of course the Atakan is one of the easiest objectives to throw around, so we'll have to see what their setup is going to look like, especially with a composition like this where you're trying to get a lot of backline access, make these team fights messy. Having enough vision around where your opponents are is going to be critical.
Calling coming out for Diablo. They have the exhaust on top of Leave, who's caught out of position. Diablo going to flash into his own redemption. Leave buys himself enough time to get him out, but Diablo has him marked, but Leave is dashing away. Kellen's here to fall. Diablo going to link back up with Vikla as it's a nice ride through here for Raptors, trying to find all these knockups and wrap back around to actually crash into the mid-tier 1 turret.
Take it.
He's going to take it. He's going to hop right back into the Rift Herald. No, he can't do that anymore. He's going to flag and drive away from Nayo. And it's NiP that come away with the only kill there, but a mid-tier 1 turret's very valuable unless they catch Raptor. Flash, flag, and drag out, and oh boy, clears on the back line, and Leave this time has nothing to save him. No summoners, no life left. TP comes in here for Vikla as well, but they have to worry about Doinby, who also TPs behind the general of this NiP squad. The veteran won't find an angle back in here, and it's clear that finds a kill onto Leave, his 4th death of the game. Maybe another kill onto a young player from NiP. Nayo, greedy scuttle crab. You're going to have to pay the tax with your flash there, my friend. And if he doesn't get out, Atakan could be a real threat. But even with him surviving, Raptors making the call here, Bloxer. Time for BFX to take a crack at the Atakan.
Nayo going to desperately try to heal up by taking the Krugs, but he does not have a lot of life still built in right now. Just about going to get himself up to 25% HP. This is 2 people versus the world, although Doinby, Niket, they're trying to collapse in at this point.
BFX are being baited in by the classic LPL Atakan throw, and Doinby knows it, perfectly executes Raptor out. Pop Blossom gets canceled though by a big Coley coming out from Diablo. Does he have enough damage for Nayo? He does. Diablo untouched is a big problem for NiP to deal with. The Prodigy 80 carry once again stepping up for BFX, and he has silenced the doubters of the LPL.
Just Leave now at this point versus 4 members of BFX. There's no smite, of course, and these are a lot of low health people. Leave pops the ulti. He wants to play this.
Yeah, but he runs out of that transcended form, so a lot of the bite out of this Inara is done for. The Glacial Fissure to push him off. So many low health bars. It's so enticing, but it's a poisonous feast that Leave will not go to chomp down on. Somehow, BFX get away with an Atakan that really just felt so illegal.
Absolutely. I think part of the problem was that NiP decided to play a lot of that fight underneath their opponent's tier 1 tower, and just in a lot of split situations, and not in the messy team fight way that you're looking for with this composition for NiP, but just trying to play individually. Nobody got on top of Diablo, and that's the key. He's their superstar AD carry, an absolute young gun for them, and if they're not able to make him uncomfortable in these team fights and get him stopped, this is now a 3-item Lucian. He's going to be ripping heads.
Got the armor pen as well with that LDR early, and that is a message to solo kill. You can stack all that armor, but I can even shred through your health bar here.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to need Diablo once more. Remember, this is Infernal Soul points, so BFX aren't very comfortable just giving this one up, but the Dragon's already very low. 50-50 going to have to come back here from Raptor. Doesn't even get it. Let's see how angry BFX are about losing that soul point. It's Raptor with the Cataclysm down, but he flag and drags towards his own doom. Again, Raptor going a little too far forward on his own. It's the rest of BFX. They're going to have to find a way to pick up the scraps, but there's nothing to even grab, no morsels. NiP have a huge win con available to them for the rest of our game 1.
And it's such a underrated part of a Nico's game, but Tangle Bobs is just an infuriating thing to try to play against when you're chasing into your opponents. You chase in, it immediately roots you up, and then what can you do at that point? There's nothing that you can do to make that gameplay work unless you flash over it or you've got extra movement abilities to get into the backline. And once you've already lost your Jarvan in that fight, there was no way. NiP, they're just able to retreat away.
Doinby?
Like I said, he's chilling. He's just being a Kali. This is just the annoyance you expect, right?
Does use the ult for that little engagement, but decent damage onto the tier 2 turret, and looks like we've run into a little bit of a pause. Can't abruptly tell what went down there, but pause nonetheless.
Same. Agreed.
Yeah,
absolutely agreed.
This guy wants to fry on his 6-kill Lucian, man. Stop taking him out of his mojo.
I love that they've just left us on the full screen. The Avalcan just being like, yo, you doing okay? Having a yawn, having a stretch? How do you feeling? Because this game, you know, it's incredibly tense at the moment. The Lucian is going to have to be the one to carry through, it does feel like, but at least in the fights that have gone well so far for NiP, it's been because he's uncomfortable. He's getting chased around by the multiple assassins that you've got and just not allowing him to play out. It's been really nice so far, and hey, this is what we really want to see.
So, Bloxer, I do have a correction. Thank you to Alk Battery that we'll be hearing from later. This Grasshopper, our friend here, actually does not decide side selection. It is the prediction. It's the Grasshopper prediction of who's going to win the series. So our Grasshopper has picked BNK Fear X in this one. So keep that in mind. That is not the side selection. It seems like side selection is predetermined for these matchups. So
yeah.
How much, universal power you want to put in the mind of a Grasshopper and who wins these series.
All of it.
I'm trying to think back to who won the ones yesterday. I maybe production can help me figure out. I wonder what I want to know now. I want to be able to track the Grasshopper record on these predictions. That's something I want to find out.
Is this Grasshopper a ball knower or not? Because if it is, this is the greatest invention that we've ever seen. I absolutely love the fact that the Grasshopper... I would have loved it more if it was side select. That was pretty cool, but, like, even if it's just predicting what's going on, what an awesome way to have, I would trust the Grasshopper, as we all proved as an LPL English broadcast. We don't know what's going on the whole time. Our predictions during playoffs...
Hey. Bloxer, I perfectly predicted the upper bracket finals and grand finals.
Okay. How's your lower bracket looking?
We don't talk about that. We don't mention that. That's true. It reminds me of some of these fun adages. North American people that are maybe sports fans would recognize. Blocks, you might have seen the corgi hitting the bouncy balls into the barrels. Yep. I forget the name of that very lovely corgi, but we love him over in North America. World Cup lovers will remember there was an octopus predicting World Cup. matches, I believe, as well.
Was great as well. Like
the octopus was really good.
Was up. Yeah.
Octopus are very smart animals. Very smart animals. It's actually a very... That's a whole rabbit hole I could go down, actually.
Total ball knower, that one as well. Like, I feel like that one predicted, like, almost everything up to, like, the last couple pretty much perfectly.
I think so.
I think this Grasshopper's doing worse than the octopus. We can now have a tier list of different animals predicting sporting events.
You know what, Bloxer? I think you're onto something. That might be a banger social media post that you could get away with. I'll give you that one. I won't steal that one from you. I am going to steal the attention, though, of everybody as we are back into the game. Seems like just a little pause that we got through casually. Maybe a spilled drink or a mouse battery dying. Nothing major to deal with, nonetheless.
Yep. It always gives me a little bit of extra hope when we go into pauses when it doesn't happen mid-team fight. When it's mid-team fight, somebody thinks a bug's happened, and that's always a little bit of a longer pause. But when it's between, it's usually just a little bit of a connection, a little bit of a mouse or keyboard issue. So things nice and quick for us to jump back in. 24.5 minutes into this game, and there is now going to be a small gold lead for BFX. It's only about 1,000, 1,500, so it's nothing too much, but it is interesting looking at where that gold lead is, because there's 2k in the top lane, nearly 2k in the bottom lane as well for BFX, and NiP there in the lead everywhere else.
All right. 12 measly seconds. Baron spawns on the Rift. I wonder how much pressure NiP want to put onto the Baron now, because a very uncomfortable spot for any team is having to worry about a Baron to play or a Soul play. So keep in mind that in 2 minutes 30 time, NiP will have the chance to grab themselves Infernal Soul in a game with Akali and Kiana. I would like to see our LPL squad here exercise some patience, because it is very hard for BFX to make any sort of argument or really get any comfortable position blocks, or knowing both of those threats are looming at the same time.
You're absolutely right, Slayer. The onus is very much on BFX to either force a play around Baron right now to just avoid that crossover time, or to just get all of their setup going right now and make it so that that double option is not available to NiP, that they're not getting pulled around the map. I think in this situation, right, yes, the Baron is very big, but you've got all of your Tier 1 towers still available.
Oh, there we go. No Cataclysm, just the Shockwave first. Raptor is going to get the Supreme Display of Talent out of Nayo, who's just trying to protect himself. Cataclysm still available. Diablo is actually going to catch Nayo. That's Pop Blossom out of Niket as well. Those are two pretty critical ultimates to NiP's game plan off the board as the Baron sits in the top river.
That's crazy to just be blowing these massive ultis before anything really too big is happening. Now Leave gonna take a chunk of damage as well from the culling.
NiP, whew. A couple of those last shots get him very low, so it's going to be resets from Nayo and NiP at the same time. How can BFX take advantage of this?
At this point, you've just got to get all of your vision on through. You've got yourself a little bit more of a standard front-to-back teamfighting composition. Maybe you'll get a little bit of a flank off of clear as well. All of that is only going to be possible with some good vision setup already. And so far, so good, right? Nobody's really warded around the bottom side of the map. Saw the Drake spawning in 50 seconds time. But top side, you've got a couple of deep wards. You've got some good vision going on for BFX at the moment. If they're going to be able to win these fights out, this is critical. And so far, it's looking good out of the LCK side.
Keeping mind of those ultimates we just saw, Vikla already has Shockwave up. He's level 16, so ultimate advantage is here. TP from solo kill, and we do see Ninjas in Pajamas at least be able to weather the storm of that topside play, and now the threat of this dragon. Oh boy, why? Oh man. That is the worst time for... Oh, I hope this is an observer freeze. I pray this is not happening live on the server. Yeah, it's not. Look, they're playing back there. I see a lot of red back there. A lot of people have died. All right. I think BFX might have won that fight, Bloxer.
Yeah,
I can't lie.
LPL might have just got wiped off of the face of the earth.
No!
They're taking... I'm watching them take Dragon right now in the monitor behind.
Oh, man. You know what? Even the great LPL... I believe this is the LPL observing team that is running SI.
There's the pause.
Even the great LPL observer and production team can get grief by Riot Observer.
LOL Spectator is...
LOL Spectator in the big 2025 Bloxer.
It's one of the things of all time, and I was so hopeful that it was just like, you know, Observer pressed spacebar accidentally, and it was an easy fix, just unpause again. I swear, if we'd been hit with Spec Bug, I'd laugh so hard. That would be hilarious.
I'm just glad that, you know, I was on a home region North America cast where I had to deal with the DDoS attacks that I think everyone's aware of. I'm just glad it's not that. I'm glad that is not what's going on here. So
we don't know it's not that yet. Right?
Well, we saw them playing though, right? We obviously saw the fight did happen, and then the pause comes out.
Production, not just the games now.
That'd be some 4D chess. I would assume it'd be easier to take down the production's spectator view than it would be to knock the entire server offline.
Yes.
So
yes, I mean, I think I was gonna say a stiff breeze, but a light tickle might be able to take LOL Spectator out occasionally. So that would not be too surprising. I hope this one's nice and short again, although, yeah, having seen what we saw, I'm less hopeful that this one is going to be as quick as previously. Let's speculate, right? We're pretty sure, in the background, we watched it be a win.
This is so funny, right? Because I know I made light of the joke that happened in the LTA promotion tournament. Mainly, I want to rehash that because a lot of people screenshotted and zoomed in on a monitor behind the main player feed, and now Asia Invitational fans can do the same thing to try and zoom in on the scoreboard that shows how many people died in that fight. It's like, all right, enhance. I need to see which names are red and which ones aren't.
I'll be honest there, I'm pretty worried that the answer is all of them for NiP. I mean, it
looked like 4.
We saw.
I think it might not have been solo kill because I don't think he was there. But
it looked like a bit of a wipe in that situation, which is really unfortunate because NiP's composition was kind of online, but they'd blown a lot of ultis beforehand. Then I think would have been late to the next set of team fights. Wouldn't have been able to set all of that vision up that we were talking about before the pause. And if you're walking in blind with this team composition, especially into what BFX have for themselves, you just can't do that. I mean, you will all die, and I think that's what might have happened.
All right, well, we got time. So we have. I want to talk about the Grasshopper again. I'm trying to go back through memory lane here and think about who I believe the Grasshopper predicted in. I'm pretty confident that our GOAT Grasshopper predicted a Weibo win yesterday, which was correct. I would have to go back and look to see what was predicted of the D plus Kia series, but I'm pretty confident our green friend actually has predicted BFX twice. So I'm willing to go out on the limb and say our Grasshopper is at least 2-1 yesterday.
Yeah, okay. And hey, if it's a BFX prediction today, which it was, that looks like it might be another win here potentially, right? From what we were seeing behind the scenes, from what we were seeing from a monitor over somebody's shoulder, that's potential. If the Grasshopper's better at predicting than the LPL English cast was, then that's pretty embarrassing for all of us, I gotta be honest.
Hold on, all right, listen. The Grasshopper doesn't have to abide by our very strict regimen, okay? Just predicting the winner is easy, all right?
Okay, that's true.
Let's see series score, okay? Yeah, come on, young Hopper. Let's see if you can predict series score too.
Correct game score. I would have taken some correct series scores.
I'm gonna go back and I'm allowed to scrub VODs, by the way, everybody. I'm allowed to do that during pauses. So I want to see what the Grasshopper's predictions are at. But okay, so theory crafting further, Bloxer, about where we're at in this game.
Yeah.
I assume that the Drake take is going down. That one's secured. If it's enough of a wiped fight, it should just be a Baron turn here for BFX. Yeah. So yeah, this fight really swings the game completely into the BFK side. All right, my bad, Toast. You gotta get a sub. You gotta get a sub, Toast. I can't help you out. This
production in, player out. Not allowed him here anymore. No, I mean, if you do pick yourself up the Drake and the Baron in this play, that's huge right here for BFX. That's exactly what they needed to do to fully turn this game around. They had only been able to crack a couple of those outer towers, so you're at least going to be able to take the remaining outer towers, all of those inners as well, most likely. And that just gives you a ton of extra standing gold that you've got available to you. That's really nice to be able to play around, but I think more than that, you're just delaying that Infernal Soul potentially going over to NiP. Every bit of time you can buy for yourself in this game, I think, is really nice.
Man, I know that the first series yesterday got clipped by a pause at some point. I think it took a while for us to get to game one here. The longer this goes, the more I fear. I really just hope because I'm not completely in tune with the things observers can do to kind of try and get a game back or salvage one. But I am pretty confident that if you go for the reset and try and reconnect, I don't know. Again, this is from a guy who's seen observing blunders from like Tier 3 NA League production, where it's like, it's not to the level that LPL is like at, right? They don't have multiple observers, like multiple people watching, but if they do back out, okay, so
we're in.
Wait, okay, the fight's about to happen here. We reround
back.
The time.
Right.
Oh, no.
You've never seen this before.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't rewind because Raptor just got the dragon. No, that was the Soul Dragon. Okay.
But Niket.
All right, so I see Diablo is 7-1. He was not that fed earlier.
No.
I'm pretty sure Clear didn't have 4 kills yet either. I think it wasn't as bad as we originally thought it was, but it definitely was enough for BFX. I want to say we're maybe a minute past the point, but we saw Raptor finish off the dragon, so that would have been what had happened right after the play. Man, this is a head scratcher to figure out.
Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, we could always just ignore whatever just happened, jump back in as we see it right now, which is with the Baron setup. This is definitely still the first Baron of the game, so we at least know what's going on here. And right now, BFX, they've got themselves some good positioning around the objective. So look, just going to get a little chunk taken out of him by Clear. Nothing too much at this point. The top laners really aren't going to be hurting each other too much. Okay. Kellen just caught.
Kellen completely caught out. Good pick there from Niket. They don't even expend an ultimate outside of the Supreme Display of Talent to get that one.
Yeah.
How bullish do NiP now feel to just go after this Baron? Doesn't seem like they're very content just yet. They're just going to try and push down this mid-tier 1 turret. They're trying to catch Vikla on this TP. He's going to immediately have to flash away from his turret at the threat of some sort of CC chain coming across. So back-to-back, pretty big blunders for BFX to make at this juncture of the game.
Yeah, I mean, giving away that tower and then having to instantly flash, really rough for BFX. potentially just not feeling quite so good after that pause that we saw, but NiP are going to be able to wrestle their way back into a little bit of control in this game. They haven't been able to go back and take any resets in a little bit, though, so it's going to be sat on a little bit of standing gold. We've got 3 minutes until the next Drake is going to spawn, and obviously the Baron is still available on the map. Every single Drake, every single 5 minutes is going to be a big play for BFX, because they really can't afford to give this Infernal Drake over.
Alright, Nayo once again looking to go after Kellen, who's trying to use that ice shield that's quickly getting melted. Is this deja vu? It's again Kellen getting caught on ward duty.
I mean, this is not what we were predicting, right? When we're talking about people who are likely going to step up and get themselves caught out, it was both of the ADCs had a bit of a propensity, and Vikla sometimes on his way to fights would just be in odd positions. We were not expecting Kellen to just get himself caught. He was one of the players we were most excited for. Culling again going to come on through, but mainly takes a chunk out of the clone and not out of the real version of the Nico. Just going to be a quick reset coming on through, and we'll see what that's going to turn into in terms of items. Alright. Full 3 items now completed for Leave, so he's pretty scary, plus a little bit extra. Yeah, I mean, he's in a nice spot.
I mean, Diablo getting this IE is also huge. Like, the damage is completely preposterous for this Lucian. Both ADs are at a spot where they will delete enemies if they are in a comfortable spot to do so. I just wonder if how much the pause has definitely helped NiP. The momentum the BFX had off of whatever we missed is completely out of the air right now. This game is completely even, and it's all going to come down to the playmaking around this Baron. But you'd think it's the Baron, but it's the Dragon side that they're looking for. And is it just supports into away the game day right now? Niket now dies. Clear picks him off, and they have more than enough damage to get rid of solo kill. 1 versus 5. And NiP really just said, hold my Drake at BFX. We'll show you really how to throw before an objective.
Yeah, if anything, the LPL
Oh my god, bro.
Okay, maybe, hear me out, Slayer. Maybe Niket and Solo Kill's internet disconnected. And that's why they just walked into their opponents right there, right? Potentially.
I could maybe see that for Niket. Solo Kill definitely just died trying to walk with his support.
That's fair. That's fair. Look, this is not ideal, obviously. Everybody here knows that we don't want to be sat in pauses rather than watching the games. But nobody doesn't want to be sat here in pauses rather than watching the games more than Slayer, because he knows if we're sat around for a little bit too long, we're going to start talking about sports here. He's not a happy sports fan at the moment. This is a sad man, so just for Slayer's sake, I hope we get back in game soon.
Thanks, Bloxer. I appreciate you really looking out for my well-being right now.
I'm ready. If this pause goes too long, I'm ready. I watched every second of that Phillies game last night, bro.
Great. Lovely. I actually don't care about sports. This is esports, Bloxer.
Right.
Can I take this off the wall? Can I take it off the wall? Can I get rid of all this on my background? Bloxer, I have a more important update for you that doesn't pertain to my sports teams. Our Grasshopper friend was 3-0 yesterday.
Yo,
I can confirm. I went back and looked. D plus Kia, BFX, and Weibo. So, undefeated run for the predictions of the Grasshopper. You can use that information however you'd like, as we do go live back for the 3rd time in our game 1 here. And it's a Baron start for BFX, as we expected.
Yes, this is absolutely what we were expecting. Obviously, Nayo is still available to potentially go for a steal, but he doesn't think that it's going to work out. Just going to wander on down towards the bottom side of the map. I wonder if they're just going to try push through this bottom lane, potentially get some waves going so that this Baron push isn't going to be anywhere near as strong. But this has just been so rough right here for NiP, losing out onto just some key members, right? Niket is a big part of your team fights, and then Solo Kill dying too just sealed the deal. That's going to be a Baron power play here for BFX. They've got themselves all of the inner turrets to take, so that's a ton of gold they can grab if they're able to push forwards.
And at this point in the game, the value of these assassins has dropped off markedly so. You mainly want to point out just the health bars. Like, Kellen's very healthy with his items. Clear now has a Sterex that really is going to prevent him from getting popped. He's going towards a GA as well with that token in his inventory. GA is done here for Raptor as well, so you can't fully blow him up and get rid of him. It's Raptor. Oh my lord.
Okay.
All right, guys,
okay.
ping diff. All right, all right,
Oh,
NiKet's come through the three,
yo!
and Bob Blossom, they get Diablo. Oh my God, the positive is benefiting the LPL. I can't believe what I'm seeing in front of my eyes. They get the GA now out of Raptor. He is as good as dead. Another kill comes through for NiP, and now they get the Infernal Soul, and we go back seesawing the other way in our game one.
There we go. NiKet's like, my bad, guys. I threw that previous play away. I will pay it back. I will make sure that we're back into this game, and hits a massive Pop Blossom right there. Clear as well. Gonna try his best to get on over a wall, but he's in a 3v1. Pops the Dominus.
Okay. I mean, just don't go near the Croc until he loses his ult.
Yeah.
Pretty easy plan here. Clear knows he's like, can I please at least get Nayo? Nope. Stun locks, all out, pulling him back. Sterax, he's trying to double dash through. Doiby gets really, really low. He has to pop his stasis. Good flash away for the public execution out of
Oh my God, he gets one!
How does
No!
Clear get one? Back in his Kellen here now to cover. It has to be a solo kill flash to save that play. But it's a flash forward from Kellen. He just deletes Doiby. By the way, this entire time, NiKet and Leave have broken the base open of BFX. Oh, man. This is game one, everybody. The whole
This
day.
feels like a proper, you know, drag them down into the mud and beat them with experience kind of game right here. This is LPL at its finest, and I mean, what is this game? Now NiKet, is he caught again?
Supportal combat! All right, here we go.
Okay,
Diablo's trying to
he's
catch up.
okay.
Oh, the heal to speed Diablo up. I think NiKet's
Wait.
out. Oh, no, he's not.
Raptor?
No, he's not.
Raptor?
NiKet is not out. Raptor has Cataclysm. There's no flash. NiKet is going to die. There is no way for him to save his life here. Diablo will pick up the kill.
Okay, out the back of that one. Still, you end up with a 2k gold lead right here for Ninjas in Pajamas, and critically, they grab themselves the Infernal
Nah, man,
Soul.
we're not. Nah, man, we're not push camping. Okay.
Solo
If it was
kills
anyone
to
but
win.
solo kill, they'd die,
Yeah,
by the way.
absolutely. But luckily, Cassante is a champion of all time. But yeah, as we were talking about earlier, right, this composition with the double assassin and a Yanara on board, as well, to be honest, as the Nico, with the Infernal Soul, this is a huge boost to the damage that you were doing. And Ninjas in Pajamas were already having a pretty good time in these 5v5 team fights. They were kind of only falling behind because of getting picked off. So if they can use this one effectively, you know, use their vision and not get death brushed in any following team fights, they should be NiP in a good spot to be able to win this game.
Who is going to win this game? Can both teams lose, like low-key?
It's so possible. It's surely, right? I mean, hey, if we have too many pauses at some point, we just have to delay, and that's basically nobody winning.
This is completely thrown any rationale or logic into this series out the window. We have seen the highlight reel we're going to roll after this game is going to be one. It's going to be a generational one. We are at the point now, though. You can see it's full build 80 carries on both sides, so gold leads are starting to matter a little bit less as time goes by. But it's just going to be the 80 carries pushing a lot of the damage. It's the same things we talked about from draft. What kind of flank angles can Nayo and Doimbe find, and how compact and precise can this front-to-back style for BFX work. It's all just going to come down to execution at this point. There's not a lot of huge gold leads to make a huge difference. Maybe it's the fact that Doimbe is still pretty far ahead up against Vikla, who doesn't have a Rabadon's yet or a completed Zanya's. But outside of that, we're on pretty even footing on both sides.
Yeah, considering how much fighting, how much back and forth there's been throughout this game, the fact that it's only about 1,000 gold lead right now towards NiP isn't really that much. It's all those effective stats that they've got for themselves, you know, picking themselves up that Infernal Drake, grabbing those Feet of Warfare as well with the upgraded boots. But also, everything we're saying right now about execution, it may be in the big team fights as you would hope, but also that execution might be, do I face check a brush? Or do I not face check a brush? Because we've seen multiple times already in this game where both teams have had players, especially their supports, go for a little bit of a warding mission and end up in Grey Screen Simulator, and you do not win any of these 4v5s. That will just completely ruin any of your plans before they even start. 40 seconds until the Baron's going to be on the board, a minute 50 until there's an Elder, and an Elder could be pretty enticing for some sort of flip, some sort of just, hey, we'll try it out here.
A lot of caution from the Ninjas in Pajamas right now. They're giving a lot of land up in their own jungle. They do have a very juicy TP ward behind Raptor currently, if Doimbe or Solo Kill want to go for it by this point. Kind of leaning on the fact that they can get some of these Infernal pops out, and they're trying to set up those flank angles. It's Nayo going for it. Oh, it's actually NiKet. I've been Nico'd. He's going to get spotted on this ward.
He's falling for it.
He's going to clear out the control ward and pull BFX away. Oh, on the top side of the fight, though, they're going after Clear. They use the ball on top of Clear with the Dominus. Nio's very low early on often. GA is going to get popped out of Clear, and it's the dunk down coming across from Raptor. Picks up the first kill. Diablo is completely untouched, running amok on the back line of this fight. Niket's down less. It's a Diablo diff once again in the twilight of game one that makes the difference for BFX. You talked about the Baron. You talked about the Elder. None of that means squat. It's time for BFX to walk it down mid lane and end us from suffering through this game one of chaos.
Hey, it was really nicely played by Diablo, but also got to give credit to Vikla. Huge shockwave that he was able to land in that fight that really seals the deal over. Oh, it's only going to be Nio left up, and he's just going to have to head back to base right now. The Cricket does still think that BFX is going to win. Grasshopper, sorry, does still think that BFX is going to win. And like I said, this one should just be a nice, easy walk into the base. Back and forth game one, it goes the way of the LCK.
We're 40 minutes in, so these death timers are long, but Niket's up in mere seconds. Don't Beach follow 10 seconds behind. This is actually going to get very risky for BFX. They're not getting rid of the Nexus turrets in close enough succession.
And
they know it. They're going to have to go out, but it's another Vikla shockwave that calls game here for BFX. The player we were looking for the most sort of form return out of for BFX. Many calling the weakest link of this squad. Just silenced NiP in game number one and was the difference maker when all the chips were pushed into the middle. Game one going to BNK Fearex.
Okay, and remember, this is not just for fun. This is for a big old prize pool, and this match right here is for qualification into the playoffs. You win this one because it's a single round robin between groups of 4, means that you win, you're in right here after their win yesterday. Absolutely massive. Put yourself on game point right here for BFX, and I mean, we can't say it was dominant. We can't say that it was clean, but in the end, a couple more clutch plays coming through.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to go back down memory lane of this one. It goes 40 minutes, and then you can tack on, I don't know, I guess I'm guesstimating here, Bloxer, at least 10 minutes of pause time, I would say.
I mean, yeah, we're at 10 past the hour, and the game's draft started pretty much on the hour, so there definitely was at least 10 minutes of pause time there.
Quick math there from Bloxer. Yeah, so a grueling game number one, and I wonder how much like the mental factors into a game like that. We don't necessarily know why a couple of the pauses happened. We know one was for the observer tool messing up, but outside of that, like multiple pauses, we saw like some jitters from guys like Doinby just trying to get the frustration out. So if you are NiP to lose a game like this, that you definitely were in control of to win in multiple points. Hopefully that doesn't, affect this squad going into game two.
No, we really want to see them give us all 3 games. I mean, I want Slayer to cost 3 games for every single series, 9 games.
Oh,
set.
Thanks, Bloxer.
You'll have the best time of it. No. In this situation, I just want NiP to be able to fight back, right? Pick themselves up and win. We thought that this team was going to be close to what BNK Fearex had in their back pockets, and I think we were right. I think 1 or 2 moments in which the NiP members don't make odd misplays. Leave steps up a few too many times. Niket, again, just kept walking up and getting himself caught out. A few little execution and decision-making errors out of NiP is what cost them that game overall. They were totally in it right till the very end, though.
Listen, the LPL is only a third of this tournament. I guess a little bit more than that mathematically. That's an LPL gold graph, everybody. Enjoy it. They've brought it to the ASI.
Absolutely. You could never get away from it. And, hey, the player that we were highlighting at the start, Diablo, he was just insane throughout that game, right? There were a couple moments, where he just was a little bit too far forwards, but it felt like a catching bug throughout the entirety of the game. And when the moment called for it, when he needed to step up, he was really clean. He was pumping the damage.
Yeah, ends up miles ahead of anyone else in that department. I wonder if we lost the replay footage because of the observer bug. I actually wonder, because this is normally where they go straight towards those replays.
Yeah.
I think that might be an unfortunate reality of the bug that we had. So we'll have to see. Maybe there was a bit of a break. Producer Adam is reminding me. Okay, I've lied to everyone. Here's your highlights.
You never know. Sometimes it does just happen like that. And I think you pointed it out about 26 minutes into this game that the highlights were going to be crazy. They were going to be incredibly back and forth, and yeah, they absolutely are. As we saw with the goal graph, this was not an easy one-sided game, and it all sort of kicks off from NiP trying something, trying to move their bot lane up towards the top side, get you an easier lane for your Yanara, something you don't have to worry about early on. And it didn't work. He just pushed a little bit too far forwards multiple times, as Leave often likes to do, and the punish came through from BFX. He didn't feel like the difference maker in this game, though, because it was so messy.
You do have to wonder, right? In a couple of these really close fights where Leave, maybe trades 1-for-1, Diablo's able to push out a bit more damage. How much of a different world are we living in if Leave isn't set that far behind? Because he never ends up actually catching up.
That's true.
Oh, this was the Cassante copy pasta. I totally forgot this play even happened with how much we had go down.
And this is solo kill starting this one off. Raptor pops out of a bush and he's just like, I don't care about that one. Who even minds? I mean, you've even got your enemy Brom in the area and it just doesn't matter. Results in 2 quick kills. NiP, they should have won this game. I think you're right. The fact that you never really get your Nara pumping the damage in the same way. I mean, it felt like, honestly, very close to the start of the game. Diablo just was full build. He was 4 items incredibly quickly. He was full build by the end of that one. And you just didn't quite have that same level of damage. But still, it was totally winnable.
This was the fight that really started the Diablo train. Nio going to be thinking a lot about that. Supreme display talent. He whiffs. And yeah, okay, so I think we did. You know what? I guess I do get some points. I think we were right. We did lose a decent chunk of the replay. This is the final fight of the game. So
yeah, that was everything else gone. This is also a screen recording. Like, it's completely dark compared to what it was before. Yeah, something definitely did go bye-bye, and it's unfortunate because there was a ton of interesting plays throughout the middle of the game. I still want to know what it was that we missed when we lost that minute and a half, because something happened.
Oh.
Is this the
no?
play?
This is,
or is that the
I think we're out of order.
Fight?
That was the big pop blossom.
Yeah.
I think, are we almost? Yeah, I think we were out of order. All right, we're going to MVP. This is gonna be Diablo, by the way. I think Diablo. Yep, Diablo. So Diablo is now 3 for 3 in MVPs in all of BNK X's wins. That is an 80 carry diff
crazy.
By definition. Yep.
If you're looking at up-and-coming players and you haven't already heard of this guy, what are you doing? He's looking incredible. And as you talked about earlier, right, there's a ton of really, really impressive bot laners all over the world, but especially in the LCK. He's totally beginning to worm his way into that conversation. He's trying to actually fully make a name for himself. Was that saying that everybody did vote bot lane? That's good.
No. That was actually 3 out of 5. Clear gets 2 votes for the Renekton. I don't hate it. I do think Diablo should win, but Clear does play a huge role in this Renekton. Especially, I mean, he's the one that delivered that shockwave for Vikla. So yeah, I think Clear does get some love here, being able to overcome the Cassante shenanigans coming across from solo kill. Whew, all right, let's all exhale. That was a wild start to day 2 of the Asia Invitational.
Yeah.
We're going to take a much-needed break here after that game 1. We'll be on the other side to likely see NiP approach a blue side draft and try and knock down maybe the hottest team in Group B right now in BNK X. We'll see you guys in a few. Hope everybody's calmed down their chaos energy a bit here as we get set for game number 2. Hopefully our squads and, well, the right spectator has also done that as well. A BFX taking on NiP. It's the LCK that comes away with the game 1 win. That Boxer, we always talk about takeaways from like game to game, right? I don't know how much we really can take stock of the game 1 because it was just so much. I keep using the word chaos. I can't really think of a better way to describe it at this point.
There was a lot of chaos, but it also just wasn't linear, right? We had a ton of pauses. There wasn't any real flow to the game overall because of that, and it just was a bit of a messy one. My main takeaway would be that you just need to clean up your execution a little bit. I think both of these drafts are playable. You both put yourselves in positions that could win, but in the end, it was just a couple less mistakes that ended up coming through. And that's what's the win. But if you have a couple less mistakes from NiP there, they could potentially pick that one up, right? So just clean up your execution, you know, wake yourself up a little bit potentially from all of those pauses. And this second game should be just as fun because as much as it was messy, as much as it was back and forth, it was still incredibly entertaining.
That is, you know, that's the major takeaway I want. It was definitely entertaining to a T. We'll see though, NiP on the blue side here. Boxer, what are you thinking with a blue side draft here from NiP? Well, let's think back to what they like to do in the LPL. There are, you know, some picks that Solo Kill likes. Yeah. Like if you want to go for a Rumble that's still kind of nerfed, he definitely will be a fan of that. There's Doinb picks. Obviously, there's still like Talia up that he's a big fan of. What do you make of NiP with a B1 pick here?
Yeah, I do wonder if they just picked themselves something nice and easy and safe in the mid lane right here. Something like the Azir, the Annie, any of those champions that you can just kind of pick up and play that one through and it's never really going to be too much of an issue. Obviously, we said, right, that this might be the unlocked look for Doinb, and we saw it in the previous game where he did pick himself up the Akali, but that's kind of been his most exciting champion really gone towards. I do think something like the Talia or the Ryze could also just be one of those B1 picks where you're not really trying to give too much away. I wonder how much priority we're really going to get on our junglers as well, because we've been seeing how junglers, at least at the start of Split 3, they were just always those first picks. If you weren't able to pick yourself up the Rumble, the Gwen, or the Varus, then you were just going to slam yourself one of those engaged junglers that you could just get all over the map on and be really annoying. I feel like they've fallen off a little bit at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting for game 2 of our series, right? Because you still have a good amount of skirmishing power from the junglers. Xin Zhao's still floating around. You know, a nerfed Pantheon. How much value do you want to put into Pantheon as a champion? That's still floating. Vi is still up for some of those easy combinations. Because we already saw the Kiana come out early, we could have, you know, a pretty standard, I would say for us, right, as LPL watchers, an LPL sort of jungle matchup, but very similar to LCK teams as well. I will note, though, we did get to see some creativity of AP junglers start to come out. I want to markedly talk about GAM Esports. Levi gets to play like a Lilia game. Yeah. He really loves those AP junglers. I don't know how much Nayo would lean into that. Don't know how much we might see that come across for Raptor as well. But Raptor also picks in Mbessa jungle in the first game of the ASI, so I'm not going to try and get a beat on what Raptor could be thinking about.
Maybe there'll be something really, really interesting. I mean, it'll be also interesting to see what happens with the bans we have through. I don't have confirmation yet of which side the teams are going to be on, but there were a couple of interesting bans, right? NiP, they took away the LeBlanc early on, which, when you're looking at Vikla and how he's not really had the strongest look through, it was a champion that he went to occasionally, but he wasn't particularly great on it. He didn't have himself any mega performances, at least that I can remember, on that champion. So, do you still feel like that's a perma ban? Do you let that go? Do you let the Rumble go that was also banned away, or maybe do you try pick that one up as a B1 if you are NiP? That's always totally reasonable, even though it's not as strong as it was in the past. The Rumble's still in a great spot.
We'll have to see. BFX, though, as a team right now, are in a position to be able to go 2-0 in a group B, that would not only lock up them going into that knockout stage, but when you think about what Group B is looking like, we have, you know, the 5th seed represented from the LCP is the only team we haven't gotten to see yet, as we do get set for this Game 2 draft. It's the MGN Vikings. You would favor as, you know, probably the weakest team, one of the weaker teams here. So if you get here 2-0 with your only opponent left being those MGN Vikings, BFX are at a prime spot to 3-0 out of groups with the opponents they've already beaten. So a lot of pressure on this Game 2 already for BNK FearX as we start the ban phase already, and some classic heavy hitters coming off the board here. LeBlanc, you talked about for Vikla, not going to be an option. Neither is a Rumble. It's going to be a blue side Rumble ban from NiP. Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly the same bans that NiP had for themselves on red side, and you don't usually see that translate straight across. If this is an Ambessa ban right here for BFX, then it's going to be exactly the same bans that we saw previously, and it is. So these teams clearly know what they don't want to end up playing up against. So what are we going to see gone towards at this point? That's a lot of your strongest taken off of the board. The Jacks, I think, hit the ban table in the previous round as a second round of bans, so you're just going to slam this one through, probably for solo kill. Although,
yeah, solo
to be fair,
kill.
Nio can totally play it.
Definitely could take it to the jungle. Solo kill didn't get to play a ton of Jacks, it felt like, in the LPL this year. It was a lot of Ambessa, a lot of Cassante.
Yeah.
Didn't get a ton of Jax games, so it's fun to see him kind of branch out. I think Jax is in a better spot now to play it, but the classic answer into the Jax to try and maybe get away with a pretty clear lane lead is going to be the Jace. So, again, it's clear. Favored in the lane, I would feel like, and we saw what the impact he had when he was in that position in our last game.
Yeah, there were a couple of really big Renekton flanks that came through, just a couple of big ball delivery system, and also he was just playing well, was able to buy so much time, deal so much damage. We saw that weird skirmish in the mid lane where he grabs a kill in a situation in which it should have just been fully NiP favored. BFX are also going to grab themselves that Talia that we were talking about. I do wonder if this ends up paired up alongside another one of those very mobile junglers that we've been seeing, right? The Pantheon, it's fallen off a bit. It's nowhere near as strong as it was previously, but it still is in a good enough spot that if you do want that hyper-mobile duo, you can potentially go that way.
Aurora the hover here for Doinby. To lend some, a little bit of spice towards your Jax jungle threat. Okay, never mind. All right, let's they're throwing that out the window. It's a Doinby Galio game. So back to the bread and butter that was most successful for that leader for the Ninjas. It's going to be Galio into the Talia. So now already we're thinking we need some big damage, right?
Yeah.
We know it's going to be coming from Leave.
Yeah, Leave is always the one who, if you can give him something to just completely take over a game, you will trust him to be able to do that. It's gonna be the Lee Sin locked in right here for Nio, and did he play this at all during the regular
I think
season?
he did.
Surely once or twice, but it wasn't a big pick. I mean, nobody goes for a lot of Lee Sin.
I'm trying to think if he maybe only got a Lee Sin look on LGD when he was subbed in for them in Split 2 during the Nirvana games. I think that might be the only time we saw this, but definitely a kind of call your shot champion to pick here. We already saw some Lee Sin get played from the Korea squads yesterday. We'll have to see if Nio can have similar successes. Raptor goes for a safe pick. Vi Talia, classic.
Yeah, really nice to be able to just grab this one through, and you've now got yourself a ton of damage available as BFX, but also just some nice lockdown too, especially in and amongst these big, messy team fights. You've got a lot of poke that you can lay down first, then anybody that's get caught by a seismic shove is just going to get mauled through. NiP, though, they are, again, they're just kind of setting up for whatever it is they think Leave is going to be able to play for them in this situation. And he's still got a bunch of champions he really likes available to him. You highlighted how the Smolder is one of those champions he keeps going back to. You also still have something like the Kai'Sa available if you want to get aggressive. I mean, even then, like, you've still got the Varus as well, a champion that's just been so standard across the course of this entire year.
If we want to go, like, full-on I would hate to see this with a Galio, but Leave was one of the best Senna stacking ADs we saw in a lot of big game. Senna doesn't work, though, if you're going to pick Galio mid. There's zero damage into a Jace top and Talia mid. Not going to be able to get away with that here. Though we do see in the second phase of bans, it's actually Niket and Kellen that are, relatively eating all of them. The Poppy ban on the red side is a support ban. So if this Rakan gets banned away, that is 4 straight support bans with the Fearless we already know is in play.
Yep.
Where are Kellen and Ket thinking?
I mean, I feel like the fact that you take away that Lulu kind of limits Leave potentially being able to play something like the Jinx, the Aphelios, or even something like the Zeri potentially, although those champions really do like to have a little bit of extra just help alongside a Lulu, so you take that one off of the board. Kalista gonna be locked in here. BFX, they are just flinging themselves at you right now. You have to imagine that's probably going to be paired up either with a Renata, if you think you can get away with it. That's a really nice duo. Otherwise, if this potentially gets taken away by NiP because they will read that this is a possibility, then you've still got all of the basic engaged supports to just fling into the backline.
Wow. I think the threat of the Renata, like, maybe brought out this Mel bottom lane. We've seen, are they going to pair it with the Mel? That would be such an intricate sort of swing here.
Do it.
Why, what is the Kalista pairing? Okay, so they're going to give the Renata over, but Mel AP carry coming out here for leave. This is definitely some uncharted territory for one of the big heavy hitters of Ninjas in Pajamas.
I don't like Mel on leave, not because I've ever seen him play it particularly. I don't know how good he is on this champion, but because thinking about the way that Leaf plays the game and how much I like him on hypermobile things, because it gives him options to get himself out of stupid situations he gets himself into. The reflect is nice in that situation, right? But in this game, yeah, you can reflect quite a lot of annoying stuff, but you can't reflect a Vi just jumping you in the backline. That's not something you could just stop have happening to you, and that does worry me a little bit. I think this game could be a bit risky.
Yeah, thinking about interesting. I'm trying to think about what does a reflect look like into a hostile takeover. Does it not work, or does it reflect only a part that hits the Mel? Like, because there's obviously it's a big sweeping ultimate.
I actually don't know.
I've
not seen that interaction. I don't think.
I want to think that part of the reason you picked the Mel is to maybe deny the power of the Renata because Renata is Exodia into a Galio, a Lee Sin, and a Jax. Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. Production, our team. It reflects the whole darn thing. Yeah, this Mel was 100% picked knowing the Renata's coming.
And then they were still thinking about taking it, and I would have loved to seen it taken as well. That's a really just fun bot lane in general. It's also going to be really fun going on, but hey, if you can just get the hostile takeover from your opponents and send it back on through, I love that. I'm surprised I've never seen this matchup, but I guess I don't actually end up seeing that many Mels in a lot of games, and to be fair, we did also spend a while in Split 3 with that champion taken off of the board just servers wide.
Yeah, the only Mel that I remember from the LPL this year was Wako, playing that one, I believe, for Ultra Prime.
Yeah.
It did not win. It did not win whatsoever. So
it was Ultra Prime.
Also, here, thank you, producer Adam. Paze tried to play it against Weibo. Also didn't work. We'll see. We'll see if the Mel curse can be broken here by NiP. They're going to need it because it is such a big point of this composition. Mainly because also, again, Galio, Lee Sin, Jax. Took the words right out of my mouth, Bloxer.
Where it at in this situation? Yeah, sorry to jump the gun, but I'm looking at this comp like, if Solo Kill pops off and is in a really strong spot, right, he gets his Trinity Force, 7 minutes into this game? Okay, we're probably in a good spot and you're not so worried about the damage, but if that doesn't end up happening, you do not have a particularly high damage composition. That being said, it's not like you're into a BFX squad that has a ton of big tanky options to them, but you do have a lot of different threats that you're potentially looking to go after, and it's going to be a really interesting game to see how these team fights work out, how much they are front to back, and how much things just turn into a complete mess like we saw in the previous game.
I wonder how much it's going to sacrifice lane power for. I guess Mel can farm. Mel's one of the most comfortable laners to kind of farm up and play with. So I do think it's big to kind of neutralize the bottom lane, but it's definitely an unorthodox draft here from NiP as they're looking to stave off a first series loss in the Asia Invitational, and we are on to the Rift.
Okay.
I know we're used to waiting for Gyos here.
Yeah,
I always
my brain is like,
pause.
Yeah. Mel bot lane has not been great. I gotta be honest, I've been really loving the Mel mid lane. Again, not something we've been seeing super often in a lot of the tier 1s, but like when it does come out, I really like it. I really like it in a lot of games where the Hui's banned and you're like, I really need something to just deal some big boy damage later on that's a really oppressive laner that can just be super annoying. Oh, and they've got a couple things I can reflect. Mel. Boom. Slam it. The Mel ADC, I've been a lot less of a fan of, right? The AP ADCs are already a little bit interesting. They already play quite differently. The Ziggs is the one that we usually end up seeing, and that's done a lot better for us throughout the entirety of Split 3, but still, we've seen a lot of otherwise very good ADCs mispositioned badly on these champions because they're just very different to play.
Leave has to start the snare here with the threat of Renata Kalista looking for a very positive trade, and yet Diablo and Kellen still come away pretty comfortably. Going to pick up all this CS as well. expected to see them get to level 2 first. Again, this lane gets a little more comfortable once Leave has all of his first couple rotations of spells. When he has the Reflect, the Snare, and the Poke to kind of farm up. Until then, it's rough living for NiP bot lane.
Yeah, they're just going to get pushed out. This is the problem with the Mel bot lane, is you don't have that much to give, and especially when you're in that double range matchup, the Renata can always make it a particularly oppressive lane. You're just constantly dodging away from those handshakes, and just being given a free lane, exactly what you want from this just incredible player. He's looked so good. Even if the previous game wasn't the best look from him that we've seen, that was still a very high floor for this player.
Without a doubt. And as we see the clear starting to come out for these junglers, another thing I want to talk about with Vi is integral to this champion that whoever jungler is piloting it is able to kind of comfort. Oh my god, they're just going to dive Leave. I mean, he's gotten completely poked out. Flashes, gets healed.
Oh no,
he's going to reflect the handshake, though. There's the ability they drafted this Mel for. So Leave is going to end up trading this, and Diablo's far too low to catch us. Swings the sword. One awesome ability on the Mel AP carry makes the difference on that dive.
Yep, and that's now going to be a kill to the Mel and a kill to Niket as well, which, I gotta be honest, isn't the end of the world. That gives you that little bit of extra power in this bottom lane that you were sorely missing out on. Incredibly ballsy to be going for a dive at this point, and Leave just ruins it immediately by being able to hit that double stun come on through. Then, I mean, you called it, right? Reflect, handshake, boom back. Without the cleanse in that situation, Diablo just dies too without being able to pick up that return kill. Still, it is going to be that 2-for-1 down in the bottom side of the map, and it continues to be the most explosive lane we've got in this game.
Still, it is going to be lane prio I want to talk about in really all 3 lanes. And it's huge for Vi as a champion to not be sort of hounded through her clear because of how weak she is in her first couple early clears. So the fact that Raptor has been able to comfortably farm wherever he's at, he's going to move down and actually try and double scuttle by this point as we see Solo Kill slamming into Clear, who is out of mana. The flash counter-strike stun. I don't know if Solo Kill has enough damage, but Clear wants to respect it with no mana bar. He's going to turn for some autos back, and Solo Kill calculates correctly and has his first namesake kill of the Asia Invitational.
There we go. That's exactly what we know and love Solo Kill for. He's such a dominant laner. He gets put on tank duty relatively often, but as soon as you get him something that can go a bit more aggressive, skirmish a little bit more, it just puts him in such a nice spot, and he plays that one out perfectly. Raptor now getting hunted in his own jungle right now.
I don't know how much the Ket and Nayo want to commit to this. I mean, it's just a 3v2 at face value. Nayo gets chunked very low. They finally swing Leave over here. The Gromp is just chilling in front of 6 members. Hey, let's make it 7. Why not? Doinby, you want in on this action, man? We're playing for this Gromp. Are we really just going to 50-50 this Gromp on the smite? That is a flash out of, I believe that was Kellen that makes the flash move there. Yep, to get away from the Zenith Blade snare. I don't even remember who got the Gromp. I'm pretty sure Nayo gets it. So he wins the Gromp sweepstakes.
Yes, exactly. And that just wastes some time away from Raptor. Like you said, it's important for a Vi not to get harassed through the clear. Well, in that situation, you very much do not get to just play this one out. And Doinby is even able to get back to catch the majority of this wave. I love to see it, right? A Galio pre-level 6 being like, now I'll walk. It's all right. I'm not saying, hey, just wait until I've got Hero's Entrance, then I'll come join you. Doinby more than happy to go play for his team and give his jungler that little bit of extra advantage that you really need in this kind of matchup where both of these champions are quite useless once you get behind. That being said, of course, the Lee Sin buff from behind gives you way less than even a Vi can, so it is critical in this game for Nayo to be able to get ahead. Hasn't been able to find any kills, any ganks yet, but just that little bit from the Gromp is nice.
As the reflect down from Leave, Diablo does a good job sidestepping the first snare, but here comes the heroic entrance into a 4v2 dive. Diablo's desperately trying to run away from his turret. He flashes out the Zenith Blade, and he's going to leave Kellen to drop. Vikula's going to try and find the trait, but the turret already takes him down. First kill, flash forward, Vikula gets a 2-man seismic shove into the shock blast. Hello, Clear is here to brawl, and he's going to make it NiP's problem. Nayo flashes away from Clear, and they get a second kill traded back onto Diablo.
Don't do
Nayo's
it.
going back around. Sonic Wave lands. He has more than enough damage. It was Clear TPing in the middle of that, and Vikula's like, where did my marksman go?
My god, I really thought that it was just going to be a collapse and there was no point in Nayo going for that one, but no, absolutely is going to be worth it. Delays Diablo getting back out onto the map. Whilst all of that is happening, Solo Kill's able to just keep himself nice and easy in his lane, having a good time there as well, stacking up that coal. This is well played overall by NiP, but it's a little bit messy. I like this at the end of the play from Leave. He ends up tanking the tower, you step just slightly out of range from Doiby, and that is killing Leaf, but I love the way he steps back into the turret shot, makes sure that Vikla isn't able to get himself an extra kill, that there's just no point handing over to a mid laner.
Nonetheless, BFX do get a lot of valuable summoners on the replay of this, right? You lose the flash off of Nayo. That's going to be something they can look to punish here. Clear coming back to a lane where he needs to really settle in and get the gold lead back in a comfortable position. But we'll see how much BFX try and make a problem out of their very, poke-oriented and early skirmishing power comp onto these grubs. Maybe they're already showing how much they want to prioritize the grubs, having Diablo and Kellen already in the mid lane here at 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, getting the ball rolling on this rotation coming through. Sending Vikla down to the bottom side of the map. Doesn't have teleport, doesn't have that Weaver's Wall up either. So if you are rotating, you're just going to be surfing your way over there as Vikla. But to be fair, nobody else really has any teleports either. Something to just bear in mind, keep an eye on as we go on through this game, is that Leaf also does have the teleport, so there's just an extra teleport available to Ninjas in Pyjamas. That's going to make their late game map rotations and macro decisions that much easier to try to play around.
Nayo chilling, scouting out for potential gank onto Clear. The Ket's like, hey man, think about a diver or what? They're just chilling in the pixel brush for now.
These dives. And
they recognize the Raptor, Kellen, and Diablo are all off the map, and they're like, all right, they're definitely coming up towards this top river, so they'll secede position. Folkill's going to flash forward here to get the first stun, but the Ket wasn't close enough. There's no solar flare on this Leona, and it's a flash down for very little. Raptor's going to steal one grub here. Does have ultimate alongside Nayo as well. Do BFX want to fight for this? It felt like they were comfortable just taking one and getting out, but now they're taking up more space. Yeah. They have Callista Rend.
There's no way to step in. There's nothing to do. I mean, Doiby cancelled his reset, thinking, hey, I guess we are going in right here, but no, absolutely no decision. Nobody decides to pull the trigger and try to get on into the backline, despite the fact Doiby had the heroic entrance once again, right? He could have gotten into the backline. This is an attempt at something sneaky, but fully on a ward, just about to expire. Clear is going to spot this one out, and that will be all three of the grubs going over to BFX, plus that first Drake puts them in a very nice spot right here. Of course, the early feats went over to NiP, so you're looking to claw that one back.
And with three grubs on a Jace comp, a Talia comp, first break feels much more in control for BNK FearX. And like you mentioned, they are now one monster slaying away, so they definitely could backdoor into this feats of strength conversation as Diablo feeling the hurt of laning into a Mel. This is an unfortunate reality of going into an AP carry.
But look at what you got as well. That's a lost chapter and a no-stack Dark Seal in inventory. That's not even slightly the surface of the damage that Leaf is going to be doing as we get later on into this game. And it is going to be a critical role here for the NiP bot laner to see what he can do on this AP carry. Something we really haven't seen from Leaf too much. BFX got a couple members roaming down towards the bottom side of the map. Same thing with NiP. There's nothing to scrap over here for the next 1 minute 40 seconds, but that hasn't necessarily stopped either of these teams so far.
Ball breaker forward here from Raptor. Leebird's the reflect, but you can't reflect this cease and desist. Heroic entrance from Doiby. Flash from Raptor away from the top. Goes back through with the vault breaker. Really great usage of the Vi kit to make sure he gets that kill on to Leave. And scatters the rest of the ninjas, falling in different directions, but there's more vault breakers to be had from Raptor. Flash handshake from Kellen too. Clean skirmishing coming across from our LCK representatives, and that gets them back in front in the gold category.
There we go, BFX, just make that one work. Play a little bit higher tempo there from NiP, despite the fact NiP think they've got a catch in that situation. They try to initiate a little bit, but just isn't going to work out for them. Like you said, it is going to be a gold lead still, just a couple hundred. Leave. You do not want to step into this bush.
Oh, he doesn't think they're in there. All right, let's see what he can do with the reflect. He's going to try and outplay the handshake. Oh, but he doesn't grab it this time. Solar Flare comes across with a bailout. Make sure Diablo gets the kill, and the Death Brush working out here for BFX.
I love it. Absolutely love being able to see just this little bit of sneakiness coming on through. They tried it previously, trying to get into a brush topside. Didn't work out. Hey, we'll just run it on back. Yeah, like we were saying, this was Leave thinking he could potentially get himself a little bit of an extra play here, and doesn't end up happening through. just return damage as well. Nayo has flash here, doesn't decide to do it because he thinks he's just on the edge of that Vault Breaker from Raptor, but no, is going to get tagged by that one. The late flash means he's just missing out onto another engage tool.
BFX back out in front, and just out of sheer superior mechanics, it really felt like in that last play. Raptor in his bag on the Vi, and it's important to remember that Vi as a champion will fall off a cliff if games go late, so it's good to see Raptor realizing that and thinking, hey, every single time I have a cease and desist up, I'm going to look to skirmish because we need to get the ball rolling on this comp. It is Jace, Kalista, and Vi. They are not reliable past like 25, 30 minutes.
No. No, they are not. These are champions that want to be bursting people out pre-resistances before you can start getting any of these defensive tools in inventory, right? At the point at which you can potentially get yourself a golden or get any sort of GA. It just takes away so much from your ability to play through. What I was also going to say was they threw up that Grasshopper again in the corner, and did you see how far over into the BFX side it was? This is clearly an LCK fan.
Just feels comfortable on that side of the box. There's nothing to do with who's on that side of the box, right? Can Grasshoppers decipher the logos of our teams? That's a question for the scientists out there. Can Dragon decipher a very murky Drake setup? I think he can, because Diablo is going to get jumped on by Solo Kill. Kellen is close by, though. Full rotation of spells from Solo Kill doesn't get the kill. And he uses the Grandmaster's Might, so Diablo's going to be able to get himself back up healthy. He'll actually have to take a reset, but I think BFX are fine with this because while everything's going on in the mid lane, the bottom lane, the river, Clear is getting a lot of solo gold.
Yeah, he's just constantly pushing right here. Already grabbed himself 3 turret plates. Might be able to grab a 4th at this point. I mean, if this is delayed enough.
Good flash, Diablo. Hostile takeover, sends Solo Kill after his own teammate. Heroic entrance comes through. Doinby gets 1 taunt. Kellen and Diablo are under their own turret, but they need assistance rapidly. It's going to be Vikla coming over the top. Fate's Call going to come out to pull Kellen out of all the chaos, but it's Diablo. The bailout comes across. Can they find any kills in time? No. Kills are rolling in the name of NiP, but Clear TP's in. Good taunt comes across from Doinby. Hop out from Solo Kill. Vikla trying to find these kills with the rocks. The Devoured Shock Blast not finding any kills. Hammer stands forward for Clear, but he has to let all these NiP members go with blinking health bars.
Raptor ends up just heading towards the top side of the map to be able to finally take down that tower that Clear had been working on. Also going to steal away a couple of camps as Nayo thinks about it, throws himself out a Q, isn't going to find it, and everything should just calm down right here. BFX once again finding themselves a pretty dominant fight overall, off the back of what was a pretty nice dive to start off with from NiP. So close with the bailout. I mean, look how close you are for BFX to turn this one around. Blinking health bars, but it just isn't quite enough. Potentially if you get Clear involved a little bit quicker, but he just doesn't have the teleport through fast enough.
It's a big taunt from Doinby that saves it. Ooh, flick back on a Niket, though, from Vikla. We got some spears stacked up on Niket, and there's the rend over. Good kill found there from Vikla, who has definitely been in his bag ever since those clutch Orianna shockwaves. Feels like he's in a comfort zone, and if he's playing well, BFX are a much scarier team.
Absolutely. We're talking about this guy as potentially the weakest as Doinby teleports in.
Man, is this what, the 3rd dive of the game NiP have done under the bot lane tier 1 turret? But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, I was going to say.
That's the nicest that we've seen any of those teleport plays coming on through. That's the nicest that we've seen any of these dives coming on through for NiP work out. And that gets them back within touching distance of that gold. Still under 1,000, the difference between these two teams. We've still got 2.5 or so minutes until any next big objective comes on up. These teams are just scrapping for the hell of it at this point in the game, as you would expect. Honestly, from any LPL team, LCK, maybe less so, but at this point, the sort of middle of the pack teams, they also do love a bit of a fight. And right now, 1 item completed onto all of these main carries is going to be incredibly important, because I've got to feel like this is the moment at which this BFX composition is fully online.
Yeah, let's take stock of the items, right? So, Seraph's done for Vikla. The Blade of the Rune King's the big one here. Oh, Nayo, nice ward hop kick. Clear. Had no idea this jungle was not his domain to chill in, and he will be picked off. See exactly why Nayo wanted to play Lee Sin. The playmaking ability he just showed.
Yep, really nice to be able to do that. 2-1 and 2 right here for Nayo. He's had an okay time so far. like I said, in terms of the items, already having yourself that Sundered come on through just gives you that extra bit of damage, but also so much more survivability, especially on a composition that only really has Doinby as a true tank. You kind of do need that extra little bit of survivability on your dive buddies, and it's going to be nice to see that one come on through. Across the board, there isn't really anything too exciting in terms of items. This is pretty much what we were expecting first items to look like.
It's what but what is the power that first items bring here? Because I do think NiP low-key have a little bit more power. It's more so that the fact that Leave goes Ludens, that is just a raw AP item. There's no Blackfire Torch where you're playing for your double burn later, no Liamdries. And then Trinity Force versus... okay, well, I'm willing to have the discussion here, Bloxer. I want to know what you're thinking of this Ludens
It depends
play.
how these team fights work out. I think the Ludens is great. I think it really works in these fights where you need a little bit of poke back to be able to play through, right? Yeah, it helps with your just full burst, but also if you're just constantly throwing out those Qs, seeing what damage you can land, that can be really useful in a game where you're playing up against a Jace and a Taliyah who's just going to be constantly throwing that poke out towards you. And if you look at the items that the Jace and Taliyah have, they don't really have quite so much poke damage at this point. It's a little bit of extra survivability for Vikla. Clear really is going to be good in the straight up hammer stance going in, but his poke, again, not going to be dealing that much damage. So the fact that you've got the Ludens to deal yours, that's going to make these pre-objective setups that much easier to play out. And so I agree. I think that NiP are in a good spot at that point, but then because of the items that BFX have gone, once these team fights actually start and you get on top of the opposition members, I think that's where you have the extra power of BFX.
Herald dropped in mid lane here for BFX's solo kill, tries to take down this top tier 1 turret. Vikla, Weaver's walled his way up here, but can't even stop the Might of solo kill.
Nope.
See if BFX can take control of the bot side of the map. It's Raptor re-engaging on a Nio, seeing Doinby there. Sees an assist, but the Nio ward hop gets him over the wall, but that was a weird interaction. Raptor still follows, then goes back over the wall. Vikla TP's back in. I think B&K Fearax are just happy that they can get on this dragon, but Doinby up in here or not.
No, they're still going to look to go on in, and that's going to be the TP coming in from solo kill. Big flank.
Oh, Vikla. Okay, he flashed out the hero's entrance, but he flashed into solo kill. Good solar flare from Niket over the wall. Vikla should die to solo kill here, and Nio sneaks in to get the dragon. Hostile takeover reflected back towards BFX. Clear though finds the kill on to Leave, and Diablo on the back of the pitch trying to get some big reds coming across, but he's getting stun locked. Huge vault breaker comes across for Raptor, though Diablo is able to survive for so long.
Solo kill.
But solo kill is the untouched one in this fight. Flashes after clear, but he's left Doinby in a 1v1 with Raptor. It's solo lanes versus jungle top right now, and solo kill wants all of the smoke. Flash to get the counter-strike stun. Raptor gonna try Vault Breaker. He's gonna knock solo kill off of him, but he's waiting to just hop back forward. Clear going through all of his spells, goes to the hammer stance. Good knock away to make sure solo kill doesn't get another counter-strike stun. But he's gonna make sure that BFX know solo kill will be a problem all game long.
I'm pretty sure that Solo Kill was able to pick himself up the first 3 kills of that fight, so that could have been a penta, unofficial or otherwise, and he was just a big problem. Like you said, Vikla just flashes straight over the wall, but keep watching this Jax throughout this fight, because he is just mauling through the BFX members. He has everything to this fight. The reflection as well is just so pretty. But this Jax, on these flanks, this is exactly what we needed from solo kill. Yes, what we know from him is his namesake. He's great in laning phase, and he found the solo kill in this game. But the absolute best bit of his play, and I think part of the reason why NiP were able to be so effective when they were in the wins, when they were grabbing themselves those big plays, especially in Group Nirvana, was because solo kill on a flank is an absolute menace.
Get a replay back at just how close this exchange went. Raptor could vault
2v1
forward, right? Like, it's clear if he doesn't time this right with the counter-strike stun, could have been more kills like you're talking about a solo kill. 6-0-1 on this Jax. Whew.
Yeah, this has been a pretty dominant performance so far from Solo Kill. A good response to what was a very clean game in the previous one from Clear, making sure he's stepping up to help out his team in this game. And with a composition that maybe does lack a little bit of damage, having this Jax ahead is really nice. 2 items now completed on the majority of these carries.
Raptor.
Horizon for Leave.
Oh, Weaver's Wall. Trying to go after Leave here. Can't reflect. A cease and desist mandate from Raptor. And Leave is caught out again. It's what you get for picking the mage in the bottom lane. Clear. Exant Shock Blast. Raptor going forward, but they're just levying the stones through from Vikla. Double killing. How nice is that, Bloxer? Right in front of them after that second kill is Opticon.
Yeah, it's just been delivered to them on a silver platter, although Nio is going to see if he can do anything about it. You do still also have Doinby. He's pushing through the mid lane right now, but still has himself that ulti to come and join any potential play. Still, with the Rend, this should be nice and easy to pick up, and yeah, that's just going to be secured here.
So the gold leads slightly in favor of NiP for now. Well, that's a Fate's call. Kellen is going forward, maybe looking for a handshake angle. Gold going to eviscerate, though, as that bot tier 1 turret drops down. They're air TPing mid. All right, solo kill. No, that's actually going to be leave. It was solo kill. I think this turret gets knocked down much quicker. I still think with the reset timers, they should pick this up.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they're pretty worried about getting flanked around right here, dropping a couple of wards across to the top side of them. They're now going to be able to spot out Raptor, and he's going to have to abort mission.
Oh, doesn't get snared, but does get slowed. Goes back over the Vault Breaker. Raptor just so confident on this Vi pick. Trying to buy space for some of the poke that his solo lanes can levy. So it's a big turret to get down there for NiP, but I think the gold lead is a bit deceitful. The power of that Otacon, those 31 petals into the levels across the board. Just look at the difference they're making right now. I mean, Raptor, for now, is 2 levels ahead of Naya.
2 levels up right there. You've got a level in mid lane. You've got a level in the bot lane as well. And for all it's worth, there's a level on the supports. To be fair, that does bring Kellen one step closer to having that hostile takeover upgraded. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty nice as well. And that means BFX, they are in a very strong position in this game with second items coming through as well. As we were talking about with these comps, they really like that. Clear is totally dead in this situation, especially with the teleport coming in.
I mean, he's just been the target all game on this bottom side. They do bring like 4 members down here. Solo kill, I don't necessarily know if he has to TP. It's not like there's much more they can get on the bot side after that pick.
No, but I mean, you know, this is an LPL team. They want to go fight. I can see solo kill. He's thinking about it. He's considering what it would be like to just go Counter-Strike into the backline. It would probably be his death. Decides against that being the option. And it's just going to be some good vision being put down on the bottom side of the map. That's going to be very helpful because in 20 seconds time, we're going to be joined on the Rift by the next Hextech Drake. And Hextech Soul would be huge for whichever team could grab it.
It's going to be a real big push and pull between a team with a lot of range and damage and a tanky CC chalked squad, right? Galio, Lee Sin, Jax, Leona. They can catch anybody out. Oh, Kellen, he knew he had to know this hostile takeover would get reflected, but he's the only one gets hit, so he doesn't do any damage towards Raptor. Big Vault Breaker, cease and desist. They're trying to just chunk down this tanky NiP squad. Raptor's living forever, trying to buy time for Diable, who is hopping around everybody. Solo kill going into that stasis, but gets hand shook and flicked back. It's Doinby flashing forward with a taunt that finds nobody. It's solo kill with the big stun and the double snare. Stacks up for Leave. Finally, Leave remains untouched, and that means our LPL squad can soar through the fight.
There you go, that leap strike, counter strike is just so nice right there from Soloku. He is having a monster of a game, but everybody steps up in that fight, and that is now going to be sole point for NiP. Clear arrives late, isn't able to deal any damage, and I will love to see the replay of that fight, because you called it out, right? There were a couple moments in which Raptor should have died twice, 3 times, and he was living forever. I thought it was going to bait the members of NiP in too far and get them caught out, but in the end, it's a well-played fight from NiP.
All starts with that reflected hostile takeover, but it's really solo kill. I feel like makes the clutch play. Yeah. Doinby goes for the first taunt to get all the flashes out, and then solo kill gets the big stun.
In this moment, everybody's just watching what's happening with the Galio in front of them. Oh, is Doinby going to grab us? Nope. Solo kill, jumps forwards, lands that double stun right there, and yeah, just really well played. You can see solo kill as well. He was living on the edge. He was on like 15, 16 HP at some points in that fight. He was like 1, maybe 2 auto attacks away from death, but that's what you can do whenever you've got yourself this build, as well as having that Seeker's Arm Guard critically. The golden there saved everything, saved NiP's entire series here.
But they still have to keep making these good close-range skirmishes work. Because there is still the looming threat of a Talia with more damage coming. The Void Staff is an early investment from Vikla saying, there's going to be too much resistances. I can't get damage items early enough. Kallista's going to bring more items. Clear, again, goes more mana into the Shojin, so there's not enough oomph behind this Jace. It's a big lead for NiP, but they have to keep finding these close-range fights because range is their worst nightmare in this game.
You get caught too far out, you're just going to get poked down and find yourself unable to get in, unable to really make these fights happen in a way that is in any way useful for you. Really does feel like this one is on the knife's edge. 2,000 gold, the advantage for NiP. The majority of that right now is going to be sat onto the mid lane, which is interesting because Doinby, he's gone Riftmaker, so he is going to be dealing a decent chunk of damage with that 10-stack Dark Seal in inventory as well. This is not a Galio that just tickles. Still, though, he's all about just being a meat shield in front of his laners and making sure they can deal their damage.
Big problem that BNK Furex have to address is that very low HP mid-tier 1 turret. It's really stifling their ability to set up around this Baron. It's actually Raptor going for a little endeavor of his own. And NiP, they don't know Raptor's down there, but they sense that he's not nearby, and they're going to make this Baron call start. This is a tough walk-in for BFX.
It's going to take them a while. Still, this Baron is not going down particularly quickly. Once Solar Kill starts hitting it, it will be a bit faster. They're going to lose a mid lane tower minimum for this.
All right, Baron's finally low enough for Nio to maybe find this kill. Kellen gets engaged on, gets pulled out with the Fate's Call. Baron down below 2.K health. Can Nio get it? It's actually Raptor that goes into the pit. The smite fight, it's going to be a 50-50. Nio does end up getting it, but Vikla in the range of BFX is pretty untouched. That's a huge double flick back from Vikla, and it just felt a little too treacherous of a play. NiP throw their game away to Baron.
Oh, how many times have we seen this before in the LPL? NiP, they think that they potentially got the angle, but they do not. This is probably going to be the game as well. 17 seconds until Niket is going to be back up, and this is going to be the LCK 2-0ing the LPL. NiP, what's been a rough year for them overall, is just going to continue here in the international series.
D plus Kia, 2-0s, JD Gaming, and now BFX 2-0 NiP, and it's 2 games that Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be, rough on themselves about. 2 games NiP could have won, but that is a hypothetical. The reality is LCK dominance so far in the Asia Invitational.
Absolutely. Both of these games felt close. Both of these games felt like it was really back and forth. And in the end, they just come down to some messy team fights and some kind of bad decision making, right? You spend so long hitting onto this Baron with only 3 people, and none of them are your very fed Jacks up in the top lane. And so it's just being taken so slowly. This isn't an Aphelios and, I don't know, Cassiopeia composition that just melts it, and you can snap engage onto this. You need everybody hitting it right now, and because you don't have an ADC, because you've got an APC, you have to have somebody just hitting it constantly. They don't even have solo kill there. That's the reason it's so slow. And then beyond that, as soon as you're in these situations for these fights, and you're just constantly trying to reflect through one specific ulti, you're kind of missing out on saving yourself from a lot of other things. Leave, I felt like he did some decent damage in a couple of these fights, but for the most part was kind of just running for his life. When these fights were close, solo kills popping off.
Yeah, Leave, I think, ends with either 7 or 8 deaths in this game. So it was a real pain point on this Mel. Again, I get the idea. They know they're going to go against Kalista Renata. It's a tough ask with all the AD carries they've got banned away, some of the supports that maybe the Ket doesn't like, so they try and counter this big team fight ultimate, but it wasn't going to be enough. Once the highlights start rolling, though, Bloxer, I do, because the game ended so quickly, want to make sure, walk us through that last Baron, because there were a lot of weird moments in it that, I mean, I didn't even get to see here. We saw Raptor fly into the back of the pit. But maybe at the end of the day, it was the fact that Baron shreds those resistances. It's the slow Baron take like you're talking about in the range, right? You just get surrounded by J-Shot Blast, Talia.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Exactly. At that point, you're looking and you're trying to find these big fight moments, and this has been solo kill playing like on the edge the entire time through. Nio hasn't actually found any big like insect kicks or anything. Doinby's had a couple of moments where he's been able to grab people in with the W, but even then, when you've had big moments, it's solo kill getting into the backline. But at the point at which he's managed to teleport over the back of the pit, then get into the pit to start hitting things, and then everybody kind of tries to jump away from the pit to get involved, you're just playing at the wrong levels of range. That's the point at which BFX can just dump all of their damage first, then play it out. Raptor gets into the pit and nearly steals this one away as well, and it felt like more of the only other problem NiP were really facing during the regular season, which was some communication issues, where half of them are thinking, let's go take the Baron, half of them are thinking, let's go kill our opponents, and that little bit of disconnect, any sort of disconnect facing up against an LCK team is enough to just ruin your game plan.
Without a doubt, Bloxer. But as we do set up some of these later highlights, I think Well, there's a reflected ultimate. I want to reflect on Solo Kill's performance in these fights. He was just doing everything he possibly could. It's so unfortunate. His one death of the game is the end of the game.
It's the end. Yeah. That really does suck, but hey, we've got to give some big props. As much as we're sad about it, we've got to give some big props right here to BFX. That's them qualifying into the playoff stage. We'll see if they're going to be able to pick up their final win and get themselves undefeated through the group, but it doesn't matter. They are now going to be one of those teams making it through. That gives a lot of pressure to the other Group B teams to, hey, you got to step it up. There's now only one remaining place in the playoffs.
NiP, yeah. And they're going to have to take on, I'd have to look at the schedule to see if they play the Vikings next or Nongshim, but that NiP Nongshim match could really have a huge impact because the other LCK team in this Group B is going to want to
Vikings
make sure they make that playoff stage, right, too. So, all right, I stole your thunder, Bloxer. This is the Baron play. So, I mean, I think you put it aptly, right? It's just the slow Baron take and the poke on all sides.
It's so slow. Right. It's really unfortunate to see. Now, this would have been very easy if it was the other side. You would have very easily been able to just say, it's solo kill.
Man.
That was just too good, though, I guess, right? Like,
do we,
I think that's
I got a high bar for these.
That's the least ethical MVP he has received. All of the others were definitely better, but in this game, I gotta be honest, it was kind of one-sided on NiP. It was just solo kill doing well.
I think Raptor's gotten robbed here.
Okay,
you know what?
Kind of agree.
Okay,
Fine.
all right. So the Lucian game, is a 3 out of 5, but this game's a 4 out of 5.
Crazy work.
Man.
Actually crazy work, yeah. I'm not quite sure what they're doing with that one. But yeah, BFX in this game, it was a lot more of a just overall team win. And to be fair, something that it doesn't really show up on the stat sheet, but was incredibly important, was there were multiple times where Kellen was 100% caught. Nope, yoink him back with the ulti, then fire him back out again in a safe position, able to get the big ultis off, able to get the handshakes and all of the bailouts in. That was just nice play. That's just some good Kalista that we were seeing right there. So yeah, it wasn't the flashiest, it wasn't the biggest performance overall. I gotta be honest, I thought Vikla played really well in that game. That was from a player we look at as a weakness. I thought he had some really nice pushbacks. I think the previous game he was also way better than we'd been expecting on that Orianna. I think there were a lot of places that this one could have gone, but okay, fine. Diablo gets it in every game.
Right. So Diablo gets 4 MVPs for all 4 wins across the 5 games that BNK FearX play in. As you heard Bloxer say, they are now locked in for that knockout stage, thanks in part to their hugely impactful AD carry. But you want to know who's very hugely impactful to us here at the LPL English broadcast? We want to shout out all of you at home that are coffee supporters, as that is such a big part of how this broadcast runs, especially during the LPL season as well. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since a vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee. It is still linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. And those have also transcended not just the LPL folks. We had a lot of very fun MSI content. It's not just all LPL centered for all of our lovely LCP and LCK fans that have come to watch us here covering the ASI. That, though, will wrap up our first series of the day in 2-0 fashion, and that means that we will be saying goodbye to my awesome co-caster here, Bloxer. Bloxer, I believe you'll be getting, or will you be getting back on any of these other games?
I will. I've got a couple. Okay. I've got a couple more going through. I think I'm with Yanni for the rest of them, though. I'm abandoning you. Moving on to
my heart.
More annoying Eagles fans. I can't escape you guys.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You're everywhere, my friend. But Bloxer, it's been a pleasure, my friend, as always. Glad we got one more of these in before the year comes down. I'll be joined by Alk Battery when we get back for series number 2 on the other side. And LPL fans, you've seen this a lot. JD Gaming versus Weibo Gaming coming your guys' way after another intermission. Hello, friends. Welcome back to the LPL English official Twitch or unofficial Twitch channel. Gosh, I'm getting out of sorts here. It's because I'm joined by the dashing Alk Battery here, who will be with me for the rest of the night as we go through a couple of our new fun matchups here at the Asia Invitational. We have a homegrown battle here that a lot of you on this channel, and definitely Alk, has been tormented by too much this year, my friend. JD Gaming, Weibo Gaming for what could pretty much be the last time in 2025.
Yeah, this is a single round robin here in these groups, and already second day of the tournament, and we might be sending one team or preventing one team from going further in the tournament, at least seeing them in the knockout stage. So for one last time, potentially we'll be seeing JDG and Weibo. Maybe there's one more in store for us if either of these teams can make it into the playoff bracket, but this is a tale as old as time. We've talked about it a lot here on the show, whether it was in the regular season or in the playoffs of all three of our splits. JD Weibo is always going to deliver in some way.
Well, yeah, and Alk, you were telling me a bit about it before we went on air. I want to talk about it a bit. This matchup in elimination scenarios, which we kind of feel like the way D plus Kia has played in this group already, this is Group A, that they should be one of those teams coming out of the group. This is kind of an elimination series in a lot of essence, which through this year right now, it's been a pretty tight contest, right, between JD Gaming and Weibo.
I mean, right now they're 10-9 in terms of series. We can kind of start getting through the rosters, which haven't changed all that much since the last time we saw them, especially from yesterday. So all the same guys, all the same criminals that we know and love. But 10-9 for all-time history in terms of series in favor of JDG. You look at recent history from the last year. We talked a lot during the regional finals of this last split of last year, 2024, Weibo in a Game 5 are able to take down JDG. They prevent Ruler from going to Worlds on this team, and then they were able to kind of reverse it. We saw in Split 3 finals, we were talking about JDG with a 3-1. They eliminate them from the playoffs. Then we get into regional finals, another 3-1 versus Weibo, and another elimination. So in the past year, they're 2-2. JDG have the recency, and I'm kind of excited to see what they can do because their first showing here was abysmal. Just some of the worst play that we have seen from them all year.
Yeah, I could feel the rage building watching that series before I hopped on the broadcast. That, of course, is JDG. You know the roster. I don't really need to read out the name, especially if you're an LPL fan as we know it. Let's get through the Weibo side of this matchup, though. Talk a little bit about that roster, because while Weibo does 2-0 GAM Esports, I think there were, kind of cracks showing, especially the bottom lane. I think Light and Crisp really never got comfortable in that series. It was more so the fact that, Aris versus Xiaohu was definitely a one-sided affair for me.
For sure. I mean, Light and Crisp have been struggling. That was a large talking point for this team as we went into the last playoffs of this season. So whether or not this team is actually going to get it together, remember, we came into this year with Urha and Hung on this lineup.
Yeah.
And a rumor during the offseason of 2024 was Light basically went to Weibo management and said, it's either me or him. And obviously we saw that Weibo opted for a new support, kept Light on. They didn't find as much success as they wanted to early on into the year, and now back with Crisp, we are, I think, getting a lot of the same tendencies we have seen from a majority of this Weibo roster for the past 2 years.
What has been a fun new addition, and part of it's been the meta for Weibo that we did get to see in that second game for WBG as we get the rosters announced, and we'll get the Grasshopper everybody loves coming out soon.
Yes.
I've really been enjoying Tien on these carry junglers. We saw it a couple of times in the playoffs. We got to see the Kiana yesterday against GAM Esports, kind of ran away with the game last time. So I do think, you talked about same sort of issues for the bottom lane. It's been fun to see one of the more legendary LPL junglers, Tien, tap it back into some of these carry champions, and we'll see if he decides to go that route against, like you mentioned, a very familiar foe in JD Gaming.
Yeah, I want to mention that in my mind, I think tonight's series does come down to our two junglers. Xun has been a little bit more disconnected. I want to give a little bit more criticism towards the rest of his team, as I think they tend to leave Xun on an island and try to make their own plays around objectives, which then ends up leading to them being a little too split and separated from the rest of the team. But I need Xun to step it up. He had such massive carry performances in certain spots of the year, but this team has stumbled time and time again. While I feel like Tien doesn't always get the best start from his team, but I think makes a lot of good things happen and definitely plays some of the dirty roles that need to happen if this team wants to find success.
And then top lane has definitely been getting down and dirty at points too, right? I think the breathe you saw there was very impactful so far in their first game of the Asia Invitational, and Xiaosu has had his moments, right? Yeah, I think Alk, you were particularly impressed with whenever he's been able to play. He's had a pretty good Croc performance. He's been able to play the Renekton very well. We actually saw Clear get some MVP votes in the last series for BFX playing that Renekton, so we'll have to see if that's something that Xiaosu goes to. I think top lane is a fun matchup, given some of the depressing nature of the other lanes that we've already kind of touched on.
Yeah, top lane hasn't been great. Xiaosu kind of disappointed me last night, I won't lie. He was getting quite gapped by Siwoo, so I kind of want to hope that we get a better performance from him. And throughout this year, we've also been able to see Xiaosu actually be very, very good into Breathe. I think that they match up stylistically in favor of JDG. Like, Xiaosu is a player that plays with a lot less resources, but I think gets a little bit more done. Whereas Breathe, not the best laner, but has always been someone that I think plays the map a little bit better than his opponents. And I don't know, I'm kind of tentatively excited to see these two, because this is potentially our last bouts between our two of our LPL teams here tonight.
But they are not the ones that decide this matchup.
True MVP.
Yeah, the true MVP.
Okay, so for context at home, the pronunciation for grasshopper and worm are very, very similar.
Very similar, yeah.
So I'm glad that they are now showing love to our beloved grasshopper.
Undefeated Grasshopper. 4-0 in predictions. I went back and checked the tape. Picked D plus Kia, picked Weibo, and has picked BFX 2 times in their 2 wins. Homie's down the middle. Oh, that's a Weibo lean.
Oh,
that's a Weibo lean.
No, they're going to eliminate them from the tournament. No!
That's a Weibo win. Yep, there we go. All right. So it's either the Cosmic Grasshopper strikes again, or Weibo or JDG beat the most fierce odds. They've had to beat their own team chemistry. They've had to outplay some misplays from their support role and scout, and now they have to go against the Cosmic Grasshopper. I mean, it just gets tougher and tougher for JDG fans every day in 2025.
There was an image that I saw, and I did bookmark. I want to thank the people in the community that posted. It was a photo of a grasshopper, and it's I'm never wrong. I'm either correct or lying.
Yep.
So far, he's only been correct. This grasshopper has been very, very prophetic. But for JDG, I don't know how much of a turnaround time they're going to have, because Pays looked uncharacteristically bad in their last series last night, and even when you go back to the regional finals versus IG, a lot of stumbling versus Gala.
Pays is just such a lifeline through all of the haze that JDG has had this year. We're into game 1 draft here. Weibo on the blue side, and we see some classic heavy hitters that are going to hit the ban table. Azir has been banned almost completely in this tournament so far. Orianna, also a heavy hitter. Kiana jungle. I like that ban in Tien. We talked about how he likes those carry looks when he can get them. But Alk so far, 4 bans. What is standing out to you for Weibo looking on this B1?
I mean, you still have things like Ryze. We've seen the Ryze and Orianna here on 25-19 have been really, really impactful. You can see that JDG responding to that, I think, quite well. The Kiana, to me, a champion that honestly you just cannot give over to Tien. I think him and Kenavi have looked like the best Kiana players here in the LPL. And getting rid of Nico, I think very, very telling. Both of these teams are, I think, teams that don't necessarily prioritize this champion. And also with how lane swaps have evolved here on this patch and previously, winning lane matchups aren't as important anymore. So going to be quite telling to see what the first picks are. But usually early on, especially in best of 3s, seeing a lot of focus going into mid.
Yeah, Ryze, Azir, Orianna. I mean, those are, I would assume, top 3 on the pick band so far of the limited looks we've gotten of this ASI. Where do we want to go with this B1? You do still have Talia. I mean, maybe you just, or the Aurora. Like, these are 2 champions that Xiaohu feels very comfortable on. So Xiaohu will pick that one up.
Yep, guarantees a very strong lane. We've been seeing that the answer into Aurora has mostly been LeBlanc. And some people trying to go over top, trying to burst her in the laning phase. Also just means that Weibo do have some flexibility between their solo lanes. So hopefully that's one lane that generates some kind of priority, the ability to punish their opponents as well. JDG leaning on some old comforts though. Corki was one of the most picked champions that we saw from FaZe in this last split, and something that I have personally been a big fan of because I think it smooths some of the worst parts of JDG's gameplay, which is the laning phase, particularly with this 2v2. With
the hovers, at least, it feels like they're trying to look at... Okay, never mind. We're just...
You're getting baited by hovers.
Yeah, I mean, Shun is clicking all the champions here as they get down. I like to see the Alistar. Yeah, this is a classic combination. So they're going to get Zhuo on a very comfortable Alistar. Like you mentioned, comfort for JDG. What does the turn look like here for Tien, especially? We talked a bit about his champion pool, where he's looked to go, all the dirty work he does for this team. Feels like they might not respond with bottom lane now. It might just be kind of a handshake of, we're going to shore up our top side on Weibo, and JDG obviously have their bottom lane already composed.
Alright, so still leaving a lot of different skirmishers available. I think it's a little tough to play Jarvan into Alistar personally. Yes, you can have the ability to go in and lock down targets, most likely just to force the Valkyrie or do a Valkyrie check on the Corki. But versus an Alistar, you can very quickly just headbutt him out or immediately burst out this champion. So a decent enough front line here from Weibo. I mean, you have a lot of go buttons, especially the ability to go forward. So for Weibo, it seems like they have a pretty decent front line. Here from JDG now, I kind of want to see whether or not they're going to opt for more champions that are going to allow or receive a lot of this incoming pressure, or if they're going to try to circumnavigate that, maybe try to go over top with another tank top lane matchup. Maybe they just try to slam through some of these lanes, considering we already talked about the Corki and the Alistar as a 2v2. Now with the Gnar, it seems like they want to try to see if Xiaosu can put the brakes down on the Breathe.
I do think, you mentioned Breathe has been a bit weaker in lane. The Cassante can be a bit more kind to that sort of style, right? You're kind of just nullifying a lot of it. It's going to be annoying. You expect Xiaosu to get a bit of a farm lead on this range Gnar, but Breathe is best when you get this Cassante out of lane. So getting that comfort pick is still pretty big. And now as we roll into the second phase and our bans are coming out, I expect them to be pretty 80 carry pointed, especially at light. I think, I mean, he's a big fan of the Jhin in a lot of spots. I don't think it's going to work here. They already take away the Kai'Sa. I am curious what Light wants to put together in this game. Is he still just center stage? I don't know why Light's game is just so like... He is up there, man. Yeah.
Someone was playing TFT. Hey! Someone was playing TFT in the background before these games. Like that is a perfect warm-up. I don't... In theory, I would actually really like a Jhin here for Weibo. I think giving your team, with how much poke you have from mid-jungle, the ability to use a Deadly Flourish, allow him to play from range so he doesn't get into effective touching distance between like a Corki or an Alistar or a Gnar. But I don't think this team has enough damage if that's going to be the
problem,
case.
Right? Yeah.
So is this maybe a Xayah? I think that's fine for them. Ezreal could also be interesting, allows you to buffer any kind of crowd control coming in from JDG, because right now from Jindong what I'm seeing is they have a lot of conditional crowd control. Like they have to be able to land. You can get out of the headbutt and the pulverize combo. You can avoid the Gnar ultimate. So they need some kind of lockdown, and it has to come from either mid or jungle here.
Wukong not going to be one of those more surefire abilities with the Cyclone. So you start to think about what could be good options. Poppy, that's just going to be a direct counter to this Jarvan. So another reason why Tien is going to have a much harder time navigating this game for Weibo.
Okay, so Poppy's a good denial. I do think that JDG are very short-ranged now, and that becomes problematic when we're talking about playing into Cassante and the Aurora. I feel like this plays exactly into their range and what they want to be able to accomplish in team fights. Okay, Yunara as a hover I think is fine. Lucian gives you the flexibility, and now you can't go Lucian Braum, but honestly, like, Lucian Milio is fine here. I know we've been seeing a lot of Lucian and Leona as well. Still a pretty decent 2v2 there, and I think the ability to then have pick potential in the mid game is fine, especially versus a Gnar. Rakan can flip some of the matchups and gives Chris the chance to also change targets with his battle dance. He can move forward with a champion like Aurora or the Jarvan.
Not a pairing you normally see, though, right? You talked about Leona and Shanters. Rakan Lucian, a pairing that doesn't have a lot of stats behind it. We'll see if Light and Chris can make this one work. R5, though, for the man chilling with one AirPod in, one headphone in. What does he want to try and counter? Xiaohu, couple of decent hovers. I wonder if how good does a cast angle look into the... All right, well, never mind.
No, we're not playing Cassiopeia into Jarvan. I'm sorry. This is not happening.
True.
That one sounds very, very miserable. Okay, Victor, a champion that can be very resilient in the laning phase is the word I'll use, but I don't know. I won't lie, Slayer. I see this JDG comp. I think, surprisingly enough, I don't think they have enough frontline here because most of it is going to be Xun and Zhuo, but Poppy is actually not that tanky. I feel like a lot of people get this champion wrong, and they're like, oh, this champion has a ton of stats. You have the steadfast presence that also gives you resistances when you're at a certain HP threshold, but Poppy kind of wants to go in, maybe abuse phase rush in some aspects to get in and get out, but aside from that, it's more of like a burst champion or a denial instead of being like a frontline. So when I look at this from JDG's perspective, I think you have a lot of ways of being able to bounce back. I think their identity is also a little bit more clear than their team. And while they have mostly pushing lanes in some of these matchups, the thing that I want to see from these two teams is, can we actually properly set up an objective? Because Weibo have had struggles, especially with getting their bot lane in position, and JDG have had some terrible objective setups just in this tournament alone in 2 games.
Yeah, another worry I think I have from JDG with the damage profile, you gotta wait a bit for like definitely Victor to come online, and then Corki even, like, you really want, Trinity Force is expensive, you want to get to more mana, you're looking at like a Lucian, an Aurora, a J4 with Sundered Sky, that is a lot more skirmish reliable damage. So like you talked about with setup issues for JDG, if they're not set up correctly and they're late to some of these objectives, like, where's the damage until you get enough items behind this Victor and Corki? We'll have to find out. Yeah, there was a lot up in the air for this series, a lot of tape on our two teams, and like you heard Alk Battery mention, could be one of the final times we get to see Weibo versus JD Gaming in the year 2025, and we're on to the Rift with a ceremonious fan start.
There we go. Glad they're having fun. There is no fans in the arena, if you couldn't tell from the multiple of the player statues that we got to see in game. But I don't know, Slayer. Like, Victor doesn't have the most amount of fun if he doesn't have a flash versus Aurora, Jarvan, and the Rakan. So let's see how the 2v2 goes. We've had a lot of criticisms for Light and Crisp, and while Paze and Jewel haven't been the strongest, I think Paze's most recent performances have left a lot to be desired, and that's not even including the fact that Jewel has been a player that I think has been pretty hit or miss.
Yeah, just kind of try to play stopgap. It's the support role for JDG has been such a rough go of it. They're going to deny Crisp coming up here, and we do get the swap through here. I was curious to see if we get this AD carry in the 1v1 sort of scenario into a Gnar that can kind of match the trading power, but Light opts for it, so it's going to be a breathe with Crisp for the time being, and Light on the top side, and Xiaohu and Scout are already throwing hands level 1. Both of them burning their flashes, and it's just an auto-attack battle that Scout is going to win.
Yeah, but now Xiaohu is kind of trapped here because the wave is going to... He's stuck. We're actually seeing that Crisp, he got the level 2 for his top, or his top laner is going to catch this next wave. He's coming mid. There's no flash here for Scout, and they have Vision of Shin. Oh, they're not going to be able to make the play. He's pulling back. The wave's in a bit of a weird spot. You can see that Alistar now has to come and help and fix this situation.
You've also got Tien looming over towards his own mid laner's turret. Yes, this is a LPL gameplay if I've seen it already, where we got a level 1 Chris dodging an Alistar. Tien's guarding Xiaohu on his camps. Now Xun gets the snake in behind. Tien kind of knows that Xun is hanging around here, but he still gets slammed into the wall. The double knockup's going to come across as well, but where is the damage? There is no early damage on any of these teams, but Tien's going to flag drag forward. Scout is without flash, and Scout is first blood victim here for Weibo. Chris going to get the nice healing. Tien gets a shield, and Xun is out of there without a mid laner, but Tien says not so fast. I like the look of Zhuo here. Let's get your flash out of here. Hell, let's take a TP off Scout. He wants to come back expedited. Oh, this series, man.
That is, it's Scout's dead. This Scout's dead.
I don't think he's dead. I think
he just TP'd back. Xiaohu still has this teleport. This is why this Aurora is so potent.
Shoot's coming around.
Shoot's gonna come back. Okay.
Shoot's coming back here. All right, Chris, stay away from the wall. Yep. All right.
Guys, what am I watching? All right. Well, look, JDG versus Weibo is always going to be entertaining. Now, I kind of want to touch back on that top lane match because you mentioned Gnar does have a little bit more range. This used to be an old school counter when Lucian top lane was still very, very prevalent. You used to be able to play it into Gnar. You could try to abuse him in the laning phase, but has changed up a little bit. Obviously, values have changed since then. Also, marksmen have gotten a lot of damage taken out of their kits just flatly thanks to the durability patch that we had a little bit ago. Not a little bit ago, a while ago now. But this is a good start here for Weibo. Not just the fact that they won that kill, but they got a good lane situation. They basically fixed Xiaohu's mid-wave state and made a pretty good play out of nothing, honestly.
Let's see, though, if Breathe is going to get punished trying to step up to his wave. Hex Flash for Zhuo from behind. Breathe does have Flash, and good timing on it. Going to make sure no knockup comes across, but good little mini gank there from Zhuo as he unites back with his AD carry that he hasn't seen in a hot minute.
I think also we get to see why I think JDG's comp is a little at odds. They don't have that conditional crowd control. We saw multiple times in that mid lane play that Zhuo could not get headbutt pulverize combos for one reason or another. And Crisp can also interrupt it if he gets the W down. So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of fun stuff happen across the Rift. But Scout, there's 3 people mid,
bro. Oh my God, is Scout gonna live this? All right.
Yes,
bro.
Okay. What did they do this mini wave? So Xiaohu did hit it. The mid wave for JDG is going to hit first, and Jewel is going to be here at the very least, either just collect ambient farm. I know it says that they're even in CS, but Xiaohu should be up like a quarter of a level after this mini lane wave, and also be decently ahead or this early on with the gold lead.
That's big on the Aurora. Again, Weibo definitely going to be a lot more comfortable skirmishing when we get to these Grubs conversations. Maybe the Drake on the bot side. Everybody just loving the mid lane. Like the hottest club in town right now. Zhuo's hanging around here too. He's picking up some pretty valuable levels. He's got a lead over Chris by this point, who joins back up with Light towards the top side. And as you pointed out, Scout going to fall a bit behind in the CS and the levels, and Zhuo's really not helping at least the XP part of that conversation. Tien wants to join back towards the mid lane here. So is Shun. We're just doing this dance again. Everybody is dancing around the mid lane.
They need to be very careful, though, because they don't have eyes on Crisp, who's on a flank, and Xiaohu on this mid wave could get level 6 in the middle of this fight.
Crisp is camping out. Good call there, Alk. Xiaohu gets access to the Between Worlds. Looks like they're going to let Zhuo reset here as Pei's going to take another trade. Breathe really wanted to get an angle to go all out, and he's going to eat a turret shot for it. Pei's not going to allow him the angle to go in. Tofo strikes level 3. Breathe is once again going to get routed and flaked on. He has no idea this is happening. Zhuo is just going back to the bread and butter, and this time Breathe, well, he's got the all out to cut the angle through, and I think he's going to have to use it onto Zhuo. Headbutt, pulverize back towards the turret. Breathe, holding onto that ultimate. It's going to get stunned up, and he's going to try to turn back on the Pei's. I don't think the homie's even going to cast the all out. Yeah, gets a shield. Kasante Gaming. Not this time. Kill over to Pei's.
Okay, but what can we see JDG actually get for this? Because now what Weibo are doing, they're on the top side of the map. They're taking camps away. We're seeing that Shun is making a beeline to the enemy Raptors, but I think that they can try to defend this. Crisp is now showing in mid. Xiaohu's looking.
Worlds. Scout holding on to that flash and the arcane start. Chris gets to speed up from the heal. There's Scout having to flash away from a good knockup. Chris, though, gets denied by Zhuo, who re-engages, gets a good stun on a Tien. Don't know if he's able to capitalize on the Cataclysm. Good little interrupt there from Zhuo to make sure he doesn't get caught either. Nobody really ends up getting caught except for Scout's flash.
Yeah, Breathe dies there, but that is still going to be Weibo stealing at least 2 camps on top side. Now they get the Raptors, and look at Tien's camps. Red buff is up. respawning Krugs. His top side is up and available, so he can now make the rotation. Light is going to go there as well, and now that Chris has teleported back into the mid lane, they can start to transfer a lot of their vision control up into the top side of the map. So I like this idea from Weibo. I think that we're seeing JDG be a little bit slow to the punch, and I don't think we've really seen them set up the map a little bit more proactively.
That was a big thing you were looking for from both of our teams, is how much setup is going to really dictate this series. We're going to see Tien walking his way up towards this top river. I think he's just going to start these grubs up.
Yeah.
Zhone out of base is going to be late here, and they've got Crisp covering. Don't know if this is the best time for Xiaohu to reset. Zhuo is still looking to make plays with this Alistair, but Crisp is way too sneaky to really get thwarted on that. If they just buy time here, I think Tien's going to pick up all 3 of these grubs.
That's a pretty nasty investment. I mean, Zhuo, you know they had vision here. You're just dead.
Okay, yep. Zhuo really wishes he had an Unbreakable Will right now. Is he actually not dead? Keeper's worked over the wall. Oh, all right. Shun punts out Tien. Paze is walking down Breathe. Nope, you're not out of it. We're still in the thick of it right now. I think Breathe's going to be fine. Let's go back to the grubs. I think Tien's going to pick the... Oh, no, we're not done. Oh, no, the slow landed. All right, Breathe's going all out. He's going to flash after Paze. Paze, we're going to have to use the summer at some point. Good little sidestep there. The rocket. Maybe Paze is locked back in. But Breathe is going to survive here. Action all over the map.
Okay. So Tien ends up going for the grubs. This is going to be 3 grubs going over to Weibo. Now, can they actually side lane? That's going to be something that we'll have to end up seeing throughout this game. Meganar no longer available. This could be a dive going on to Xiaosu.
Gonna have to flash the Cataclysm. That's going to be coming right for his noggin here. He's trying to cut the wave down desperately, but the grubs are doing good enough help there. There's the flash out of the Cataclysm, but more than enough turret cover, and Light is going to bring the damage. Tien gets the kill.
All right, JDG, they're going to start up this dragon. This is probably going to be at least another minion wave missed here by Xiaosu. Doesn't have teleport either, so probably just going to have to go bottom side, pick up this wave after he respawns. But I mean, Weibo, it seems like they are the ones that are dictating the game to their opponents. Tien has an early lead here in this game. We saw a lot of action in the mid lane, and I think part of that, also the movement between Tien and Crisp, has been really, really good to make sure that they can progress the state of the game, make sure that they're contesting Shun on his camps, and trying to counter jungle, so that not only are they getting a lead and providing at least a little bit of assistance, but they're also taking away and creating information for themselves as to where this Poppy could be in the next few moments.
We talked a little bit about, in the draft, the expensive early items for Paze. I think this is a good point to bring it up because Light already has his Essence Reaver done. It's going to be a little bit of time before Paze can get the Trinity Force locked in. Luckily for JDG, though, there aren't going to be any really big objectives to bring a skirmish where Light can take control of the mid-game power of the solution. So by the time we get towards a Mountain Drake in 4 minutes or the Herald in a bit shorter time, Paze will be right on toe item-wise with the slight gold lead that he has for Light. And like we talked about, with Scout still a very far ways away from bringing a ton of damage, going the Roa route on this Victor, a lot of the onus is on Paze to make these fights competitive.
Oh, God. Yeah, wait, this team is going to do no damage. Let's see what Scout's second item is, because I don't see a tier quite yet, so this still could be like Roa into Blackfire Torch. I think it's a little bit tough. It might just be Horizon Focus second, seeing as that has been the new stat stick in the mid lane.
Valkyrie check. All right, there we go. Pace passes. Crisp,
Nice.
buddy. Okay. Crisp? What? Why? Why did we go that far into the turret?
Okay, fine. I mean, that was a good combo there from JDG. There was no ability for Weibo to continue that fight. We saw that Zhuo did the headbutt pulverize, also got the stun in the middle of that onto Crisp, though he gets locked down, isn't able to do much. I mean, there we go. Cool.
Valkyrie
we just
check
traded
pass
it for
again.
Cataclysm.
Oh, Coling, though. Pace. Can't dance around the line there. Light gets the feats of warfare, and Zhuo now heralding back towards his turret. He had the ultimate if he needed it, but this is going to be plates towards Light and a lot of gold to the solution. Again, we talk about the damage conversation. Light is going to be a huge player.
Oh, he got 2 plates on top side. Now he's going to get 3 plates split between him and Tien on the bottom lane. This feels really strong. Both of these objectives now are going to spawn around the same time in about 2 minutes here. So it'll be up to
they got
Weibo
grubs
in my mind. Yeah, they're just going to get the full first turret. This is going to be feats of strength going over at 13 minutes. That's a huge inflection of gold coming on through.
It was so good for JDG catching Chris there, but it all crumbles off that one culling. Zhuo swinging on over here, but I don't think he's going to be able to connect in time to cut Tien or Light off, who still have access to their dashes and their flashes. Yeah, so huge swing there from Tien and Light to get Weibo in a very comfortable position with those neutral objectives that we were talking about a couple minutes earlier coming pretty soon. Oh, Zhuo. Zhuo, this is not your jungle. Showing over the wall. Xiaohu's going to drop some decent damage. I don't think there's much more to be had here. Weibo, again, they don't need to fight here. They need resets on their AD in jungle.
Yeah. What does Lucian get on this second back? Probably just going to be completed boots and then getting closer to a second item. Okay, so he's going to forego that. Oh, no, no, no. There's an RFC in this game on Lucian. Get me out. Oh,
well,
God.
no, Flicker Blade. No?
Oh, I guess it could be Flicker Blades? Okay. But you and I, Slayer, we've had a conversation. I'm going to have to hold this. I think Zhuo's maybe dead.
Maybe. Shun's playing pretty good bodyguard. Pace is coming over. Double knock up with the Keeper's Verdict. Charm's going to come out here from Crisp. Xiaohu's trying to burn through Zun's health bar. The Cataclysm on the back end, but Pace has a ton of damage. Xiaohu is trapped. There's nowhere for him to go, and Pace is trying to step up as the Titan for JDG. Looking a lot better after that D plus Kia series right now.
Okay, so they got 2 free kills there coming on through. Chris does end up escaping. It's short-term gold here for JDG, and maybe some nice, mostly needed reprieve here in this game. But while it was a summoner trade, and also the kills, as we had just mentioned, Light wasn't there for that play, and now JDG are going to be missing a little bit of spells to be able to make plays on this dragon. I want to see what their priority is going to look like. Wow, this is a really old replay now. Cinematic camp, there we go. So League Director, I don't know why we got to do this to Paze. I just had to watch him lose to aiming yesterday. Really not my my best life that I'm living here.
Not about it,
but
yeah.
That is a full turret here for Light. I should hope that Weibo are going to start up this Herald.
I mean, I'm just hoping that Light gets a reset in soon. If he can't, he can't. You're right, the Herald's here. Because I think he's going to have Flicker Blade on back. Chris, re-engaging here, just trying to set up pressure. JDG, how do they navigate back into this pit? They don't have any vision. There's a ward thrown over, but
they have no
I don't
flash.
think he really justifies.
Why are we here?
Yeah, there's no reason to be here.
They're gonna try and go for this dragon on bottom side. Xiaosu is currently underneath the turret right now, trying to take this tier 1 in the bottom lane. I like this lane allocation that we're seeing from Weibo, having Cassante sit in mid so that he can flex back down into bottom side. So here is the replay around this dragon pit that we saw. There's just no damage from Weibo. It's almost entirely Xiaohu in this instance, and a lot of their damage went into the Alistar. So once that happens, Paze does pop the barrier. Have Scout also hitting over the wall and getting a few assists does feel nice, but it's Weibo with 3 grubs. It's Weibo with the Herald as well. They can forego this dragon, get a lot of early gold. They already have the top lane tier 1 and the bottom lane tier 1. If they can get the next one in mid, I think it's harder for JDG later in this game to properly contest this objective.
All right, wait, but let's not make the same mistake JDG did, hanging around an objective that just isn't theirs. Gonna try and get the inside track towards mid lane. Zhuo engaging onto Xiaohu. TP coming through here. This is gonna be Xiaosu joining into the fight. Exhaust onto Xiaohu. Unbreakable Will out of Zhuo. And it's a big old nothing burger.
All right. Still is a dragon going over to JDG. Also is going to be Ocean
Herald?
Soul here in this game. They're going to summon Herald. They want to try to pressure their opponents. The longer that JDG can stay on this map, the better it is for Weibo, because they have a bot lane that's pushing in favor of them. And while this top lane is just going to get caught, let's see if they can make something to Xiaohu.
Between Worlds, you talk about how tanky is Poppy. Really, he's taking enough to get through that first full engage. Tien, 1 versus 2. Xiaosu doesn't have enough damage. The Herald crashes in. Crisp gets a charm. Keeper's Verdict. Who can it punt out? It's going to be the Lucian. They actually get Light out. Bit of a window here for JG to go forward. They do lose their mid-tier 1 in the background. Zhuo gets a headbutt onto Xiaosu. No mana, no dashes. He's going to go down, and a huge Gnar ultimate comes across from Xiaohu, throwing both Breathe and Tien into the wall. Light has no way to really fight any of these kills. There's so many blinking health bars, but he can't auto the ones low enough. Flashes back over his Raptor's pit, but Pace follows him over the wall and cuts him down for size.
There we go. Okay, so Weibo thought they could squeeze a little bit more from their opponents, but JDG are just able to slip out from underneath their opponents. They get 4 kills for the trade. It is Weibo going for short-term economic victories, though. They were able to accomplish their objective of getting the mid-tier 1. Now it's about whether or not they can make that into a meaningful objective here in this game, as we see that multiple members are getting on their way or already completed their second item.
The big one's Pace, right? couple tier stacks away from more mana. I want to go back to a conversation we were going to have before action started. It is the Flicker Blade for Light. I think what we wanted to talk about, Ulk, was... All right, hold on. We got to go through the replay. Interrupted again?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, cool. They overextended for Shun. I actually think that Tian has a decent idea of what he's supposed to do, which is keep a lot of the engage members away. Remember, there's no Poppy for a large portion of this fight. Also, Xiaosu and Zhuo on the other side. This Keeper's Verdict, though, it takes Light out, and this is what I think ends up being the downfall. Another fight where Light is not in a position to be there, and that's when JDG are able to pounce. That's where I think a lot of the big difference making is happening.
And, you know, back to the discussion, Light doesn't have enough damage here. He goes Flicker Blade. He has 2 long swords right now. I like, low-key, this looks a lot different if the guy just rushes IE, which I think is the right second item, by the way, not Flicker Blade. That's what I want to talk about.
I saw the community was talking about... you know, some change. Oh, this might just be a solo killer. At least there's no flash.
Sun is here to cover. Arcane Storm down. Good to Tofel strike back. Keeper's Verdict knock him, though. It's Sun to the rescue again. Saving Scout there from certain peril.
All right, 45 seconds before the Otacon spawn. Scout's going to have to catch this wave, take his recall here. Hopefully he is closer to his Horizon focus that we were mentioning. It's going to be Gnar that takes over this lane. Does not have teleport for this next objective fight, but you can see that Weibo trying to fight over priority, pushing in bottom lane, pushing in mid lane. There's a good find there for JDG. Buys them time here out on the map.
Should claim some of this standing gold. Definitely in the top lane here. Pays testing his limits a bit. Light going blow for blow. My lord, that big rocket did a ton of damage. Both redemptions come down to heal up these 80 carries. And this is buying time. Mostly for Xiaosu. Gets that top lane tier 1. He's going to push that wave in a bit further with Otacon spawning on the other side of the map. Tien looking for an angle onto Pays, who still has Valkyrie. He just used that and the flash available. So the Cataclysm threat, pretty minor right now for Tien still.
All right, right now we're seeing that there's a bit of a jockeying position, but because all of these outer turrets for JDG are gone, it is a little easier for their opponents to just walk in, muscle their way through. You can see that they're also contesting pretty high on the mid-wave. Light needs to be careful. You do not have flash, and it's a little tough to get out with Relentless Pursuit versus the Alistar combo. But because they got to the mid-wave first, they get to go right back into Fog of War around this river.
Oh, Chris, good interrupt.
Wow,
Will
Chris
gets out of his headbutt pulverized. Now he drops the Unbreakable Will. Light, though, has a shot onto Pays, who has Valkyrie over the wall, and they lose Woe first. Remember, Otacon is on this bot side, so Weibo, I like them not over-chasing here. They can force JDG to respond to this Otacon and not allow them to reset if they want.
I don't think they care about the Otacon at this moment. They're having Light go mid. I think they're more indexing towards this dragon right now that spawns in 15 seconds. Joel will be up before it spawns, and he will have a lot of movement speed. I wonder if he has a summoner spellbook available to him. He could try to use Ghost or something. Seems like Weibo recognized that they're a little too low on resources. No mana there on Xiaohu, and they just used 2 ultimates, so just going to be a reset for the time being.
Remember, both these top laners in their own little world, but they do have teleport for any sort of fight. See if Xiaosu tries to stack up the Gnar bar into a good spot before maybe TPing on over. It's actually, like you called, Zhuo, this is going to enter the river first here to try and fight back the Vision battle. Tien nearby, but both teams still need to play a bit of a stall game before either, oh boy, can get into position for this dragon.
All right, let's take a look back at the Pays. He has flash. There's
Oh,
Valkyrie.
yeah. Okay, Tien has to drop the Cataclysm, though. That's the threat of the pop.
Whoa.
Pace still ends up flashing at the very end of it, though.
I don't know if maybe he just lost track of where Xiaohu was, or maybe he was thinking that the last little bits of maybe a redemption was going to happen. I don't know. Either way, though, now this means that Weibo, they get access to this objective. There is no ability here for JDG to play. I mean, Keeper's Verdict is up and available, but I think right now what they've been doing is just getting time for Xiaosu on the side lane. Now up 40 CS versus this Cassante. I need to see this guy make a big difference, because last night's games versus D plus Kia were really, really disappointing when we talked about how good of a player he was for this team in Split 3.
Oh, here he comes. Has the Sterix done. 2 items versus Breathe. That's a huge power influx. And this is an LPL Classic, Ulk. We're dancing at the Otacon and likely flipping this entire game now.
Okay, so remember there's no flash here for Pays on this fight. Also,
Does Tian
Meganar
get
now
in?
coming through.
Oh, Shun.
Wow.
That's it right there. Knocks out the 80 carry and engage tool for Weibo, and they're completely awestruck right now. Huge charm comes across from Chris on the back end to maybe save Breathe, and it's enough time to get Shun killed, but Xiaoxu flies in the back line. Huge knockups and throws into the air. It's just knockup city right now, this fight. Chris gets a good hit up onto Pays, but he remains untouched, and the Arcane Storm is ever expanding in the name of JD Gaming. Xiaoxu looking for a way back in to eliminate Pays, but he spots him with the Phosphorus Bomb. Xiaoxu off to the side. Can the General get in to find these kills? Pays can't even fall to Tien, and there's the ace coming through for JD Gaming.
There it is, the Otacon, and they win the fight afterwards. A full ace in trade for one member of JDG. Also getting a mid-turret for Scout. This is continuing to be how this matchup has gone in recent times. JDG knocked them out of the regional finals. JDG knocked them out of Split 3 grand finals. I think it is really just the top side of this map getting things going. It was a rocky first few minutes for Scout and Sun. But as we see in this replay, Shun coming up massive with this Poppy. The Keeper's Verdict basically immediately wins them the fight. And even if it is a great engage here from Chris Bond to 3, where is the team? Xiaohu's already late on this ultimate. They put so much into killing this Poppy that there's no ability for them to turn around this fight afterwards.
Such a huge catch from that ultimate from Xiaoxu. He gets light. This Lucian that we've been putting so much, attention on. It does such little damage value in this fight. And it's who else on the other side? Pays. I mean, on his complete limit. He is stared in the face by a Cassante, a J4, and he is more than up for the task at this point. Now 7-1, has his LDR done. He is far and away ahead of Light by this point, and it's going to start showing in the items pretty soon.
And not just him, look at the other carry on his team. This Victor now having the Seeker's Arm Guard. Very, very potent and pretty difficult to take down. Also going to hit level 16 in a few moments here if he's able to access the mid lane wave. Looks like they are giving it over to Pays. Teleport comes on through from Xiaohu. They know that this Gnar is not going to be in the area. Any chunks they can get might open up some time for them to start up a Baron.
Big rocket from Pays to trade back. Xiaohu really wants a flank angle with this Between Worlds, trying to use that invisibility to maybe catch Pays out, but the ward will spot him, so the flank does not manifest. JD Gaming kind of can just play on the back foot. Bide time for Xiaoxu. He can knock down a tier 2 turret. Weibo are kind of stuck here in no man's land.
Okay, Xiaoxu is still splitting. The longer that JDG can keep them in this mid lane, the better it's going to be for them. There will be no Mega Gnar for the next few moments here. You can see the pings going in on mid. They want to find Zhuo.
So Chris, he's trying to get a charm. He does catch out Scout, but he seems comfortable with Shun guarding him as a bodyguard. Xiaohu's going to try and execute onto Zhuo. Gets the kill. Keeper's Verdict is not going to find its mark this time for Zhuo, and Scout is caught in the stasis. Good flash get away from the knockup, though. Xiaoxu trying to throw out these little boomerangs to find the kills, but Breathe is thriving. Light's trying to dish out the damage. Xiaoxu feels like he can go blow for blow, and he will make the difference alongside the untouched Pays. Weibo thought they had a way in. They thought they had their Lucian roaring through with the damage, but it's just too little, too late for Weibo Gaming.
There it is. I just love what we got from Xiaoxu in this game here. He has been so good in the solo lane. Died a few times on dives, but has made it basically no mistakes in this game here. Gets a massive ultimate in that last fight around the Otacon. We get the... Oh! He swapped! The Grasshopper has changed. It's going over. Does this count as them still being right, by the way? Because we've seen a few mid-game pips of the Grasshopper.
I think he's... If we're using that, then I don't know if we can count some of his earlier wins, because he definitely switched sides in some of those other matchups as well.
I just want to remember... Never wrong, either correct or lying.
Lying,
so
true.
100% prediction rate coming on through for our Grasshopper. I like, just look at this fight. There's no damage. Like, where are we as Weibo putting a lot of our focus? It has been into the tanks, but you have to wait for your combination of spells. You have to wait for your cooldowns, and I like that we got to see it. We noted it right before that fight, that Victor with these items is a little bit tougher to kill. The Zonias buys them time, and now JDG, they get the fight, they get the Baron, and now they're going to put themselves at Soul Point.
Feels like one fight with this Baron could really end this game too. Light getting some serious training into Xiaosu. Tien over the wall. Chris going to start things off. Zhuo is marking Tien. He can't get in. And Jun is going to punt out Light again. Where is the damage? It's all going to be on Xiaosu. Breathe tries to go all out, but a huge shield from Scout is going to save him. And now Weibo are running for the hills, but Shun has the mark for death. Xiaohu gets thrown into the wall, and the kills are stacking for Pays. Already picks up the triple kill, and it's going to be the ace over for JD Gaming, putting a nice little bow on game number 1, trying to keep their ASI alive, and they'll do so for now with a 1-0 lead over a familiar foe.
It's very important that JDG win here tonight. If they are able to beat Weibo, they will keep their dreams alive of being able to make it into the bracket stage. And it seems like with a confident game number 1, the JDG fans can keep on screaming their Jaios. They can keep themselves for at least one more game here in this tournament.
What a game also for, specifically who we were, a little bit doubtful of in the D plus Kia series. You mentioned Pays. This is a big game for him on the Corki stat-wise, but yeah, Xiaosu, again, in that matchup was against DK very routed. And this time around, man, he looked completely polished. You talked about how you expected him to take a lane advantage, but even the part of the game we feel like Breathe is best at, out of the lane, Xiaosu was flawless almost.
I don't think that they got very much out of the lane swap there. The Lucian didn't seem like it was able to do all that much. The level 1 was very potent, but aside from that, didn't seem like we got to see too much. And honestly, I want to call into criticism what we actually got from Xiaohu in this game, because while the damage numbers are similar, I think that his impact throughout multiple of these fights was pretty minimal, all things considered. And Weibo as a team, coordination-wise, have been very all over the place. Even just in this game alone, we're talking about we're fighting when our Fed Lucian, or the Lucian that is ahead at this point, is not near a fight, is not near the Dragon Pit. Why are we looking for these plays? If we can't make it happen with a burst mage like this Aurora, then we really just have to get back to basics. Play when we have numbers advantage. Play when we have the most strong member on our team.
I think that's a great call out. The Aurora, there were a couple of moments we're going to see in these replays that were close, but again, into a comp again with short range. This was supposed to be like the wheelhouse of a Jarvan composition, a Lucian comp, especially in Aurora as well. But the general was out of commission in game 1. It felt like.
I mean, this is some more of the bot lane plays. This was probably the most flashy moment that we got to see from Light. And while the 2v2 didn't exactly go to expectation, like, I don't think that I saw a moment where Light and Chris didn't work well together. I think that the problem is that I didn't see Chris be able to find engages when the rest of his team was there. Like, in this play, he uses all of his cooldowns and then he leaves the fight. So now Xiaohu and Tien end up being alone and they both end up dying. We talk about the bottom lane play where he finds like a 3-man ultimate like this, even around mid lane. He dives in, but no one else is there. So timing is really, really critical, because you can find the perfect engage, but if no one's there to actually follow you up, then basically it's not the perfect engage, right?
Right. I mean, and Xiaosu did have these perfect engages. You saw the 2-man slam there. The Otacon fight that we're going to get probably after this one is another great example of what you're talking about, with Chris getting this huge knock-up, and then, yeah, we're going to get it right here. With this, I mean, first of all, the Shun Keeper's Verdict is huge, but
yes,
it's Chris going back in. His engage is flashy, it looks cool, and then falls flat right here. Oh, 3-man charm, who knock up. All right, where's the damage? And then it's Xiaosu's turn, and what does he get? He catches Light, of all people, into a CC chain. That is a valuable Wombo combo.
Since we saw Xiaosu join this lineup in Split 3, he has just been able to take advantage of Breathe in these matchups every single time. I think of the regular season when we saw them in their very last 2 series. It was JDG Weibo on the second to last day, and then on the very last day of the season, we got to see JDG Weibo again due to a reschedule. That first series, they put a lot of focus into diving Xiaosu early, getting an advantage for Breathe, and that's how they ended up winning the series. Then they come in the next day. JDG looked like they have a lot of prep done. They were able to, I think, react accordingly to the series that they had just played. And Breathe never found those same advantages. That ended up being kind of why we saw them take a 2-1 victory at the end of the season. So I don't know if this is going to continue to go more to the same. This just means that we're going to see our two LPL representatives here in Group A go 1-1 and potentially tie themselves up here in the group.
With a pretty clutch head-to-head that would give JDG, but I don't want to talk about that too early. But one, because I don't want to jinx your JD Gaming squad all. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to Pays. Let's talk, well, MVP. I think it should just be Sasu. No? Okay, it's going to be Pays. I mean, look at the KDA.
Almost got a penta. Almost got a penta. 40% of his team's damage. Probably a game that statistically is going to feel very nice, but I think from an eye test, it was a normal Corki game in my mind. He had a lot of players, a lot of champions that were walking into him, which is kind of what Corki wants to be able to do.
I just want to see the voting split. I'll be happy. Let's just throw some love to Sasu. Let's give him. All right, I'll take it. One vote for Sasu. He gets 1 of the 4 or 5. No unanimous there. But hey, 2 guys that in the D plus Kia series were kind of absent. They both have immediate impact against a familiar foe. So shout out to Sasu and Pays and the rest of JD Gaming, who are 1 game away from making sure they have a shot at the knockout stage. It's Weibo that is going to have to reconvene and come back with a new game plan. We will see that in draft game number 2 after an intermission. See you guys on the other side. Nice to have you back with us here on the LPL English Twitch channel as our continued coverage of the Asia International continues here with the LPL taking center stage in our second match of the day. And for JD Gaming, it was Xiaosu and Pays really stepping up here. And so now the question for you all now becomes, what do you want to see from Weibo to try and even this series out and keep their hopes alive of securing a knockout stage and, well, knocking out JD Gaming?
I want to see a good top lane matchup, man, because I don't think I can fix Xiaohu in one game. I think that for the most part he has had to play facilitator for this team, and if that's going to be the case, then I need someone else to step up. Bot lane, I think, was in an okay position. I think Tien had to do a lot of the dirty work that we were talking about, but his team wasn't all there, so I just need either an Mbessa here for Breathe, which has been one of his most played champion here this year, or we're going to play something like a Scion. We need something that's going to be a little bit more immovable in comparison to the Cassante.
I would lean towards just getting Breathe on a tank here because I am still of the opinion that, well, like with the point that you use, that Xiaohu is not in the best of condition after the game one what we saw. Let's let Tien try and carry. Let's see if we can get him a more carry-oriented jungle. They're going to be on the blue side. I don't think Kiana's not going to get through, but I mean he has gone for some Zed games before. Then a Fury's come out, even though it's been a bit more nerfed. So maybe we see one of Breathe or Xiaohu, like a Galio or a Scion, like you talked about on the top side, and let Tien try and cook because he's been the most reliable member for Weibo the last couple of months in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout. That's fine. I think my only qualm is I think that Zed is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yes, the champion is fine. I just think that a lot of times when we see him, he doesn't have a lot of setup.
Yeah.
That ends up looking bad on the champion and the player as an extension. So let's see. It's going to be Weibo back on the blue side here. We're keeping bans fairly the same. Kiana here for JDG. Expect an Orianna Rise if this is going to be the run back. And for Weibo, Azir plus Nico. Need to be able to change it up a little bit in my mind, though, especially if we're talking about first picks for them.
Let's see. Do we keep the bans pretty stock similar? Well, who is to tell here by this point? Maybe start theory crafting what a JDG red side starts to look like on the draft. Do they try and lock? We did see last time that they locked down bottom lane with the Corki Alistair. Maybe. I mean, Lucian's had a lot of priority, or I'm forgetting that Lucian was playing in game number 1. Yep. I just got fearless,
This was a Rumble ban last time, so are they going for first pick Rumble? They know that there's no Cassante. You have to be considering that there's going to be an Ornn angle coming on through, though, so that could be a little bit more dangerous.
All right, they'll take the Rumble. Like you pointed out, we are on 25-19, but this is still a slightly nerfed Rumble, especially into those tank matchups. So that's why I think the orange shot is good. And there is still Scion that Xiaoshu could go towards. I think it's a very clear tank angle for the JDG top laner in this game.
All right. So what are they going to prioritize coming on through here for JDG? Because you know that there's going to be a Scion or an Ornn here in this game here for Xiaoshu. So since we know that they can't pick top lane, let's try to get another priority role. Let's take that Kai'Sa away from
LPL Kai'Sa.
Give Pays some tools to be able to play this game.
I'm not falling for any of these hovers, bro. You're playing a tank. You're not fooling me.
Just take jungle here. Like, they can take Xin Zhao here. I think Pantheon is fine. We have seen that Mbessa. I don't know. I really, really don't like the Mbessa matchup into Rumble early. But
well, we're getting it.
Yeah, we're getting more of what looks to be dive coming on through here from JDG. I also don't think that Xiaoshu has been the best Mbessa player, but has definitely gotten them out of some really tricky spots when he has played this champion.
For JDG and the dive strategy, right? Vi's still up and available. You can pair with things like Ahri if you really want to, like, full index into this dive. I think when you already see Yunara, like, Braum is a little scary for a dive comp, but, man, Yunara, if you could gap close into this champion, and you can cut down such a big hyper carry. So I think it's pretty bold for Light to already want to slam this hyper carry, slightly immobile marksman into a comp that's already saying we're going after your carries.
Yeah, there is no like guaranteed crowd control until this rel gets locked in. Okay, never mind. It is going to be the row.
Yep.
So, yeah, I agree. I think it's really tough to say, hey, I'm going to play Yunara and not have a lot of ways of slowing the opponents down here. So let's see what the response is going to be on 4-5 coming in from our two teams. JDG are going to have first pick on bans. So if I were them, I'm looking towards getting rid of either some jungle or some mid options here, especially if we're being a little bit more uncomfortable. Talia is something that definitely gets a few options from me. Could think about Annie here.
I think Talia should be a ban. Annie's fine. For Weibo, oh, did we miss a ban? Might have missed a ban.
We might have a draft remake. Let's see. Let's
it would be pretty deep for a draft remake. Hey, okay, or we're just going through.
They can still remake. We've seen this before. They'll still remake. So
yeah.
we can continue on as if that wasn't a miss.
I do. What I was going to say is Weibo, good ban on the Vi. I think the extra like reliable CC you're going to get is going to come from Shun. So get the Vi off the table. You already have a Wukong ban. Like now what are you thinking for a reliable engage? Like I don't. Like tank junglers, or do you just opt for the Xin Zhao? We'll have to see.
Okay. What is going to be the option here? I like the Vi. They need some kind of way to get into the backline because yes, if you can land the Mbessa ultimate and the Kaisa, then yes, then we can start to see that Galio and Yunara are under a little bit of threat, but we need to actually see JDG lock in a champion that's going to allow them to do that. Honestly, if you're really kind of looking towards it, Nocturne is interesting. There is no Orianna, so you'd be breaking up that pairing. They do need some kind of magic damage, so maybe this is just the Maokai game.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just try and lock down with the Twisted Advance. I always switch those in my head. Twisted Advance? There's no way this is real. If this gets locked in, we're definitely remaking draft. A Trundle. That is... How do you figure that with what we've been talking about?
I love Trundle. I've been one of the biggest Trundle pushers on this team. Not because I think necessarily he does have some early skirmishing, but I just think that early game, the pillar, the slow that it provides is really, really obnoxious. And we're kind of seeing from Weibo, they're a very static composition. They don't tend to move around too much outside of this now back end of the draft with LeBlanc and Lee Sin. They're already going to be pretty tough to lock down, but a Trundle versus a Yunara versus a Rumble, I think has a lot of high value here. Let's see what JDG are going to go for on 5, because right now they need some kind of guaranteed crowd control. Rel can be good, but you're going into the Braum. You also have this Trundle who only has the pillar.
I like this. This is a scout special, right? LPL Baldors, remember, split 2. One of our few pentakills, one of the few that I was able to collect on some of these calls, was in fact a scout Lissandra pentakill. Fun fact.
Cool. Nice. Very good. All
So
right, so we take a look at these compositions. Like, I don't think, look, we've literally made 4 picks plus 2 bans afterwards, like, or 3 bans, I should say. I think we're way past the potential ban. Might even just be a spectator bug. We've had a lot of production issues over on the side of coming in from LPL. But when we look at these two compositions, more about the range, I think especially for when we look at Weibo, I think their composition's a little bit harder to execute. It's going to take a long time for this Yunara to really start to get going, start to get ramping, and I don't think that she necessarily has the setup here for Light. So for JDG, can we actually see how powerful this Lissandra is going to be? And now with so many different tools, are JDG going to actually have a competent enough team fight going into this game?
Signs from game 1 would point towards yes. I think Scout has a pretty easy assignment. I think kind of what you were looking for. I think a lot of it does kind of hinge on top lane, right? I think the equalizer for a Fed Rumble is going to be pretty huge in some of these plays, kind of dissuading some of the dive, dropping that carpet out in front of maybe the Yunara, and then the Mbessa, right? Because now you have the Frozen Tomb to set it up. Xiaosu already has such a big lead in the game 1 matchup topside. Let's see how much he can really get done here with this big-time Mbessa, because we thought it was going to be the tank pick, but it's going to be the Mbessa as our Grasshopper. Maybe we're going game by game here. He's back chilling with the Weibo squad.
Okay. Is there anything here that...
It's another LPL Lee Sin, by the way. We've had 2 today. I want to point that out. Nayo did not get the win. on his Lee Sin.
Yeah, I want to point out, one quick note if we talk about our last series. Technically, LCK is the only region to beat LCK here at ASI. So, LCK has a 100% win rate playing against LCK teams.
But don't they also have a do you mean against LPL teams? You said LCK
No.
a bunch of times. Oh.
Yeah, the LCK teams are the only teams that have beaten the LCK teams.
Yeah, okay. I see where the line is working. So, but also LCK teams. Yeah, I've been in the trench. You know what? You're right, Ulk.
BNK
I love it.
Fearx, BNK versus Nongshim. What happened? The LCK team won. They won all 3 games.
Oh.
D plus versus JDG. The LCK teams only won the games.
I figured it
We'll
out.
see if Nongshim later tonight can keep up the tradition going up against the Vikings.
Yeah, silly play-by-play brain was betraying me right there, but we do end up figuring it out here. So we are getting set to get onto the game to Rift soon here. We always go through these like little kind of tech pauses with the remote setup that we get nonetheless. Let's talk early game, right? Because we do have this Trundle versus Lee Sin. Two junglers that kind of want to get active on the map early for different reasons. I think the Trundle might want to try and pick out this Lee Sin, but there's so many avenues for Tien to try, and like you mentioned earlier, do the dirty work and maybe make some of these early ganks happen. Like, we gotta wake up, bro. You're playing a huge Yunara game right now. Oh, this is gonna get memed.
He knows he doesn't care because he's gonna have to play against D. The real game is gonna be up against D plus Kia later this week.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Tomorrow, actually, it's the last series tomorrow. Oh boy,
what a fun one that will be potentially. I feel like they're just gonna get memed. Maybe our socials will quote tweet whatever Yunara scoreline we get here from Light with him just dozing off, or Weibo fans this series and just sleeping on the job.
They maybe they're like, okay, this is just a guaranteed loss. Like, we'll take our free loss here, and then we're mentally preparing for tomorrow as the last series. Remember, as a kind of looking at the stakes here, if Weibo win tonight, they lock themselves into the knockout stage. They'll be able to play in the double elim bracket that is there, and JDG, if they were lose tonight, will no longer be able to go further in the tournament. They'll have one last series in 2 days going up against... Or no, sorry, they'll be playing tomorrow against GAM as their last series of the group stage. But very important that they win here tonight.
That's why I hope that, Light, the sleeping meme, and Weibo aren't kind of just sleeping on this matchup, because for them, like, a loss here is rough just based off of opponents left, right? JDG get to play the LCP representative for GAM Esports, and Weibo have to go and then beat D plus Kia because JD Gaming will have the head-to-head win. So even if they tie in record, like, only both, it's JD are gonna have it's JD with so much power, JD Gaming, if they win this series. So there is a lot of stakes here. I mean, we can see Weibo take a game off of D plus Kia, but there's no beating around the bush. DK are the favorites to win the ASI, so that's a high bar to clear.
Maybe they're going back through the draft and they're like, guys, we picked Lee Sin LeBlanc because we think that we are D plus Kia. They thought that they were Lucid and Showmaker.
Y'all are not.
Look, maybe they're... I don't know. I have... Tien with the biggest shit-eating grin of all time, man. I love it.
I was gonna say you're not helping the chat flaming us for being LPL biased casters with this logic of trying to say that.
What channel are you on? Really quickly, Twitch chatters. What channel are you on? Let's start there. What is this channel called? All right.
What's right in the middle of the scoreboard?
Yeah. What does that say right there? It's LPL English. I don't know.
We are kind of biased. We kind of watched 830 games of LPL this year, so like
857.
Sorry. It was 857. Okay, my bad.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
I think
we're getting into game.
Yay!
We're here now. We even skipped a little bit ahead here.
It's a dance party. Oh, come on.
Shut up. This is why my producer needs to shut up during the game. It says we're fighting and then instant pause. Yep. Nice.
Blame Rare Adam, everybody. Thanks. I wonder, That's such a little tease, though. It's like we kind of sat here for 5 minutes, and then it's like, all right, here's a little sprinkle of gameplay. Then we're just gonna go right into another pause. Oh,
Oh. I think every time we say the
Yo.
P word, it happens again.
I love that countdown from our LPL casters. He was really hitting the 3, 2, 1 there, breaking down the pause. We're out of the rift. Here, game number 2, and Weibo are saying, nah, bro, this is our bot side jungle. We're chilling up here. Not gonna get any wards down. All right. There's the ward. I was waiting for it.
Okay. Okay. So, no lane swaps this time. That's fine. Something that's going to be very, very pivotal to this game is just going to have to be mid-jungle, right? Like, yes, Light is playing Yunara. There is the ability for him to have really big pop-off moments, but you're playing this Lee Sin LeBlanc combo, which I think falls off as the game goes. You can stop Lee Sin in the middle of his Sonic Wave with the Trundle Pillar. You also have Rel, so I need to see that this Gambit that we're going for with this GV2 to actually provide some kind of value as this game goes.
I like that point you made. There's so many just dash cancels, Pillar, Rel. There's also Lissandra W, right? Or just Frozen 2. You can just catch anybody in these dashes. So
Sure, yeah.
We'll see if JDG have the outplay potential there. Early training, though, gives a slight edge here to Light and Crisp with the fact that they're able to get the lethal tempo going onto Light. Really jockeying for level 2. FaZe's company are going to have to recognize this is not ours to get here. So level 2 and pressure for now. Going to go over towards the Weibo bottom lane.
Jungler starting on the same side. Also, an early ward coming on there from Weibo is going to spot Shun on his wolves, so they know that he's on the top side of the map. Be very interesting. JDG also know that it is warded, so we'll at least have an idea that they are on vision. I wonder if Shun does anything special here.
Kind of like that look. Gets the cleanse out. Pays. Couple autos short from threatening a solo kill there. Zhuo get into his bag on this Rel early. Gonna maybe force a reset here from Light as well. Trying to bring the wave down. Good double cancel there from Zhuo. He has to be careful. He doesn't get concussive blows stacked. But that kind of flips the script on the bottom lane pressure.
It is very, very tough now because they're going to miss out on this next wave. I think that Light honestly has to stay, but there's no health pots. There's no heal either. He's just going to miss out on all of this. Chris has to basically catch this by himself. It's a single longsword going over to the Weibo AD carry.
Okay, that's going to give Pays one hell of a reset too. Shun fully
It's
off
probably
his
just going to be
clear.
cold, no?
I would expect the cold to come across here as we get a picture replay of a nice little chain there coming across there from Xiaoshu, but okay, breathe. Goodbye, buddy.
Okay.
Okay, Tien. Xiaoshu's going to flash away from Tien to make sure he doesn't trade the kill now, and we talked about Shun wanting to skirmish with this Trundle. Tien's going to ward hop over. He's very lucky that neither Shun or Xiaoshu have flash, or that might have been a double kill.
Okay, I was questioning why we saw Breathe flash that way. It was so that he can get into position next to his jungler here. We are actually seeing Pays go for a swap, so Mbessa has been a champion that has been able to survive in some of these lanes, and especially into a Yunara. I think it's fine. We're seeing Pays. He took his reset, got that call that I had mentioned, and he's not going to be solo here. Now, Breathe has no teleport, no flash. He needs to be very careful about showing up on this wave like this.
Scott has a very big wave for himself to catch it. Breathe is going to back up, but, ooh, man, that wave is in a tough spot. So what's the reality here for Breathe? Stick around in a terrible freeze or back and walk all the way bot to try and switch? Not a good situation for this Rumble whatsoever.
Where is he going? He's making the trek right now. He's going to go probably get vision on the Raptor camp because he doesn't know if that wave is going to bounce towards him. See, that scout did get a recall in here. So he's going to sit behind their turrets. They're going to keep going.
Shun has no flash, right? So they're just going to chase him on down here. Land the concussive blow stun. Shun's going to try and run back towards his turret with a good speed up. But there are no JDG members anywhere near this. So the invade works out. Tien picks up the first kill for Weibo.
They're going for a dive.
Where is JD Gaming? Where can they help? Because there's no one coming anytime soon. Is Zhuo that's making the large trek down. Scout hasn't moved a muscle, by the way, on the mid lane. All right, Xiaoshu. I don't even know how you outplay this. It's not even 4 versus 2. Zhuo is desperately trying to get over here to help him out. First stun layers, Flame Spitter going. Zhuo's getting some pretty big stuns. Who has turret aggro, though? It's Breathe. The Scrap Shield, not enough. Zhuo finds that trade, and Light's kind of out of position here. Man, what would this dive have looked like if Scout had moved over? I got to think it would have gone a lot worse.
I think it's really tough for him to move. He's a Lissandra. He did just get forced back. We saw that Breathe cut straight through the mid lane play. As Shun was dying, he went straight in, just cut the wave in half. It basically said to Scout that I need to catch this next wave and opens up a timer there for Weibo. While all this is happening, Pays is farming up on the top side. So they eventually were able to get Breathe back out of this matchup, and they were able to at least get a kill out of this. Does go over to Tien on this Lee Sin. So all in all, I think not a bad trade overall, especially because if Weibo don't get this to go their way, it is a very, very tough early game to come back from.
It was so close to being bad. Zhuo gets a double stun. It's just the fact that Light isn't the one that it gets hit by it. But you talked about 2-0 Tien. This is a mid-jungle that needs to accelerate the game early, and Tien is sporting the biggest gold difference right now in this game. The main reason why Weibo is up a couple hundred.
I mean, also, look at Xiaosu right now. He is a level over his opponent, has the level 6 before this Rumble does. Rumble will get this equalizer before the Grub spawn, so not under too much threat, especially with this massive wave that is underneath his turret. But yeah,
Right.
that's the big thing that I'm looking for.
Grub's in about a minute. Let's see how the team starts shifting for that. Pays out of the reset, is going to go back towards the top side with a bit more damage behind his kit. Scout, threat in the mid lane, doesn't have flash here. Xiaoshu's going to go for the root. It's going to be a Frozen Tomb onto himself here. Chris is going to try and make the action continue to roll here. Good stun comes across from Zhuo. I think they're just going to have to settle for the support. He flashes late, still gets stunned by the custom blows. Here comes Payson with a killer instinct. Oh, the plasma stacks were one morsel of damage short. Xiaoshu goes back in to try and get the chain, and Pays is caught. He went all out for the kill onto the Spring Tiger, and it's going to cost him in JD Gaming.
They just conga line their way into mid. I don't think that the combination of spells, I think also the targeting there from JDG was a little sloppy. Scout using the ult on himself, not getting that damage requisite onto Lee Sin. Should be fine.
Killer. Flash? I mean, it took everything, but he will be fine.
He still has the ultimate as well, has camps that he can farm on bottom side. Zhuo is going to continue to move on forward. Should not be able to get too much there. Pays loses a lot for that play. That was kind of his timer, his window, because he stayed topside while all of that bottom lane dive was happening. Tries to make him play in mid, loses both his flash, his bear, and his ultimate, so just going to go back topside, and now JDG do get at least one grub. I don't know if they'll be able to get more as Xiaohu and Lee Sin are coming on through.
Oh, they're TPing in. Shun is trapped in this pit. And Xiaohu is going to start dumping damage in. Dashes over dashes, and Shun is good and done. And Dust. Oh, I didn't think he had flash up. Okay, so he does get flash up just in time to get out, but should have just taken the one and left.
It's just tough, right? Like, Kai'Sa's not in a great spot to help him out. His support just showed in mid on the Raptors and doesn't have the ability to turn, so how much more does Shun actually lose off of this? Tien takes the 2 grubs, trying to steal this red buff away, but we see that Mbessa is on vision.
All right. Public execution is going to grab Tien. Remember, he has a fat shutdown. He's 4-0. He's going to dash back towards Xiaoshu. Flash forward to get the root into the Frozen Tomb. That was really nice from Scout. There's a TP coming from behind here as both supports blinking health bars. Zhuo surviving for a while. It's Light that transcends to find that kill. Into the back fray, though, is Chris cut down by Xiaoshu. It's Breathe here. It's going to get heralded. Drops a really good velvet carpet. Nothing JDG can do about it. Light throwing auto after auto, and the cleanup crew is in here for Weibo. They're going to grab themselves 4 kills, 3.
Okay, remember, while all this is happening, Pays is farming on the bottom side, does get himself at least a plate here in this wave. Lee Sin is very fed, though. 4-1, Tien.
Oh, yeah. Time to just eviscerate this health bar. I think he's going to do just a nice amount of damage. Good flash hold from Pays. Oh, my lord. He nearly kinds the kill onto Tien. Got to give everything if you want to kill off one of the premier ADs the LPL has to offer.
Wow, that was a very, very clutch ultimate coming on through. Oh, Pays might still end up going down. No, he walks forward. Rel's trying to come on through. Ends up living. He's going to be a big trade here from Weibo. They are playing very aggressively in this game, and despite some of the lane swaps, some of the allocations, I think we've been able to see Weibo be a little bit more prescient here in this game number 2. They're aggressive in the early game. They're forcing JDG to be in really uncomfortable positions, and Tien has a massive lead in the jungle.
Oh, he's going to hit another Sonic Wave. Didn't know Pace was here, though. Crash down. They're trying to wait out the wall here to get that last plasma stack through. The concussive blows don't come through in time. Stroll gets that kill picked up. Xiaohu over the wall, though. Xiaohu going to jump on in. Double dash after Pace. Does he have enough damage with one auto? Waiting for the reset.
Oh my
the pillar
God.
is clutch from Shun. Pace gets out. And now Xiaohu is stuck in the alcove. Man, he thought he had that kill done and dusted.
Wow, Pei's living with that much HP is crazy. Not a second spell there from Xiaohu. Could only land the Sigil of Malice. But aside from that, gets the Electrocute proc, and that is not enough damage. This is a very old replay. Wow, we are in the past. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, from this play, we got to see that Weibo kind of just were playing in a bad spot there. But now JDG don't have any spells. They don't have enough damage either. They don't have any setup here. Xiaosu and the rest of the team are just very split. Kai'Sa's not in this play, so this was a good punish here from Weibo. And more importantly, what we've seen from this game, we came in talking about, is this LeBlanc and Lee Sin going to get enough done here? While I don't think LeBlanc has necessarily been as impactful, I do really like what Tien has been able to do so far on this Lee Sin early.
Shun, though, onto the Dragon here. He started up the objective on the top side with the Grubs and then gifted them back over to Weibo. Tien is in the area as well. It's going to be Pace swinging on over to make sure. I think they have enough damage. So first Drake going to go down very late, though. About 12 minutes into the game, the first Cloud Drake comes off the board.
Okay. Dragon goes over to JDG. Not able to do too much afterwards. Maybe they're going to try and find some kind of engage. It is Scout here in the area. And both top laners cannot join this fight as they do not have teleport. But while this is happening, JDG, they get zoned off of the bottom lane wave. This is going to be a pretty nice advantage coming on through for Xiaohu.
Unless Joel tries to make it a problem. Tien gets rooted up. Frozen Tomb. Everything used on top of Tien. There's the subjugate. But my lord, the damage that Light is putting out with Xiaosu joining the fray is too much for JDG to bear here. Trying to kite back with the slows. It's not going to punish them too heavily. It's just Shuo that ends up dying, but it's another great show of force here from Weibo.
Why did we use the equalizer? I mean, there's nothing to play for the next minute and a half, so that's fine. But you know that there's 4 people on the bottom side. You just saw their support die as well. I don't think you're under too much threat here in this game. Maybe Breathe just wanting to make sure and guarantee that he gets himself a recall, but doesn't even finish an item here. So, all in all, I think an okay fight there for Weibo. They got what they wanted, which is going to be some summoner spells, and I think the lack of damage coming on through from JDG is starting to hurt them. Eventually, they will have a lot in this game. Kai'Sa is going to be a menace, but right now, look at the difference in the jungle, right? Like, it's 1,200 gold for Tien here. He's going to get even more from taking turret plates, and this is not even a Trinity Force completed here for Shun.
We're going to go for a little bit of a turret race. The JDG just do not win, even with the power of Trundle. I think this should be first brick going down towards the bot side between Xiaohu and Tien. Well, the wave is... No, yeah, it's going to be them taking first brick. They'll also pick up feats of strength here for Weibo, another adage towards their lead that doesn't show up in the gold category.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we've got Herald spawns in a minute. Not too much doing here. Looking at items, though, very, very key to me that we're seeing. I wonder if Tien is close to a second item, because it's been a while since he's gotten like a real recall in. Either he finishes boots or he gets very, very close to getting that second item. And he's kind of the big breadwinner for me in this game. This Lee Sin has so much that he can do in this game. A lot of melees that are going to try to play into him. This kick can be very influential, so Paze has to very carefully choose his moment as to when he flies in.
Grasshopper still rocking with JDG. Last time he was doing that, they had a pretty comfortable lead. So a different reality here. Maybe trying to will, well, the team he predicted against, I guess.
There's no cover on that either. What? I didn't see the lid. I did not see the lid on there. No, but usually so I'm arguing with our producer. Our producer's saying it's a clear lid. Usually the lid is like slid over top. It's a slightly bigger than the hole. Maybe they sanded it down and actually, but there's no way to hold it in place. So
yeah, how are you gonna get it out? Like suction?
Just not worried. Yeah, exactly. It's like the tuna image I showed you earlier. they've got a plunger on standby.
Plunger on standby here.
Well, this is going to hopefully get JDG into a better spot. Harold, maybe it sets them up for being able to take a turn in a minute's time around this dragon.
JDG can't stay here. They're trying to bail out of this. They've effectively leashed this, or they're going to turn on to Breathe. Don't need the setup for the public execution, but you just sink it home for Xiaoshu. Kill found. Magic Carpet out of Rumble, knocking a lot of value. Glacier Fish is going to come down onto 2. Zhuo's going to re-engage, though. They're trying to buy time for Pays. Wall goes up for Chris to delay this Kaisa. It's Scout that's trying to come through with a flank, but Tien's damage is eviscerating Pays. Transcendent Form comes across here for Light. Should get the damage done onto Tien. There's a ton of HP bars blinking, but Tien just heals through it all. Finds himself the triple kill. It's Scout that rescues it back, uses the passive and the claw back towards Xiaohu. But he is still much healthier. Eats another Q. Can Scout outplay it? Dodges the rope coming out from Xiaohu. It's a TP coming through here. I think Chris was just going to finish this kill off. Scout is cornered. Oh, boy. What can he do? He's going to try and claw back away from Breathe. Oh, he fakes him out. Oh, another chain goes wide. Why is Scout still alive? This is taking forever. Finally, Breathe will drop him and give Weibo the slight win in a very long fight.
That is a very good find here from Weibo. You saw the immediate snap coming in from Tien. He wants to go right onto Pays, and once Pays is out, there is very little damage left for JDG. Using this Lee Sin incredibly well. We take a look one more time at this replay. This was a great engage coming in from Zhuo. A pick that starts here onto Breathe. His flash goes down, but I think that is the biggest win here that Weibo can get at the start. It is going to be them losing a numbers fight, but they got the ult, they got a lot of key abilities out from Pays, and after that, the damage from Xiaohu and Tien make it true. I think the only thing that maybe keeps JDG in this fight is how many frozen thralls from Lissandra passive end up going off here, but aside from that, a clean fight, all things considered here for Weibo, and it even turns into a dragon as we see in the picture-in-picture.
Just the second dragon of the game, remember. First one went down at 12 minutes, so that's not a huge win con in this one. And I do want to point out, Tien has been having a masterclass, but Lee Sin is still on very much so a timer in this game. So Weibo cannot really afford to slow down, and you can see how they're doing so. They're knocking on the door of this mid-tier 2 turret. They think they have enough to get it done and dusted. Zhuo does swing over. Xiaohu is hunting for some of these kills as well. JDG look like they want to try and collapse on this play. Public execution coming through here for Xiaohu into a double crash down from Zhuo. That's a good way to get rid of Chris, but now Light is pretty out of position. It's the dashes and those early skirmishing champions that are taken out of the fight. No Xiaohu, no Tien, no problem. Light is left out to dry. Good little collapse there from JD Gaming. And it might not be done.
Tien. He's going to have to dash out, and he's going to have to do it underneath and in JDG's territory.
Oh, X-Flash. Oh, crash down back over the... Oh, my God. They're just, Look
at the player cams. Look at the player cams.
Pays
is laughing.
You got to be careful getting close to Tien. Oh, the kick out. He really nearly had that kill. But that's a huge amount of gold back towards Pays. JDG, what a response here. They get a ton on the map, too, off of all that.
That was with Xiaoshu looking so clean on the bottom side of this. Gets 2 picks to start, and it also protects the jungle camps here. But Weibo on the opposite side, nickel and diming their opponents, taking an advantage here, trying to squeeze a little bit of a minion wave on the other side. It does end with Tien end up falling, but there is not a lot burned there from Weibo. I think the most important thing that we saw is the cleanse out from Light. But now a minute before the Otacon spawns on the bottom side, and because of how extended the back half of that play was for JDG, they're the second ones back out onto the map. There's a lot of vision that they still need to be able to clear, and not a lot set up for them around this objective.
Both 80 carries and Tien, maybe Breathe, should get their flashes when this Otacon comes up. That might be a bit of wishful thinking on Breeze's part, but those are really key abilities, especially for Pays. You called out having to use a lot of those summoners in that last top lane exchange. He gets the Rage Blade done, so he's on par with Light in items. 2-item advantage also currently being held by Xiaoshu, who is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, as you pointed out. Our last game was completely flipped by the Otacon. It's where JDG were really able to start rolling and never look back. We have another one of those tales in store here for Game 2.
All right, so 2 items completed for both of our AD carries. There's some discrepancies in the lane. Tien has an advantage over his opponent, but Xiaoshu has one over his. It is Shun and Scout moving from the top side of the map now, but with Weibo in control of specifically bottom lane wave, this is a good spot for them to fight.
Oh, I think Zhuo and Paze went a little too far after the Braum. Zhuo is down. Paze is trying to dump the damage into Breathe with the Redemption. Buys them a lot of time. That is 25 seconds with Zhuo off of the map, and Weibo able to take control towards that Otacon. Xiaohu is going to get snared by Xiaohu. Scout claws over the wall to try and protect his top laner, and JDG are able to refortify, but they have no way to get near this Otacon.
I think it's fine, though, because now there is no Braum ultimate. They have to get back into this fight. Zhuo's up and has teleport. We're seeing the teleport as well from Xiaoshu. This is going to be the re-engage. They're going to have to fight through Fog of War here as JDG.
Oh, but it's the face check here from Shun. Takes a huge lick of damage, but Scout gets a triple root. He's going to throw the frozen tube down. They're setting Pace to go into the backline. There's the dive comp coming through. And guess who? It's Pace to push down a ton of the damage. Breeze tries to find one on the trade back, but that means Xiaoshu gets to pick up right where his dive buddy left off. It's only Xiaohu that lives to tell the tale, and it's again all Otacon, where JDG stamp their big-time mark on this game.
The mobility coming in from JDG on their carries. Lissandra completely gets away from the equalizer. Paze just sends it right into the back line, takes out the enemy AD carry. We take a look at this fight again. It starts off a little bit questionable. We're saying, oh, did Shun take a little bit too much damage here? But this pillar, this engage from Scout, and there's nothing that we could see from Weibo. None of the damage able to go onto the members. Lee Sin is completely away from this fight. And that's it there from Weibo. They lose out on the Otacon. They lose out on this fight. They get only pays for this play. In the back end, we didn't get to see it in live, but the mid-tier 2 taken there by Weibo. The teleport expended. Scout ends up dying, but I don't think it matters. Dragon's going to be spawning in 20 seconds, and neither of these teams are near Soul.
And the damage is starting to really come through for this mobility-based team for JDG. It's a Maw that's soon to be completed here for Xiaoshu. They're looking for Crisp. There's Glacial Prison out. Killer Instinct from Paze trying to kite away from Breathe and Crisp. Redemptions both come down. Xiaohu's going for the execution onto Paze. Does he have enough damage with the Flame Spitter? No! There is the Void Seeker coming back through for Paze. Does get executed by Xiaohu, and now Transcended Light gets the free hit, and that's a big-time problem for JD Gaming. Shun have forced to run for the wayside, but here comes Xiaoshu, and Scout once again trying to connect with the mobility. Probably gets used over the wall. Crisp delivers the Mbessa onto the backline, and it's making Weibo a big-time target for JD Gaming. The mobility again shining through. Solo lane supremacy for JD Gaming.
I mean, hell, who needs Paze when you've got solo lanes like these? Xiaoshu is putting absolute work into this game and is making Weibo look like complete trash in this game. I mean, this Mbessa has had so much impact in this game. Yet again, Weibo cannot fight into these frozen thralls and all of this damage from this Mbessa. We take a look at this replay. I mean, it's Chris getting engaged upon. It's an exhaust that goes on to Paze, and they catch out Breathe. Yet again, this Rumble is not getting the value that maybe Weibo would have wanted in this game. And now with all of this investment, it takes them so long. Once the soul laners arrive for JDG, that is when the magic happens.
Because this looked problematic. I think getting the flash and the speed up over the wall really does wonders to keep him surviving, thriving. But I mean, just watch Xiaoshu. Once he gets in, oh boy.
Yeah, he just puts it down. He puts in work with the Drake Hound steps, all of that damage. We also saw that there was a cleanse coming on through from the Yunara, thinking that she was the one that got hit with the Lissandra ult. Wasn't the case, so a good trade of summoner spells as well coming in for JDG. So they get the Dragon. There is a Baron that spawns in 45. And this is the problem with Weibo. They don't have a frontline tank. We said that that was a problem in some of these other games. While JDG also are in a similar spot, I think in terms of being able to start fights, it needs to be around either getting your Rumble to land these equalizers, or Tien on this Lee Sin. This Lee Sin has had very limited impact as we've gotten further into the game. You don't have that same one-shot potential, the flexibility, and honestly, we haven't really gotten a Lee Sin insect play.
No, we haven't. Now he's just getting bopped around. Does get the Scuttle Crab. Xiaohu is walking his way up here. It's a TP out of base for Xiaoshu as the Baron hits the rift. Let's watch and see if Scout can find a way in, but they're actually chasing down onto Shun. Tian going to ward hop away to try and get close enough for Sonic Wave. Oh, great sidestep there from Shun. Now the Magic Carpet comes out, gets the redemption, subjugates onto Tien. Sonic Wave comes through to the kick land next. Tien trying to push out enough damage, get rid of Shun, gets the kick. Sonic Wave dodged again. Shun is buying so much time and will finally fall. But how much does that cost them? You're taking 2 members out of this next skirmish, and Shuo is going in. There's the CC, and the killer instinct comes through right in time. Shun stalls. JDG wins.
There's no turret here. Breathe. Probably going to have to teleport if he wants to get out of this play. He's not going to even bother. He's just going to save himself the summoner spell. It is another 2 kills going over. 3 kills, I should say, for JDG. No Baron being started. Maybe this is the catch out on a Pays.
Oh, no. Pays. Chain lands. Blast Cone. Oh, that's a huge Blast Cone save there.
Okay. Still does end up getting the barrier, so not all that bad. This is such a tense game. Remember, Weibo need to be able to win this game if they want to lock that knockout stage and not have to risk their lives. And it's important, right? Because the future schedule, they play against D plus Kia tomorrow. Yeah. That is their last series of the group stage. And if they lose that one and this one here tonight, that's it. Out. There is no playoffs implications for Weibo Gaming. We saw there in that play, there was a very split fight. It was them trying to chase Shun, but because of that, there's no engage there for Weibo yet again. So this is going to be JDG starting up this Baron, and they have a hell of a lot of damage with this 3-item Kaisa.
Yeah, and they've got a 3-item Lissandra, 3.5 item Mbessa. How do you even walk up to these juggernauts right now? Maybe it's going to have to be Tien going for a hero steal, but they're going to come off the Baron, make sure no 50-50 comes across. Good Magic Carpet on the back end of the fight is going to split JDG into half. Scout having to go into the Frozen Tomb, using it on himself. That's a pretty big engage tool. Claws back out. Zhuo going to eat the Sonic Wave, but not going to commit any further. Zhuo a threat for Tien to try and dive into. Weibo have accomplished their goal of shutting down the Baron play, but Xiaoshu a little too far forward. Xiaohu's going to engage onto him, and Xiaoshu has to turn back towards Chris, but he is a big bad Mbessa, level 16, and he hits another public execution. Chris to go down first. Who can deal with Xiaoshu in this game? The answer for Weibo right now is absolutely nobody.
How did they make that play happen when they were down numbers and also down abilities? There was no Frozen Tomb. Light almost getting caught.
Pays a killer instinct, and there he goes into the background. It's an absolute meat grinder. Weibo are turned into a fine powder in front of the eyes of many. The TP is late from Xiaohu. He took a reset at such a bad time, and now Tien is getting chased down here. We'll see how flexible he can be in this chase back. Xiaohu does kill off Pays in the background. But Tien does fall. It's 4 versus 1. It's the general that has to do all the heavy lifting as JDG are on to the Baron.
Can actually make the steal here. Chris just use teleport to get into this play. There's no smite. Some so low members. Can Xiaohu make this happen, though?
Oh, Scout flash after trying to get the root. Xiaohu is still up and thriving. Baron being heralded by both Xiaoshu and Shun. Scout just deletes Xiaohu. Nice Menjai's by there, buddy. Time to pack it up with a solo, and let me get a 2-piece on the way out. Scout in his bag on the Lissandra that made him so famous in Split 2 of the LPL.
There it is. And honestly, Slayer, outside of the first 10 minutes in both of these games, it has felt like JDG holistically is just the better team. They are playing these fights a lot better than their opponents. They are taking trades that are a little bit more favorable for them, even if maybe the odds don't look as clean. And yet again, it's like, where are my carries? This was a very, very risky draft here from Weibo. You're going for Lee Sin, LeBlanc. We didn't outright smash the 2v2. Tien got a lot of advantages early, but I think Crisp is getting caught out so many times. Yes, it isn't him that gets hit with the public execution, but this is like 5 or 6 fights in a row that he is trying to walk forward and get vision or prevent the enemy team from diving in, and he just gets completely bursted out, and we get to see that Light gets taken out as well.
Yeah, we talked about the Yunara. Like, how do you exist in a game like this? You don't. He's got 6 deaths. The only person, 6 deaths on this Yunara. There's only one little skirmish we saw on the top side earlier where he was even able to like transcend and dump the damage that this Yunara can produce. And the way this game has gone, oh yeah, all right. Grasshopper is fully switched over towards the JDG side, and gotta love the way his squad is looking. pushing down on the mid lane, knocking down tier 2 turrets. So full turtle route here from Weibo, but oh boy, it's TN that gets caught. Great Magnet Storm there from Zhuo. Waves coming up. Light is getting some free hitting damage down, but how much space is he going to get? Publix is going to miss, but it's Pays that just eviscerates his health bar once again. Pays grabs himself a quick double, and that is going to be the game. That is going to be the series. Weibo cannot snuff out their own region's team in JDG from this tournament. Each LPL team going to go into the last round robin 1-1. And for JDG, they have a much more favorable matchup, and they might have just given themselves a lifeline to the knockout stage of the Asia Invitational.
Oh my god, I mean, hell, that was a very, very fun series, and I want to say a community member that we cannot give enough praise to for her interactions with the show. Both of her teams end up winning today. If you don't know, 10-10, there has been only 13 other days throughout this year where both BFX and JDG have played, and only one single day where JDG and BFX have won. Now it is a second day. Congratulations to her. I know she's very excited about both her teams winning out today. And JDG gets their dreams alive. Yeah.
No, not even game losses. 10-10. It's just all wins for you. Stay free. That is fun. Stay free. Yeah. I mean, this game too might have not been as free. It was looking pretty bleak, right? In the mid game, I think TN was very far ahead. But you pointed out, like when it came down to team fighting, JDG were locked in.
I'm trying to see what they're... Okay, so now I'm looking... So I was doing math, if you don't know, over on my Twitter account, Battery. I was doing 10-10 math. Their series score for both of these teams, specifically on days where they played on the same day, now is 19-18 for JDG and 19-16 for BFX. And they are both... Oh, sorry, wait. No, I have to change. I have to change this now. There we go. Well, they are both 8-6.
Wow. So here's my question to 10-10, if you are out there. The way these groups are going, I expect D plus Kia to be A1, right? And then JDG are much more favored to be A2. BFX are 2-0. They are likely to be B1. So knockout stage is very likely BFX JDG. 10-10, where do your allegiances lie in that matchup?
I messaged her, and I did say there is a very real world where JDG versus BFX is a knockout bracket in the first round. Now, thankfully, there is a this is double elim, so they will have It is, yes. We have a lower bracket. So if they lose, it will not be elimination, but they could meet each other in the lower bracket, which is definitely possible.
I gotta hear from 10-10 herself to see where the allegiances lie in this one. Yeah, I remember what the part of the bracket I didn't like about it. I forgot that the part that I'm not a fan of the knockout bracket is that it is only a BO5 in the grand finals.
Look, this whole tournament is for fun. I'm okay with giving us best of threes for most of the tournament. Like, if it was a more serious competition, you know, if we still had best of ones in a tier 1 region, then, you know, maybe
that's true. You know what?
Questionable.
I'm glad that's out the window. And also, we're all gonna get our fair share of best of 5s at Worlds, so we'll be eating good there. Let's go.
I do want to really quickly talk about strength of schedule, because we hinted it that for Weibo, they're going to have to play against the expected favorites of this tournament in D plus Kia tomorrow. JDG are going to have to play against GAM. And I don't really want to take anything away from the LCP as a region, but outside of really just CFO, it has kind of been a bit difficult to see their region find much success against the other tier 1s of the world. So I really do think that it is highly likely we see JDG, who got the hard matchup out of the way first. This was kind of the clincher for them, right? Like, this has to be it.
Unless we can see GAM really start to make the water pretty murky, but even then, right? Let's. No, wait. Actually, yeah, that would base. Well, so now, yeah. Okay. Here's the point I want to make. I got there. So D plus Kia, if we assume they don't drop any games, if GAM does pull off the upset against JDG, even that would still get JDG through, because I would assume the head-to-head is the tiebreaker in a scenario like this, or is it game score?
I have no
JDG
clue. There's no rules. There's no rules posted about what
Oh,
the
boy.
tiebreakers
Okay.
are.
I would hope
so-
it's head-to-head.
Who knows?
Head-to-head would give JDG the way in.
Yeah. But honestly, that's for nerds, and that's for us to find out if
We're
it
not
happens, right? Like we are expecting everything to go to plan. We are expecting that D+ are going to win versus Weibo. We're
Cross that
expecting
bridge
that
when we get
JDG
there,
will
yeah.
beat up on GAM Esports, but who knows? Tomorrow, maybe the worst version of both of those teams end up coming out, and we get Weibo and GAM winning tomorrow.
That'll be a fun day to see as we come down to the wire on those groups. But yeah, we are in some very likely scenarios for our knockout stage, at least seeding-wise. Let's talk MVPs, though, towards the end of these highlights. Are we giving Scout an MVP? No, it's Xiaoshu.
I think Xiaoshu definitely. Like we were
Yeah.
joking that maybe he got robbed last game. This is definitely one where if he doesn't get it, then we're kind of mad. Hey,
yeah.
okay. Xiaoshu, a player that unfortunately didn't get very many All-Pro nods either from the community or ourselves here on the broadcast, but was definitely making a name for himself. There you go. There was a second team vote and a third team vote.
I was the third.
Team. There we go.
The third one. Yep.
So
who was the second team?
and
I want to know that. Then.
I don't know, but the community members, there was a first team vote. I remember because it was DBT. Second team
Viewer
was
of the
3
year.
votes and third team 4. He got banned earlier today.
What?
I don't know the context. All I saw is in our mod chat we were having a little bit of fun seeing that a keystone species of the Twitch chat was getting banned, but I assume he's been unbanned. Fossabot was probably having a little bit of too much fun in chat.
Man, that you just threw a dagger at my heart right there, telling me that live
I know.
on cam, man. All right, well, at least we saw Scout does get some love. It was a 3-5 split, so 2 of the votes go towards Scout, but Xiaoshu does deserve the MVP there. What a bounce back after a rough series against D+ Kia from JD Gaming. They now go from look on the outside looking in for a chance at the knockout stage to in prime position. That will do it for our Group A conversations for today. Our final series of the day is up next here as we watch Nongshim take on the first appearance on this tournament of the MGN Vikings from the LCP. We'll go to a bit of a more extended break, but on the other side, bring you the final matchup of Day 2 of the Asia Invitational. Time for our third and final series of Day 2 of the Asia Invitational. It is going to be Nongshim taking on our final debut of the tournament. That is going to be a Vikings Esports, MGN Vikings Esports here. So our final LCP team, the 5th seed from that region, taking on a Nongshim team that was all at multiple points able to maybe come away with a win up against BFX. Remember, they took game 1. Game 2 was hotly competitive. I would even argue game 3 had points where Nongshim were in control. So this is a big bounce back spot for them, feeling like they could be in a position to 2-0 Group B.
Nongshim have been such a tragic team back in the LCK. Like, you have Lehens and Kingen, who are really big voices for this team. And Kingen has been kind of up and down. I feel like he has been really, really impressive in a lot of their games, kind of being one of the standout carries for them. But I think even in yesterday's series, we got to see some of the pitfalls of this player where getting caught out. I remember the Gragas game where he's a little too far out on side lane, and that ends up turning the game there for BNK Fearx. And they do have a lot of, I think, developmental pieces. Obviously, Jiwoo as a prospect hasn't really panned out since he joined the LCK 2 years ago, but Calyx comes in halfway through the year and has had some really cool moments. Gideon has been bouncing around a couple of teams. So I think for Nongshim, the thing that I'm kind of looking forward to them is, can we keep up with, just being able to be dominant against teams that we're expected to win? Versus Fearx, I think it's fine that you ended up losing to them. That has happened in series past, but especially going up against the LCP, I think there's a lot of historical precedent there that you need to be able to show up.
Let's introduce that roster too. You mentioned some of the names here for Nongshim and Kingen, already mentioned. Gideon the jungler, Calyx in the mid lane, Jiwoo at AD carry, and Lehens at support. What I want to mention that was fun talking about K-Man with is the early peaking of Nongshim, right? All because this was like the team that could have knocked Gen G in a best of 5, and funnily enough, you talked about them up against BNK Fearx when it came to them trying to make playoffs. That was the squad that kind of knocked them away from Split 3 playoffs, so there's a lot of like innate revenge in this ASI against their own region, and like I mentioned, what a high this team was on at the start of the year in the LCK.
I just remember Kingen taking like the Anivia top lane, and then everybody started doing it. It was him and Zeus who were kind of trying to experiment with this pick. Obviously, Kingen has had a lot of experience. We have the obviously the World Championship that he is able to grab for himself, but I don't know. Nongshim is a very weird team. And then you look at their opponents, the Vikings, who started off the kickoffs very, very strong all the way back at the very beginning of the season for LCP, but have not been able to get to that same level of, discipline. They've had a few roster changes. Obviously, a lot of the LCP teams are known for some unstable rosters. I want to also call to note that this is the same organization, a little bit of different branding that actually came in after we saw the big LCP exodus when there was a bunch of match fixing scandals going on. This is also the team that is led by SOFM of former LPL fame.
Yeah, so you talked about how static the roster is. Let's introduce the roster we're going to see here tonight from the Vikings here. It is Kratos on the top side, Guri in the jungle, Kati in the mid lane, Shogun at AD carry, and Shulong at the support role here.
If you have been watching LOL Esports for at least 5 to 10 years, you will recognize at least some of these names, especially Kati for most recently was, I think, if I remember correctly, was on that Team Secret Wales team in 2023 Worlds. Shogun played on Fengvu Buffalo, if any of our Mr. Buffalo fans are still in the audience. And we've seen some of these players kind of bounce around some of these organizations. So when we look at this team, Kratos has obviously been a little bit more impressive, but really when I think about Vikings and I think about how LCP tends to kind of shake out, we are looking at mid and bottom lane.
All right, mid and bottom lane. And that is, where a lot of the I don't want to say not reliable play it is for Nongshim, but like less tape behind this team, right? Because you talk about like King and Lehens are like the big sells, the big voices, but there's a lot of variance that we've seen from especially Jiwoo at the AD carry role, trying to get into form in the LCK, and then Calyx coming in midway through. So it's going to be fun to see. You talk about the strengths of both of these two teams are in opposite lanes here as we get the introductions into the arena for these players.
Oh, thank you to our producer. It was Katian Gam I forget which player I'm thinking of. The mid laners over on Team Secret during 2023 was very fun. All right, so let's see if we were right. We have Kratos Guri. Obviously, we know it's Kati. What AD carry are they going to play? Because we saw Shogun. We saw Style kind of pop off towards the beginning of the year, but didn't get as many games as the season went on. And they obviously ended up going with Shogun as the kind of the starting spot there for this team. And for Vikings, I think for all of LCP, what I would like to see from them, and I think as a region they would love to be able to represent, is that they are competitive in these series. For a long time, historically, we have seen that the LCP, formerly LMS, APAC, any kind of the nomenclature you want to go with there, have been able to take individual games off of the other major regions, but have yet to find the consistency outside of the Flash Wolves from years and years ago.
Yeah.
And while CFO made a big splash this year as the only team to make all 3 internationals, I think for outside of their top 2, they really want to be able to show that this region is able to be super competitive at the top level.
And, super competitive or deeper region, right? Because this is what the fun, I think that's the fun, like, headline theory crafting the ASI brings is, I talked about this a bit with K-Man yesterday. It's like, yeah, we know, like, the pecking order of, like, the top of the LCK and the LPL, like, where we really slot these East regions into. But especially between the LCK and the LPL, even for the LCP, it's like, this tournament can kind of say, all right, who are the deepest regions, right? Do we feel like LCK can back up in that same regard? Can the LPL come blow for blow with JDG and Weibo? And how does the LCP show up like we saw with GAM Esports, maybe? They still have a couple games to play, and this will be Vikings' first game of the series. So let's see how deep of a bag these regions have in the Asia Invitational.
They've also just played a lot fewer games than their opponents. All year long, they are 43-33 in game score, so around 76 games. You go over to Nongshim, and they have played over 100 games. So very close to being able to hit almost double, if I remember correctly. So Nongshim are 49-75 all year long, so they have a negative win rate, but so it's 110, 124 games. So yeah, still very close to almost double their games.
Were you saying something? I was waiting for the grasshopper.
I know. There is no lid on that, by the way. I just want everyone to, like, we don't see a lid there. There's no way that there is one on there.
What happens if homie just pops out? Like,
I know
fully?
You were talking about this earlier, but like in day one, they literally had a oversized piece of acrylic that they just sat on top of it. That was not happening in the picture-in-picture in the games. So that meant this our brother in Christ, young God Guo, is kind of just chilling inside the blocks.
He's leaning a little bit Nongshim. What is deciding like if
his body is still in the box. His body is more in the box. It is on Nongshim's side, but the top of their head is favoring Vikings.
Oh no, he's starting now.
The full pivot.
That's a full pivot to Nongshim. Yeah. All right. So the win goes over to Nongshim, which he is undefeated in predicting LCK teams and then them winning. I'll just say, unfortunately, as much as we saw our homie chilling on the JDG side during the series, he did pick Weibo, so he isn't undefeated anymore. But 4-1 is a nice record here.
He was just lying to us. He's always
right. Always right or lying. I have to remember. The word of
I'm either correct or I'm lying. That is what we're giving
that's
to.
That's just A1 gaslighting technique right there.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's look. That Grasshopper and Raz have a lot in common. Okay, he's a legendary flip flopper.
Damn, that's just a shot coming out here. Okay, so. Let's get set for this draft game 1, right? Because you talked about mid-bot is where you feel like the Vikings are strongest. But when we saw GAM yesterday, I was really intrigued to see, Levi start to break out some of these AP junglers to try and get a leg up on Weibo. What creative champion draft-wise do you think we might see from Vikings Esports here?
I mean, one, the Pike coming in from Strulong, I got a little bit of time to be able to talk to Vestian, one of the LCP English casters, who also helped with some of our MSI prep, so I want to thank him and the rest of the guys over there. But he was kind of noting that support was going to be something that might be a little bit interesting. He has a little bit of something that he can go for. Kratos also tends to play carry top lanes, which I think is going to be an interesting spin when we talk about having to play against Kingin.
Yeah, because he's always just like AP, weak side, sort of nullify. We saw him play the Aurora top already, and you talked about the Anivia as well. So that will be very fun. A little matchup on the top side. We're already through bans. Some heavy hitters per usual. Azir, Rumble, Wukong come off the board here. Guri's going to get a Vi, and we're just going to trade Orianna J4, which, fun fact, Alk, is now 3-0 on the ASI. It got a win earlier in our first series. This is an undefeated mid-jungle combo so far.
Yo, okay, nice. I knew you were tracking this earlier in the first series, but I think the Braum is interesting. What exactly are they looking for here? Going into Kingin, going into bot lane, maybe they're trying to cook up something a little here. I think that the Vikings are in a bit of an interesting spot because you have a lot of setup for this Yunara already, but are they going to have the damage here? I like that they're leaving options going into the second phase of draft for their solo lane and top lane, and maybe giving Shulong a little bit more time to cook what his support counter pick is going to be.
This is always fun. This is a funny situation where, I'll say this now, J4 Orianna is very potent, but if both teams handshook trading junglers, these comps would be a lot more complete. I think J4 Galio, the Cataclysm into the Hero's Entrance is like a stock standard. J4 Orianna is big, but Vi Ori was like always the big selling point, right? Outside of Nocturne Ori, that would solidify a full dive comp. I always find it funny when drafts play out like that, where it's like, man, if we just switch the junglers, they'd have clear identities.
Yeah, it'd be great. I like this, though, because it means that they have guaranteed lockdown and they're able to threaten onto Orianna and Kai'Sa. That would be very dangerous. I think if they actually did swap, it would be a little bit less reliable.
Interesting.
You could punish, if this was a Jarvan for Vikings, to try to punish Calyx on this Orianna, but aside from that, we get into the second phase of draft. We're having a lot of top lane bans kind of come on through with the Mbessa coming through. So for Nongshim, it's up to them. Are they going to go for a support pick here on 4? I think it would make the most sense, but the most creative players on Nongshim are Lehens and Kingin. So who gets counter pick kind of is up in the air.
All I'm saying, Nongshim fans, if I see a Shen or an Elise locked in for Lehens, all right, never mind. I was going to say pack it up to game 2. He's going to get the Nautilus. So Kai Sanat is the bottom lane combo there for Nongshim. I heard that about 80 times in a scrim block playing at Kaisa Not with my boy Yanni on Hardstuck Castle.
Oh, okay.
I had to get that joke out once.
There you go. Okay. All right.
What were you wincing for? What did you think I was about it?
I don't know. I was like, damn, 80 times in if you're sitting in scrims, that's good. But then I realized it was about Casterlo, and I was like, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So right, Vikings. We said, okay, what was the counter pick going to be? It seems like it is going to be going over to Kingin. We are getting the Enchanter play coming on through potentially for Shogun, which I think for Yunara makes a lot more sense. She doesn't need as much. You have enough crowd control from the rest of your team.
Yep.
This is a very, very monotone composition, though. You are all in on Shogun having to carry fights. And that means that if Shogun is put behind early, or if other members like the laners here from Nongshim are in a good spot, I think that the Vikings are going to find themselves in a very tough spot.
I'd agree. Yeah, and we already saw a Yunara from Light that struggled to get going in a kind of similar spot where you're relying a lot on the Yunara. And we're going to get Kingin going out of his bag. We're like, 8 people find top laners. Nah, he's throwing the Aatrox down into this Cassante looking to run it over.
This is such a disgusting Aatrox game. Like, who on MGN Vikings actually kills this guy? Like, Cassante doesn't do well in the lane. Galio is going to get eaten alive by this champion, and he's going to have the ultimate that basically means he's unkillable alongside having a Nautilus to guaranteed crowd control onto Yunara. They have the Jarvan and Orianna combo as well. I think this is really tough for the Vikings to end up winning here. They're going to have to mechanically outplay their opponents. I need to see them get 2 objectives before their opponents, because otherwise, you see Nongshim Red Force, you're trying to walk into Fog of War versus an Orianna. You're basically asking to lose.
Yeah, it's a really good pivot here. And you talked about the strength. Mid-bot, Shogun going to be the star here for the Vikings, but we alluded to it a little bit before. It's the big leaders that we feel like are the strengths of Nongshim, and you mentioned it, King can just really run wild with this Aatrox. So talking about how you move through the early game here, if you are this Vi, how much of a point do you make it to try and – it's tough, right? Because it's the split duality of, oh, do I try and slow down this Aatrox that's going to be a problem, but I also have to kind of get my Yunara in a comfortable spot in, well, I guess it is a better lane to play through. Karma gives enough, cushion in the early game with Poke and Prio that I do think Yunara
Look,
should
see,
be
they
fine.
put the top on it. Okay, I'm sorry. I just needed to prove it because you guys were giving me crap.
No,
about it
I
earlier.
agreed with you. I saw the top
I know.
yesterday. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. To kind of talk about what you were getting to there, I don't think they're going to be able to lane swap. It is very clear that for Guri, he can choose to go for a gank on bottom side, or he's just there to cover his lanes. I think more importantly, what we're probably going to see is them being able to leverage their solo lanes and move them in to get into position, get vision for their team. I love these little rotating banner. I think that's actually a bug over on their side. Oh
my
no!
God! See you later, Shulong.
Well,
Okay.
do you want the good news or bad news for the MGN Vikings?
I always start with the bad.
Okay, well, the bad news is that enemy AD carry starts off with a kill. The good news is that there are two flashes now missing. Lehens and Jiwoo do not have those summoner spells, so maybe under a little less threat. Also, Kaisa not going for a recall early on. We're seeing Shogun go for the lane swap, okay? I mean, you have Cassante and Karma. Unironically, I do kind of think that they can kind of sauce in the TV2.
Yeah, I just think if you're going to pick the Karma, you kind of pick it to stay with the Yunara. I don't know. I think they can definitely sauce up together. It's going to be very
I think
annoying.
it's fine. Like, Karma
It's
doesn't
not
have
bad,
to
yeah,
be a lane bully here. And Karma with a lot of melees, like with this top side here, is actually very, very strong. I think enchanters with champions like Vi and Xin are actually a little underrated from our pro teams. So glad to see that Vikings are at least experimenting a little bit here. And hopefully this means that Kingen isn't going to be as strong going into this matchup.
If you are going to do this strategy, though, why not just go the Airy on the Karma? I am starting to nitpick a little bit. I think the innate value of this Karma is going to be there regardless.
Airy's Omega nerf, so who cares?
Oh, true.
This is a nerfed Airy because they had to basically make Electrocute the most broken rune in the game. All right.
It's always, I love when that happens. I mean, we're back to marksman caster desk, so we can just go anti-Electrocute agenda right now for sure.
I love Electrocute. I think Electrocute is infinitely
heck,
more interesting. I wish there were more AD carries that got to take this rune.
Nah, man.
Just
PTA
mostly
to
because
buff
precision
PTA to the sun.
is pretty bad. Precision is really bad right now. Yellow Tree is in a tough spot.
Yeah, man. You know what? No bias here. I think Lethal Temple and PTA should be the most powerful runes. No bias. Wink.
Yeah, so Strong is going to show top lane now. Just part of the standard lane swap. It's going to be 2v1 now, though, for Kingen. And has actually gotten a large majority of this wave, too, so.
All right. Jiwoo feels more comfortable stepping up at his own 2 versus 1. Kratos going to get back towards his turrets. All this lane swapping does buy time for these decently comfortable clears. I would like to see Gideon get on the map a bit earlier. He does full clear on the Jarvan. A big thing we talk about with Vi is if she gets disturbed on her clear, it feels really hard to play this champion. So the fact that you do get Guri through his first clear comfortably, in a good spot here for the Vikings.
Yeah. I don't know. When I see this composition, like maybe they go for a dive, okay, but this is spotted out here from Kingen. We're also seeing that Gideon will be here if this is extended for any reason.
Okay, Kingen. Oh, he's going to flash into a Vault Breaker. Yeah, that's going to ruin any outplay potential of a dive there. So both ADs start out with a kill in our game.
Oh, that's really tough timing there from Kingen. But thankfully he has teleport. He'll be back in 5 seconds. They're probably just going to be looking for a swap back here. Jiwoo and Lehens looking for their recalls. And it's going to be Kaisa going top side. Okay, they're going to look to have normal lane setups now. So 2v2s are going to go about what we expected. It is a slightly advantaged over to Jiwoo, but I think that recurve bow plus a passive on it and both of our guys having Cole is a pretty decent start.
No real neutrals to prioritize here. I was always curious, the Dragon priority. We saw early on with a couple of our LCK teams, they really like stacking those Drakes early. I think in the Nongshim BFX series, we saw, I believe, 2 sub 26-minute souls picked up, but the LPL teams always like to take their time with those Dragons. So let's see where we really land here with the Drake hitting the rift here. Guri has camps to clear towards his top side, so right now Gideon is in much better position to try and threaten the Dragon. Also have the fact that it's solo lane top laners on the bot side, which makes it a bit more comfortable to try and solo a Drake, even if you are a Jarvan.
It is a Hextech Dragon, and this Dragon has a lot of hands. This one will beat you up very early on, so will be a little tough. Also, it's going to be a pretty big investment. Yes, Gideon can clear it fairly quickly, but I think for right now, what they're mostly looking for is not only can we maybe squeeze some summoner spells, maybe there's an answer here as Guri finishes his clear on the top side, but can they get some summoner spells before the next objective, right? Because the Grubs are going to spawn in 2 minutes on top side. It is going to get spotted out here by the Vikings. We're going to see any movement here. I know we haven't talked too much about mid lane, but Calyx has been doing a pretty decent job not only bullying Kati away from some of these waves, but, I mean, you're going to have a phase rush Orianna in this game. I think Galio is going to be in a world of hurt in this one.
See if Calyx can step up. When he did have a rough go of it in that series up against BFX last time round, so in a comfortable spot with this Orianna, playing an integral role in this team fight. If he's able to chill through the early game, will provide dividends later on here. A lot of a pretty good calm coming onto the Rift. It does feel like our teams are very ultimate-centric. There's not a lot of open avenues for skirmishing, except for a dive force and a cheeky level 1 catch, so now that we're starting to get ultimates to roll through for our solo lanes and our jungler's not too far behind, I think we are set up pretty aptly for a grub fight in about a minute 18 time.
So they get a wave. Looks like this is fine. I mean, after the first blood that we were kind of tripping over, everything seemed like it was really fine. Lehen's playing very much on the edge there. I like that from him. He's able to hold that wave for his AD carry. Feels good, man. And we've kind of come into a spot where even with Nongshim getting that first kill onto Shulong, you've gotten your Yunara a trade kill onto Kingin. They are farming very similarly, and while I don't imagine it'll be for either the first dragon or the grub spawning, very close to getting not only their ultimates, but Kraken Slayer available for both of our AD carries. So we'll see if Vikings can continue to keep themselves in this game, because they're the ones that, at least in my mind, they're going to have to be very careful about how they take team fights.
Man, JDG and Weibo just sacked my attention span. We had 50-plus kills in like a 27-minute game of our last game.
Also,
so now
I promised you that there was going to be 5 games in the first 2 series, and that didn't end up happening, but I'm going to give myself a caveat here because I can. I think that with all the pauses in Game 2 and Game 1, that basically counted for a third game, if you think about it. So
I mean, if you play off of time, yeah, it does in fact count that way. We're talking about grubs now, though, as we were expecting. Big presence for both of our teams, but it's kind of just a peanut gallery here from the Vikings. Guri's going to finally walk in. Shulong couldn't lead the charge on this Karma. See if he can get a little cheeky 50-50 steal. Vault Breaker jumping everything onto Gideon. Here comes the Galio as well, but Gideon flag and drags out. Shockwave onto 3. Dredgeline not going to land, though, from Lehens. They get their 1 grub. Transcended form. Killer Instinct 4 for Jiwoo. Still gets taunted up by Kati. Serious damage back towards the Galio. Shogun trying to use the most of that transcended form. Kickin's coming in with the World Ender. It's the Aatrox we were talking about as a big-time player in this game. The flag and drag Cataclysm back onto the Galio. Shogun's somehow still alive, and Kingin will finally find the first kill. Gets the World Ender reset, and oh boy, Melee's beware of this Aatrox. Just as you called it, all Kingin is feasting in this game state.
I love it. He's even using his skin, man. He is just absolutely gliding. It is incredibly difficult for this team to deal with the Aatrox, and as soon as Kingin arrives, the fight is basically over. It is 2 grubs going over to Nongshim, and the Noodle Boys do get a lot for that play. As we take a look into this replay, the Vikings try to make a catch onto Gideon. Good lockdown coming in from Guri. They don't have enough on the backside. A 3-man shockwave, and it only got worse from this point on. Shogun, I think, got some pretty decent damage down, all things considered. But again, I'm just watching. Kingen activates the World Ender, and now there are no buttons for the MGN Vikings to ever get through this Aatrox.
Shogun doing a good job surviving a bit longer. This looks a lot worse here, but because Kingen is such a big problem, Jiwoo gets to free hit on this Kaisa, bring a bit of extra damage here, and now we've really got the 8-ball rolling in the Nongshim side. They're going to finally take that dragon in about 10 minutes as well, and I think Kingen, once he gets a comfortable reset, will have first item completed for himself, and, well, just Nongshim in general. About 1,000 gold up by this point, and we really like where their ability to just continue fighting for a lead will lie in their top laner, rocking, like you said, his own World Championship skin. I mean, that's just baller type shit.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie Love usually doesn't like to play his IG skin if he can help it. Ruler is also someone who very frequently doesn't use his Xayah Worlds Samsung Galaxy skin unless it is an important moment or an important game. But that's just the flexibility. What's up?
I was going to ask you, so, like, what would you think if you had a world skin? Because I get the idea of both sides. It's either I feel like it's superstitious and I overuse it, the world skin loses value, but also it's my world skin. Like, you could just rock it all the time. Where would you be at?
I'm a very, I try to be very boisterous. I try to be very confident, especially if I'm playing in lanes. So I think having a world skin is awesome. Like, how many players have a world skin, right? Like, there's only a very select few players, and sure, you might be superstitious. It might help you, give you that little bit of extra luck, but also, I want to show off, man. Like, I'm a pro player. I'm playing at the top levels. I have a world skin, obviously. So, at some point, I was one of the best players in that year. So,
yeah,
I would always, if I can, I would love to play it. I would love to be able to use it. But that's coming back to this game. Kind of the reason why we're so scared for this Vikings composition is, where is the damage going to be? Like, maybe if I was ahead, maybe this was Cassante a little closer to release, we'd be maybe a bit more enthusiastic, but if you're not able to generate leads, you're going to have a Galio who's not going to be able to do much. It's also first item tank coming through for Kati, so if he doesn't get, like, a ton of AP, he is still not going to really be too influential. It is basically all resting on Shogun, and that's where a 2 to 3 threat composition from Nongshim makes it difficult for this team to thrive.
Like we talked about, skirmishes are just where Nongshim are going to want to execute their bread and butter combos. So what objectives can we look forward to doing that next? We're still about 2.5 minutes out from a Herald or an Infernal Drake where they'll want to jockey. So we're just going to fight over potential creeps here. As Guri flies over the wall, he's going to cease assist onto Lehens. They're dumping a lot onto this knowledge support, but a good dredge line is going to cancel any damage. And oh my god, the Cataclysm onto 4 here. Jiwoo gets the free hit. Maybe they don't need the big bad Aatrox the way their 80 carry can fly into the back line. Gets the killer instinct forward. Shulong doesn't even get the root. It's a double picked up for Calyx, and Nongshim are running wild in our early game now.
They stole away the Raptors. They're going to get red buff here for Jiwoo. And guess what? You see pings on the bottom side. It's another wave going on down. Nongshim are just controlling this early game. They're outfighting their opponents. And there's the composition in action there from the Vikings. No damage after the initial setup. It was all invested into Lehens. And cool, Guri, you got some of your Raptor camps, but I think you may have just put your team in too far of a deficit here. This Shockwave again, Calyx. Very impressive rookie. Has been kind of a franchisee player. He's been playing on Nongshim for his entire career back in their Challengers and Academy teams.
Oh, Kratos! Oh, that's a huge grasp peel, and Kingen, he nearly gets the root back onto it, but he will survive. Both members are going to tick down from their ultimate forms. Gideon trying to move on over here to punish Kratos. He's going to dash as the root comes across. He doesn't have Cataclysm. Going to get the slow. I don't think he wants to flag and drag under the turret, and he's going to miss the poke out with the Q, so Kratos does escape as well.
Okay, Lance doesn't land. Lehens now trying to move in. They are using so much of their aggressive pressure. Remember, kind of similar to how we like to talk about Jhin, where he can basically play half a lane away. You got a lot of range with the Deadly Flourish. Jiwoo, if they play aggressively in the enemy jungle with this Nautilus and this Jarvan, suddenly there could be a Kaisa ending up in your jungle, and that could create a numbers advantage for this team. Now with the perfect trade coming on through, Calyx not only gets to help push, he gets a lot of damage down onto the turrets thanks to them having those early grubs. I think Nongshim are in a very good spot with a 2,000 gold lead. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds, and they can play with priority wherever they want. It seems like they want to get that first turret of the game.
We got double Sundered Sky done. One of the best one item power spiking items you can really bring. Like Eclipse maybe is also up there. So these skirmishers are going to brawl pretty comfortably wherever Nongshim want to prioritize the objective. If you are the Vikings, maybe try and just get suited to take the ladder of the objectives that Nongshim want, right? Pick up the scraps. Is it going to be the Infernal Drake that Nongshim are going to prioritize for Drake stacking, or the short income gold, as you've aptly described it, Alk, of playing for this Herald? It's going to be neither. They're making a TP play onto Calyx in the background here. It's Kati, but that fizzled out as quickly as it started. Oh, it's the Herald play. It's for the Herald. Okay,
Yep,
I see now.
It's for the Herald. Yep, all right. They're able to grab this objective. It's a small win here for Vikings and something that they're going to need to continue to find. Second Dragon also being taken, and look at how much gold they just got for themselves, right? Like, Calyx gets the top lane tier 1, Kingen is taking the bottom lane tier 2, and they're even trying to cut off different ways. We're actually seeing a lot of focus coming on through from the Vikings. There's no teleport, and a good ultimate from Calyx to clear the minion wave.
They don't need a wave. They've got knockups. Calyx has a really clutch flash. Gets away from the hero's entrance, and well, he is in a very precarious situation, but I think he's just kind of playing the stall game because the rest of Nongshim,
not again!
No!
This is definitely an observer bug, by the way, because you can see, there we go!
We're back! Kingen is flying around. Kratos is down on the tier 2 turret. We'll see Kati Calyx finally get chased down with the help of Kati. He's going to die into the tier 2 turret. Whew. I'm just happy we weren't stuck in the freeze.
I could tell that you can always tell it's an observer or / spectator bug because the cooldowns on items still tick because they're based on in-game time / the in-game server, which for some reason, depending on the bug, definitely interacts very weirdly.
Do you want to hear a funny bug that I realized with the this is you know what, it's a little bit of a tangent. You want to hear a funny bug I realized today while I was trying to play shout out Heartstar Caster Low in our game. With the DDoS attack things, I was experiencing it. Randomly, every single one of my cooldowns on items and abilities ticked to 0.6 seconds away from, like, even a D-Blade was at 0.6 seconds. I was like, that's really funny. I didn't know that could even happen.
I assume maybe Riot has it coded that items are, like, secretly have cooldowns, but the ones that don't, I would not be surprised if spaghetti code ends up being the thing. Okay, so picture-in-picture.
Yeah.
We get to see more in depth what happened. So there was a hook that was just a CC layering perfection coming on through from Nongshim. So thank you to our observers over there for getting that to us. Kingen making a 1v1. There is some plays happening in mid lane as well.
I was going to say here, but Kratos, I thought he was going to have ultimate advantage. That's a really brash 1v1 to try and throw down, but Kingen's going to give the respect over here. There's a lot of people stacked on top of each other in mid lane like you were talking, but the Vikings at least stealing away some chickens.
Yeah, I think it's an okay trade. I think getting World Ender away from Kingen is probably more important for the Vikings than it is for Nongshim to get the all-out. But now we're seeing a potential movement here. It is Galio who can move second to his opponents. Calyx taking some pretty risky walks through the enemy jungle, but he knows that Lehens is able to connect with him. Very important that Nongshim try to get this mid-tier 1, but because of the outer turrets being taken, we're seeing that Nongshim continuing to play in the enemy jungle, continue to take camps away from this Vi.
So what's the answer for Guri? Dropping the Rift Herald here and forcing Nongshim out of the jungle and to respond in the mid lane, but I wonder if Guri could have hopped in to at least force a crash. Instead, it only delays them. They're going to look for a spin onto Kingen, who doesn't have World Ender up just yet. It's a couple mere seconds away, but selling an engage onto this Aatrox is a hard sell.
Yeah. Seeing more plays, not a lot of time to
clear. Good
flash
flash from Jiwoo. He's getting some space away, and once again, they get out of the hero's entrance, so the double knock-up combo does not manifest for the Vikings, and that really screws their fight situation here. They lose Guri out first. Kratos is going to get a kill onto Lehens under the tier 1 turret. If King was here closer, this could have been a really bad fight, but he's comfortable in the top lane, and Vikings are going to take the space looking to knock down this mid-tier 1 turret. The wave is evaporating, though, thanks to Calyx and Jiwoo. So it's a support for jungle trade and Kingen free time on the top side.
I think this is good though for Vikings. They may have wasted the Herald, but they got a lot of important summoner spells before two big objectives. 30 seconds Otacon, a minute before the Dragon. No flash here for Jiwoo, no ability for them to be able to really play around this unless they're able to slow these fights down. It's Kingen trying to look for the turret.
I've been here before. Oh, that's a disgusting heal already. That was with Thormail, by the way. He's throwing down 1 versus 4. Kratos, good flash out of the 4th sweet spot, but I think the raid boss is going to go down here. Kingen overexerts himself on the top side.
Good timer. They punish Kingen, who will have teleport in 30 seconds when he is respawned. Can Nongshim actually get time onto this turret? It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Guri and Sulong gonna catch this wave, so finally Nongshim get the mid-tier 1. But have they been able to properly set up around some of these objectives? And I wonder what their priority is going to be, because right now they have some vision towards the bottom side, mostly to help out with Calyx, but do they tend to move themselves up here? It seems like that is going to be the case. Calyx is going to shift up. They're going to send Kingen in the bottom lane with his teleport, and it looks like they're going to prioritize trying to get this Otacon.
Very valuable. I do want to point out with this Otacon, by the way, Vikings, they are running the pedal game, 22-7. So this Otacon is actually going to kind of even up the pedal count here. So it's not as valuable as an Otacon as you normally see.
I wonder how many pedals they're actually going to get. Yes, there has been a lot of action relative to the game. They're at 7.
Wow,
okay.
So it's even, right? 23.
It's even
22?
now. You also get more out of it if you have the Otacon when you are above the 30 threshold. You get a little bit more adaptive force, a little bit more experience. So it's going to be the Otacon going over, as we have mentioned. Equalizes some of these lanes, but I think more importantly, it's starting to make some of the big carries here for Nongshim a little bit scarier here. Obviously, almost level 15 Kingen on this Aatrox. And I'm kind of looking at it. I mean, if Lehens can get level 11, that just means that you have more access to that ultimate.
Would you like to see more heal cut prioritization from Vikings right now?
No.
It's just the Thormail. Okay.
No. I think if you are going to have more heal cuts, you are going to lose damage. And we've already made a note that Vikings
True.
are incredibly reliant on Shogun.
Alex, we've used Shockwave
Yes,
on the
ult.
tank. And the Zanya's to cancel the cease and desist. Vault Breaker, good flash, though. Again, gets out of that little snap engage from the Vikings, but at least Vikings are doing a good job punishing the aggression as Lehens is going to re-go in. Hero's entrance, and the Cataclysm is going to get rid of Guri. Killer Instinct to the backline. Oh boy, Jiwoo is right on top of Shulong. The Karma's going to drop next, and look at Kingen buy all this more space for the backline dive. Shogun goes down. Kati next to fall. All the dominoes in a row in the name of Nongshim as they will eviscerate their opponent and break open the game that they had the lead of for virtually our entire match.
That's going to be the end of this one. I mean, if Nongshim can end on this push, then it's merely a formality as we watch the rest of this game go on. Calyx, this guy is just so impressive. While I think he has had not the high highs that we got to see from the rest of Nongshim early on into the year when they had Fisher, I think he has just been consistently, his floor has been a lot higher. And again, this is a guy who is just now finding some of his first time in Tier 1 play. Obviously didn't make it to an international like MSI or Worlds, but getting to play here in ASI, I think very, very good experience for this player. And him and his other solo lane partner in Kingen putting in a ton of work for this fight, not to mention what Gideon was able to accomplish early on.
I think we're going to go through those formalities because we went through the full brash replay there, but gold lead is over 9,000 by this point. Baron spawns in about a minute and a half, so Nongshim might just chill, keep the waves pushed up on all fronts, and then look to turn for the Purple Worm and end this game off. A dominant one. We were looking for Nongshim to respond. Again, it's fine to lose, you know, oh, well, hold on. Lehens engaged. TP coming behind here. Vikings maybe trying to overload. They're going to throw Kratos to the wolves, but he's not taking enough to deal with this Kai'Sa. Easy to assist on the back line. Jiwoo's fine and dandy. He actually stands right in front of the Vine and says, nice ult, bro. I'm just going to burn your front line, and you're next. Oh, I love the Kai'Sa delivery. Special delivery. Shockwave onto 3, and that will put the nice bow on top of a dominating Nongshim win.
Ah, there it is. Nongshim Red Force, the Noodle Boys. They get to style on their opponents as the last bit of play here in this game. A bottom lane inhibitor, a mid lane inhibitor if they really wanted, a way for them to be able to go for it. And this is always going to be an uphill battle, but Nongshim are going to find game number 1.
A rude awakening or a rude debut for the Vikings, our last team of the ASI to finally play group stage matches, and they suffer what is currently the quickest loss in Asia Invitational history.
There we go. Nongshim take game 1. And we didn't talk too much about the stakes of this game because it is heavily expected that Nongshim Red Force will win here today versus the Vikings. But if that does end up happening, Nongshim will be our first team locked into the knockout stage. And probably looking like potentially going to be the second seed out of this Group B, with BFX FearX as projected number 1.
I was gonna say, when this lock BFX FearX, it wouldn't lock Nongshim yet.
It doesn't technically lock BFX because they would, if they lose some of their games, on the off chance. But all right, we'll ignore everything I just said the last minute and a half.
You just got a bit baited by the fact we've played a lot more Group A games than Group B games through 2 days.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. This is not even the best team in this tournament from LCP, and they look like they were struggling. And that's going to be the case, I think, for our 4th and 5th seeds in GAM and MGM Vikings. If we just look at other international tournaments, just this year alone, CFO was really the only team that looked competitive versus AL looked very good versus T1, obviously, to start off the tournament. Took a best-of-5 win versus MKOI. So, makes sense that the top end of the region looks very good. And I think that has been true of the LCP as a whole historically. The top end looks really, really good.
Flash
and
Wolves.
then some of the other teams tend to kind of trickle down. And Vikings in general, if you look at their history, just this year alone, haven't been as dominant. Obviously, ended up kind of taking a short fall here towards the end of the season.
I do think, while they are heavily disadvantaged in a series like this draft really just handicapped them. I would rather them kind of go play a lot more free-flowing. You talked about how Kratos likes to play the carry top laners. This is a mid-bot duo that likes to play very aggressive. And we come away with a draft where it's a 1 damage comp. That's not super creative. That doesn't allow for a lot of fun avenues to try and catch Nongshim off guard, force them to play your style of game. So when we set up for game number 2, I just think this draft was boring. And I don't want them to be boring, even in a matchup where they're not favored.
It's very tough. I don't think they gave them very many options to play the game. I think if you're from Vikings side, you kind of pigeonholed yourself. You got some okay matchups for some of these lanes, but I, again, really want to call into question why we are trying to make Shogun be the 1v9 carry against a team where we are kind of expecting some of our other lanes to suffer. I also want to note that out of all of the teams here in this tournament, Vikings should be the most warmed up team. They have played the most recent game over in the LCP promotion series. They only had to play a single best-of-5 versus Saigon Dino. It was a 3-1 in their favor. So thankfully for the Vikings, they will be able to play an LCP next year going into 2026. But they are the team that has played the most recent game. It was on literally 3 days ago.
That's funny. I wonder, was it on... Is it one of those funny scenarios where they were playing on a future patch compared to the patch we're on now?
No, they're playing on 25.19 as well.
Okay, I was curious because...
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair shout, but they should be the most warmed up because we heard legendary leaker Doinby talk about that no team was looking for scrims or even practicing really going into this tournament. So I think if you are the Vikings, you're looking towards your future schedule here in this tournament, which is going to be maybe looking to take a game or a series versus NiP, who obviously have been a team that have been kind of up and down, and then their last series up against BFX FearX, that one's going to be a little tough.
Yeah, that one's going to be a tough look here, as we're going to see Jiwoo grab himself the player of the game. you know, I'm a sentimental
Should have been
guy.
Kingen.
Yeah, I like the theatrics. Give Kingen an MVP on his own skin, man. Like, come on. But Jiwoo does earn I mean, look at the fancy stats, right? Damage percentage, deathless game on Kaisa, up 4K gold over his opponent. It's not a hard sell on the Kaisa. Let's at least see some love for Kingen in the votes. All right, 1. 2 out of 5. Wow.
I like the Calyx one. I'm glad the Observer team's being a little based.
Yeah. You know what this signals to me that they're so split? It was a dominating win. When you split up this many votes, it's like, all right, can we give the team the MVP, right? So, big time win here for Nongshim again. While it was kind of, not a bad thing that they lose to BNK FearX, I do really feel like they were up 1-0. They could have won game 2. They could have won game 3. So it's a bad taste left in the mouth to come back here and just kind of beat down on an opponent you're expected to win. That's what they showed through game number 1. Nongshim looking to get their first series win of the Asia Invitational, and they are 1 game away from doing so. We'll be back live for that game 2 draft between Viking Esports and Nongshim Red Force after another short intermission. Back to you live here at the LPL English unofficial broadcast Twitch channel in expedited fashion as we are set for what could potentially be our final game of the night, and it is pointing towards signs of that the way our first game between Nongshim and Vikings Esports went down. The fastest win of the Asia Invitational history, because we're in our first one, I know. But 24.5 minutes is a fast game nonetheless. That would be pretty close to what I believe was the fastest LPL game this year, if we're once again leaning into the fact that we are LPL English. So we're going to be a little bit biased on our LPL stats because we casted the LPL. Just want to remind everybody that we did that.
Unfortunately, LCK is still undefeated. That is the unfortunate fact. But they've been playing very good, and I think that was the expectation. A lot of fans at home were saying, okay, is this actually going to be... I still am on the fence about how I want to interpret this event for fans. Everybody's going to have their own perspective, but on one hand, I would like this tournament to kind of be a little bit more representative of how the regions, especially the middle of the pack teams, interact with other regions. We can kind of see what LCK versus LPL would look like if LCP can be competitive, but I think kind of the for fun nature, the fact we're playing online, does take away the format also. It's like, it's a 6-day tournament that we're playing where we're just playing a bunch of best of 3s and a single best of 5. While it is a fairly competitive format, I don't want to read too much into this, especially because we're not seeing the best of the best play.
Yeah, I think it's come in with a fun mindset and enjoy the fact that we're seeing teams that on an international stage would really never get to match up. Maybe down the line, as we hope to see more Asia Invitationals, things can start heating up from a more competitive standpoint, but I don't hate the sort of for fun lean that we've had here towards this one in particular. We'll see how for fun the draft can get here. I think if Nongshim are playing with the confidence they had after that Game 1 win, they might break out some crafty stuff. We talked about, I mentioned a little bit earlier how Lehens has really loved picking Elise support and Shen support in spots where it's like low-key inting. And then Kingan always has the Anivia top he piloted earlier on in the year and some other AP off-meta champions he can bring towards the top side. Let's see, though, as Nongshim will be on the blue side off the win. Okay. That still feels foreign to me, but
I think that's really interesting. I'm glad that the Vikings want to try to get a little bit of some counterpick here. I think it makes sense. Coach OSOFM standing behind his players. Okay, so Senna banned, Lysandra and Annie. We're just going for Calyx picking up his LeBlanc. Okay.
All right off the bat, looking to play fast and play aggressive with this pick, but the Vikings going to get a pretty powerful top laner of their own. Kratos, I like to see him in the carry role, and 3 series today, everybody. 3 Lee Sins. They haven't won today.
Why are we picking Lee Sin, guys? Surely Xin Zhao did not get nerfed that hard. Surely Wukong is still in the game, guys. Like, we have all these champions. You still have, like, Pantheon and Nocturne. I know the Pantheon is getting nerfed repeatedly, but I still think this champion just gives you so much. All right, well, now you just get counterpicked. Like, we're blinding Mbessa when there is still things like a Scion, things like a Renekton still up and available. So what are we getting for this counterpick as MGN Vikings? What are we looking for here? Like, are we seeing if we can get something for Shulong? Are we maybe looking for Style, who we didn't even talk about? He is stepping in for this game over Shogun.
Oh, yeah. So Style's in. And we get our second Malzahar of the tournament. I want to throw up saying that out loud. Damn, Style. Nice hair. How long does that take to pop up?
Too long.
Too long unless Shulong helps.
There you go. So second phase of bans. I mean, Vikings have chosen basically their lanes in order here. They have top jungle mid, and I think you're trying to play Malzahar into LeBlanc. The lane will be a little bit difficult, but in theory, as the game goes on, if LeBlanc goes forward, you can kind of just stop them. You can also do that to Renekton as well. I think the theory is good, but whether or not they're going to be able to execute is another thing.
Yeah, execution, always the winner over draft strategy. Alistair, Callista, Lucian, Poppy. So Sivir going to come in for Style into his first game here of the Asia Invitational. What does Jiwoo and Lehens want to play? Okay, I was thinking they might go for something I guess there aren't a lot of really aggro picks left. Lucian and Kalista are the two ones that you would think about. A couple interesting hovers here. Jiwoo, I mean, looked pretty good on the Kaisa, these hypermobile champions. Zeri can be very fun in that aspect. Gotta start thinking about pairings, though, for Lehens. I don't know if this comp can dictate, like, a Lulu angle.
I think
It
Lulu is
could.
fine. I like Lulu with the polymorph and her ultimate versus Lee Sin and Mbessa, I think is actually pretty reasonable. Again, you also have a Wukong, so you can kind of play off that. Same thing with Renekton. I think it's a fair shout for Lehens if he really wants to go for it. They do need a little bit of engage, so thinking about how the Vikings do want to kind of go forward, they are giving counter pick over to Shulong.
Wow.
This is going to be into a Blitzcrank.
Oh, please don't Sivir Pike. That's like mixing oil with water. That's also like mixing. Listen, Shulong, Pike player, likes to be aggro with these Elise picks, but if we're gonna do this, why did we pick Sivir?
I think it's fine. Like,
Okay.
I have been one of the biggest proponents that Sivir can actually be a bit of a lane bully, especially if you're going to fight in the mini wave on level 1. She has all of the boomerang blades. She's going to be able to clear the wave and hit you at the same time. The Q also at level 1 and very early on does a lot of damage, so I think you can actually take the enemy bot lane to task. And Elise, while I think it's cute to play into Lehens, you have a lot of different angles to be able to stop the Blitzcrank hook. The Spiderlings, the Repel, there's a lot of ways we could see this 2v2 actually go in favor of Vikings. I kind of like where their draft ended up. I just don't like the self-counter pick to start off the draft. And this is another scenario where I need to see the Vikings do something. They've definitely given themselves a lot more damage here in this game. But do you want to take a low and slow approach versus Nongshim? I don't think that's the recipe here.
At least it's not all the eggs in the AD carry basket for this game, right? With the Mbessa top side, playing with this Sivir. There is, multiple damage threats that will come out here in this game for Vikings. It's just still a tough task to try and overcome the form that Nongshim are currently in by this point. And I also think Calyx might just run wild. I think that on this LeBlanc. I think this is a, if you saw DK Showmaker LeBlanc, we might be in for a similar sort of style. It is funny, though, that speaking of Showmaker, the two champions he's played in the ASI so far are actually matching up in this game, too.
Ah, look at that. That's awesome. Oh, I saw my brother, I saw Guo there, predicting for the Vikings to win. All right, let's see if he is lying or not.
Okay. I mean, always right or lying, so there's no real room for error there. We're back out onto the Rift. It looks like safe and sound here. Game number 2, potentially our final game of day 2 here. If not, should come away with a 2-0 win over the 5th seed representative of the LCP in Vikings Esports. Oh, yeah,
hey!
I love this. We're having fun.
Let's
Dance,
go.
Dance, dance, dance.
Okay, clap, clap, clap. That's all Mbessa does here with their when you spam the emote like this. I'm glad that they're emoting. Kingan's also been known to have a little bit of fun, so very, very nice to see. 2 representatives here.
Come on, guys,
get
on the dance party. Oh, Calyx, that's an auto, bro. Calyx.
Oh, that's
This
2
is
autos.
BM.
He has the electrocute. He's going for the 3rd one. Okay, so there's already too much time in between. Didn't get the electrocute proc off there.
Oh, okay, Cocoon. It's a boomerang start. No Spiderlings. Shulong is just going to, repel on out of there. So, hey, you know what?
Electrocute ignite.
Easy peasy.
All right. So, stuff to think about in this game. Priority should go over to the Vikings as they get their recalls in. It is significantly...
Oh, wow, was blind. Ignite, though, Cocoon turned back on Lehens. Style trying to use every auto he can, get out of those boomerangs, lethal tempo, good flash at the end. Style's going to take a turret shot. That's pretty bad, but Jiwoo not going to punish it too heavily here. Lehens is going to have to take a reset.
Gideon skipping his camp. He's just going for this. Yeah, look at where the wave is right now. They can't step back up. It's going to be a 2v2 here. Style has his flash, Shulong as well.
They're not going to get level 2 in time, off the wave. Oh, good flash wave for the Cocoon. Gideon goes after Style, flash, but matched, and there's the staff bap down. Shulong also having a flash for insurance. Very rare to see a Wukong forced out of his clear early, but Gideon makes it work.
Yeah, he gets first blood. Now he's going to... Does he just go for the Krugs? That seems like that's going to be the case. So Wukong's going to be a little bit delayed in his clear. Guri already hitting his 4th camp of the game, but helping out his bottom lane in particular. And that was solo golden experience as well going over to Gideon.
Yeah, no assist there for Jiwoo, but just pressure alleviated, right? Gets himself a comfortable reset. So back towards the grind of cutting down these camps for Gideon. Let's see what Guri could do with it. This is definitely a window, regardless of what happened in the bot side, where Lee Sin should be a lot more active on the map.
For sure. Okay. So Lee Sin can be an early aggressor. He does have, obviously, a lot of early trading that he can get down. But the lanes are really, really tricky to gank right here because you're playing into Blitzcrank and a Lee Sin, and a Zeri, so the odds that you really want to go in versus that combo is a little less enticing. Mid lane's also kind of a role where you have a Malzahar pre-6. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much action. I think what Lee Sin's job here in this game is, unironically, he's just playing keep away. He's just there to protect his lanes, give themselves some more explosive 2v2s in the mid game, and then use the ultimate to hopefully kick away any stragglers or enemies that are looking for stuff.
Wrapping around towards his bot lane tier 1 turret. Sonic Wave going to land. Lehen's trying to play bodyguard. Ward Hop to try and get it slow. I don't know if they can get Shulong and Style close enough to make this anything further. Good field goal there from Lehen's. Splits the 2 uprights for that hook. Just getting Jiwoo off the wave here. They're trying to starve experience and such.
All right, Gideon's really paid this game. Gets the first kill of the game. Now he gets respawn Raptors. Kratos has to be careful because very quickly I think Kingen could turn this matchup. And it's not going to be on this wave, but potentially the next one, depending on what Kratos does here. There could be an angle where Kingen either TP's back or they look for something after this scuttle. And could be that Kratos loses a summoner spell.
I have to track that. Gideon going to take the reset, though. Drake up in about 25 seconds here. Jiwoo going to get himself set for a reset as well. I wonder if potential swap could be coming out here from Nongshim if they could time up these resets. It looks like Kingen would be in a decent spot to get one off of his own, and if they want to prioritize Grubs for the Renekton and even the LeBlanc, this would be a good time to get the swap going. Synced recalls.
Yes, let's see if they go for it. Zeri versus Ambessa is like kind of interesting, but
immediate
I don't think we're
TP
going to
back.
see too much of it. Yeah. Also want to note, this is technically Calix's first LeBlanc this entire year. Hasn't been able to pull it out. Last time we saw it was in LCK Challengers. Was playing into a Scion mid, which I think is very funny. But he's doing very well for himself in this lane. This is the problem for the MGM Vikings is we don't have very many ways of getting priority early. And mid lane is not a matchup that's very fun for Kati. So if he can just survive for the time being, it's fine.
Oh, it's actually Style and the Vikings that are looking for the swap here. Gideon looking for a mid lane find. Is going to only find Guri, who throws down a decent amount of damage, gets the Conqueror procced. So the Vikings making this swap. What do we make of this? Trying to get maybe rid of some pressure for Style in the lane, or the Vikings saying, hey, Grubs are going to be our priority here going forward?
I think that's more so the case. They want to see if they can get early invasion. See that Guri is walking into enemy wolves. Also does have Shulong within touching distance soon. It should be really difficult because Kingen shouldn't be able to get onto Style, but I don't think Style, unless there's a pretty massive mistake coming in from the Renekton, he actually pops the Dominus thinking that they were going to walk into blind on him. So saves his jungler, his camps, but doesn't get much off of that. And I think this is a pretty big advantage now for Vikings. I don't think they can go for a dive, but this is just free time for the Sivir.
Level 1 ultimate, too, for Kingen. I don't know if that comes up. Grubs, you should have a backup. So if a Grubs fight comes along, but
yeah,
they're not going to force a dive here either. So yeah, Kingen, just like you mentioned, pressure. And, well, there goes half his health bar. So
okay, well, maybe if he trades like that, then sure. But
yeah.
It looks like they're going to go back for the swap. It's going to be the teleport coming in from Lehen's. They are a little late to this if we're talking about setup around this objective. It's Scuttle going over to Guri. They seem like they want to try to go for a dive. Zeri is going to be on her way, but at the very least for the Vikings, nice job from Lehen's.
guess what, bro? Nether Grasp. Outplay button for Kati, and that's going to get styled the kill.
Okay, Vikings get their first kill. It's also a turret play going over to them. Good opener here from Vikings. Better play coming on through, especially with Style in the lineup. Doesn't seem like Jiwoo is starved all that much. He misses about a wave and a half when we talk about prior timings here. But will also mean that the Vikings will not be in position for the grub spawn here. Gideon got to clear some of his camps, got to take, I think, a better base here. And now we talk about this objective. There's going to be no ultimate for Kati in this one. I think if you are Nongshim, you're saying, fine, come fight us. If you don't have that ultimate, we are way stronger than you are.
Maybe Guri tries to get cheeky with a steal here to ward hop out if he wants to. He knows these grubs are going down. Going to finish his red buff off now, but Shulong showing on the bot side. Yeah, Guri just has to going to clear his camps out here, and Lehens may make that a bit of a problem nonetheless. Hex Flash available. Jiwoo also has that Lightning Crash if he wants, but Guri's going to re-engage. There's a Lightning Crash out of Jiwoo. Lehens is only level 4. Knockup doesn't matter. Kratos has more than enough damage to get things done. Gideon over the wall. Maybe looking for a Cyclone angle. It's just Jiwoo min-maxing his damage, and Lehens kind of let out of position once again.
Okay. So, the problem here is that, like, I don't think that Vikings are advancing the game all that much. Sulong.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Gingen. He saw the repel early from Shulong, and just no mercy from the Croc here. It's the on the hunt speed up and goes to get style away from a really obvious double kill for Gingen.
Oh, Kratos trying to find the ultimate here. Jiwoo.
Jiwoo has flash. He's waiting for Gideon, who's going to show up here. Flash forward. Oh, the Cyclone interrupt was perfectly timed there from Gideon. Jiwoo lays a precise trap there.
Wow. He loses both of his summoner spells. That was Ghost and Flash being gone here. Kingen finds the kill under the turret.
Oh, I thought he got out.
Okay, well, at least they got the wave in under the turret. Sulong does get local experience for being around that play. Guri is going to try and steal away a camp, gets another Raptor camp taken away. He's going to be the first dragon of the game, taken at 10 minutes here in our game number 2. And while Nongshim are finding individual outplays, oh my god!
Flash outplay button, and the clone can't save Calyx. Man, Kati is really skill expressive on this champion right now. Picks up his first kill.
Let's go. Okay.
That's a skill expressive you get on Malzahar, by the way, folks. Flash ulting. That's the end of the skill expression on this champion.
Hell yeah. Okay. I mean, we saw from Showmaker, he didn't have to do much in that series versus JDG, to be fair.
You're not wrong.
Sometimes the simplest option just happens to be the best. Something Occam's razor. I don't really know. But I mean, aside, again, I think that Nongshim were winning out on some of these trades, but the map has been struggling to develop. I know that I had at first given Vikings the benefit of the doubt here, but I think that Nongshim needed to push the pace early on. Now we have a Malzahar who has an individual lead in the lane. You have the Sivir, who is always going to make it very easy for them to clear minion waves and be able to move into Fog of War. So what else can we see from the Vikings? Can they actually push beyond what is, for expectations, supposed to be a loss here today, and maybe get us to a game number 3?
We'll have to see. It's a lot about the execution of these fights that Nongshim have been so pristine in nonetheless. And they do have the grubs to kind of sack up a lot of experience. Public execution, though, down on to Kingen. Does have the dominance. Going to pop it now. Looks to stack up that rage bar. Shulong holding on to the repel. Will cast it. Kratos trying to play around that rage bar. Heal the Call of the Meek, though. Gets Shulong. It will be a trade, though. But Kingen is making it very difficult to kill him off skirmish after skirmish.
I mean, 2v1, he is making it happen. Does it in the bot side, goes top lane, even does it a second time here to really prove his stuff. But all in all, look at what's happening on the map. And Bessa doesn't even finish this turret. She's going to have to go bot side to help Kati pick up this next minion wave. Jiwoo, while all this is happening, is going to get himself at least a single plate for himself in this lane. 125 gold plus this next minion wave and has Cole here. Lehens should be able to get away.
All right.
But this is a really good play here coming on through, and I think Nongshim are getting away with a lot because mechanically I think some of their laners are outplaying their opponents.
Gold lead in control of the Vikings for the time being. A lot of that in well, kind of the support matchup, so it does feel a little bit fake, but at least does bring an extra burst potential towards the Vikings. But this is another comp that is somewhat on a timer with its playmaking, I want to say. Lee Sin and Elise are super mid-game focused champions, so Vikings need to keep the pedal to the metal. Problem is, they've always been looking for Kingin, who has always made it at least a trade. All right, the alcove is just a reset here for Gary. Oh, he's gonna try and work his way towards the brush, but the ward is going to spot it here for Kingin. He does not have Dominus, though, so he can't use that ability to outplay a dive. But here we go. His third time the charm. Kick Sonic Wave. There's the execute coming across. Kratos, yep, is going to be fine. So finally, the Vikings find a 2v1 kill and not a trade.
And Nongshim a little slow on the crackback here. They're pushing through bottom side. I mean, that was a timer where Jiwoo was recalling, so they get not only a mid-tier 1, or some plates in mid-tier 1, and Bessa can start to hit on this top tier 1, and now they get themselves in a recall and a little bit of a better spot. It's now up to Nongshim Red Force to put down vision, get themselves in a good spot around this dragon that spawns at the same time as the Herald here. Kingin invest the teleport on top side, so we're going to probably just see the Noodle Boys go for some turret plates and get themselves some early gold coming on through.
Or they're going to go for a Death Brush onto Kratos. Shulong is nearby. Cyclone comes out from Gideon. They're going to secure the Gromp. Good use of the clone, though, to make sure the Cocoon does not land a stun there. It's going to be a proxy on the top side here from Kingin. And, yeah, they're just farming plates here. Min-maxing the most out of the grubs. They steal a plate away just at the witching hour before plates drop off.
Okay. So, Calyx needs to be a bit careful. Yes, you are LeBlanc, but they're sending a lot of members. You can see that there's some pings. They know that Shulong is in the area. Kingin is also going to get himself a top tier 1. So first turret, despite everything that the Vikings have been able to accomplish, is still going to be going over. And I want to say, as much as we have been talking about the other representatives from LPL and LCK as expected favorites versus the LCP, I think that they have shown some pretty competitive games, all things considered. I mean, yesterday's series versus Weibo, while it ended up being a 2-0, there were moments that I think that we got to see the LCP representatives actually play some decent League of Legends. And here against Nongshim, the lowest ranked team coming in from the LCK, I think that this is a decent enough showing. We'll have to just see if they can execute around objectives and find the first game win here of the Asia Invitational.
Take a look at items. Everyone's on first item breakpoints. Just depends on your flavor of which ones you feel are stronger. You know, like Utal versus Essence Reaver. Actually, the BF sword for style does make him a lot bigger of a threat. Luden's a little bit over Blackfire Torch. Trinity Force versus Sundered Sky. Eclipse Stride Breaker. It's pretty even across the board, so I'm glad you're emphasizing the execution of when these fights break out. You might have thought it would be around the Rift Herald, but we saw in that last game the Vikings were happy to make kind of the trade, going for the secondary feast of whatever gripe Nongshim make, this time being the Herald. So they will get themselves on to 2 Drakes early here for, could be a pretty pivotal soul depending on what we get, but Gideon immediately wants to get a very valuable tier 2 turret. They're moving Jiwoo over as well. 4 members of Nongshim on the top side.
How much more can they get from this? They're going to crash it into the turret, so next play is going to be a little bit easier for them. Vikings are reinforcing, and look at what they're doing on the opposite side. Currently, Mbessa is on the bottom side. You have Guri, who is picking up mid, so they don't even get the turret. Nongshim are stalled out in this play, and I love this coming in from Vikings. I think they're responding with a lot of poise here in this game, and Nongshim are recognizing how hard it's going to be to actually make their pick composition work.
TP from Calyx to cover that bot turret on the bot turret nonetheless. So getting that TP out of LeBlanc is good. Kingin really wants that turret knocked down. He's trying to bring waves up and see if the minions can get it done for himself, but that would also cut away from the local gold. So it's not a really great sell here. Might stall out again and play a bit slower once again here, Alk, because not much to fight around. Otacon is going to be the next thing up in about 3.5 minutes, so maybe they try and make a dive work. But Gideon is covering. Kingin, you think he's low HP, but he has Dominus to lean on. He's going to pop it. But Style has damage of his own. Good spacing. King's going to flash. Doesn't stun him. Style flashes back, but Style's going to find this kill. Steps in. And in the mid lane, it's also Kati that picks off the heads again.
There we go. This is a much better draft this time around, and maybe Kratos finds Calyx. He still has flash. He has distortion up in 2 seconds.
All right, first distort. Ooh, good flash wave below execution. Sonic wave, dash back. Calyx has to go away from his turret, though. This is what we know LeBlanc for. Really crafty, playing on the map, but Calyx should be as good as dead. Vikings all over the map right now, picking off kill after kill.
I mean, Kingen tried to make a play onto this Sivir. Doesn't end up happening. They try to make a play in mid. Shulong helps catch this in mid, so let's see how Lahen's got caught. Yeah, I mean, who is Lahen supposed to hook in this game? Is it Malzahar? Probably not. Is it going to be Elise? Well, that's usually pretty tough. And even Lee Sin, the mobility that this champion has, the kick as well, can actually be pretty dangerous. So I think that Nongshim are realizing in real time, okay, well, we're not winning in some of our lanes. The only person who has been able to generate a large amount of a lead for himself is Kingen, but even that is starting to fall to the wayside here as the Vikings are making headway in this game, finding themselves a gold advantage here in game number 2. Maybe on the verge of being able to get a game win. We'll see still a lot of League of Legends still left to play here, but we've got Otacon spawning on the top side and a lot of flowers up there as well.
A lot of petals to take away here. Can anyone get to 2 items as the Otacon comes around? The timer for that next reset is soon to be here. I think Style might have the Infinity Edge done with that kill he was able to pick up. That'll be something to look for. Kati also has some serious gold resources under him. On top of that, Nether Grasp is going to land on Jiwoo. Flashes away. The Redemption Heal doesn't come in time. Style picks up the kill, and the Hens falls next, and all bets are off now in the mid lane. Gideon trying to cut away from Kratos, has to use the Cyclone. Kingen is coming down here. They're trying to spring a trap onto Kratos, who's going all in after Gideon. They're going to walk him into Kingen. Public Execution comes down, the stuns layer, but it's not going to be enough. Gideon goes down. Shulong going to find the trade. Calyx dashes after him. Kratos very low. He's going to get rooted up by the LeBlanc. The solo lanes are the big bad wolves to deal with from Nongshim. But Guri's able to evade with the mobility and style this whole time, is knocking down very valuable structures. Oh, good dodge from the Rune. He ward hops back to the pink ward. Sorry, control ward. Guri out, though.
Style, walk up, hit. I mean, I get why. He's a little bit afraid that Kingen and Calyx are going to show up in mid lane. But that was a full turret going over to Style and multiple kills. This Malzahar is getting a lot of value. And I gotta say, Vikings are just playing a better game here from Nongshim. We go right into the replay. Jiwoo thinks that he can step up. He's not quite silenced, but there we go. It is Kati finding his moment. Jiwoo unable to survive. Boomerang blades come in and take him down. And with the bot lane duo of Nongshim falling, we get to see that Kratos trying to find this chase. They eventually get Gideon, but you talked about it. The big bad here for Nongshim Red Force is the solo laners. Are they necessarily going to be able to get enough done here in this game? Is going to basically make or break Nongshim's game 2.
And we're just going to keep the action up. Going to go right back towards this Otacon. 2 items on both these AD carries. 2 items on this Mbessa and this Renekton by this point. So those are the guys to look out for with a lot of this damage. Summoner-wise, a lot of valuable summoners up here. So there's a huge amount of outplay potential. And again, been a very great game from the Vikings. But when it comes to setups and fighting through them, Nongshim are definitely favored. The LCK just makes their bread and butter on that. As Lahen's is going to get caught by Guri. The exhaust comes across, but they've knocked down Kati. Gideon and Calyx have enough damage, and Shulong going to fall next. There's those solo lanes again. It's this time Calyx taking the head mantle. And everything's starting to crumble at a very unfortunate position, as it's going to be a 5 versus 3 likely brought on by Nongshim towards this Otacon.
Okay, Otacon, and you can already see that the Vikings, they don't even want to bother to contest for this. It is Kati respawning in 15, but they're going to go for the Dragon, and Mountain Dragon Soul here for, or Soul Point, I should note, for the Vikings. Kind of the last-ditch effort for them. If they can grab this, I do think that they have a very good chance of being able to win this game. A single mistake here is going to equalize a lot of this for the Noodle Boys. I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, the big traitor. It had the Vikings winning in the pregame. It's now on Nongshim. He is inching over towards MGN, but I don't think the LCP representatives are going to be too happy about God War making his decision known here mid-game.
I think that last fight really showed how if Kati doesn't get a valuable Nether Grasp, it's really hard to play out these fights. Because you talked about it, right? The solo lanes, there's a lot of dipping, dashing, and dodging. Even the mobility of this Zeri. So the value of that single target lockdown is exponential. if Nongshim can play around that, denying that, maybe even punishing this Malzahar, killing him off early, it's hard for the Vikings to play out the rest of these fights.
Well, and Jiwoo's really tough, tough spot here. Something that I think goes underappreciated or doesn't go talked about enough is item economy. Like, you only have 6 slots in your inventory to be able to buy items, and so Jiwoo going for Yuntal Wild Arrows into the Runons. If he doesn't go for Infinity Edge, I don't think he has enough damage. But if he doesn't take a QSS, he's not going to be able to cleanse the suppression coming on through from Kati. So there is going to be a large portion of this game where Nongshim do have to be a little bit wary and cognizant that if he has Flash, if the Nether Grasp is up, like you were mentioning, Vikings do have ways of being able to find plays. So now it is going to be the Vikings taking control back of their jungle, especially here on the top side. They're going to get themselves the top tier 1, which is nice gold. And remember, minute and a half before the Baron, 3 minutes before the Dragon. These next 2 objectives are going to basically dictate the next 10 minutes of gameplay.
The power, though, of these really long side lanes is going to allow for Nongshim, and especially Calyx, to lean into exactly what makes LeBlanc such a threat in these games. It's hiding in these jungle. You can see, look at the bot side, lit up with wards. The mid-tier 1 turret is the obvious target here for Nongshim, but Vikings have to be very wary about how they play around their own jungle. Kick from Guri, though. Sonic Wave coming across. Lehens is able to kind of just walk it out with a nice heal. So there's one ultimate off the line.
You could see Kati wanted it, man. He was trying to look for an ultimate. I think he was at barely max range there coming in from Guri. Doesn't have the flash either, so still we have Baron spawning in 50 seconds. We talked about how Nongshim put a lot of their investment onto the bottom side. Gonna have to move their vision over now as Lehens was able to get a reset in and also clear out his, or restock his wards. So now it is Kingen who's going to clear this bottom side. He'll shift into mid, and that'll open up a spot here for Nongshim to start up this objective on the top side.
Kati looking for a reset. Let's see what he can buy in that front. Kingen, oh boy, laying a trap. He's been the 1v2 god on this rift, but it doesn't look like Guri's going to walk into it. Ooh, there's the Dominus pop. Does Jiwoo want to link up here for a little bit of their own 1v2 action? Kratos has no idea. Gonna get stunned up, look for the first dash. Jiwoo gonna chase down, has the ghost pop. There's lightning crash. Shulong can't hit the cocoon. It's Kratos flashing back over the wall. And that is another key flash coming off the board.
That's really good, actually. I mean, it's sad that Kratos doesn't have flash anymore, but he still has the public execution. You still will be able to make some plays happen around the map. That was the lightning crash coming down, so there will be a bit of time in between now and the dragon spawning where Jiwoo will be a little bit weaker than his opponents. I think all in all, the fact that Kratos also doesn't die does allow for the Vikings to still contest. I like the vision toggle that we're getting from our observers. Talked about how slippery and how dangerous Calyx can be on this LeBlanc if he's not spotted. And he also has the Banshee's Veil here, so trying to make sure that he can be very safe as well as untouchable from his opponents.
Yeah, it's just paying the Malzahar tax a bit right here with the Banshee's Veil. It's not like a QSS bailout, but it's enough to make sure that Kati can't just flash ult somebody. You got to get that off the board. Lehens, 1 versus 4, basically in front of all the Vikings, just poking and prodding them with these hooks. And they're trying to set up Calyx to do what this LeBlanc does best. It's whittle down these health bars so that when the Dominus comes out, the Cyclone, the Zeri, they're low enough, but there is a snap engage. Nether Grasp into the public execution. Goodbye, Gideon, at a huge juncture. The Mountain Soul Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. Lehens is going to die as well.
Exactly. I mean, look, that was Kati Flash. We talked about it. You know what's funny? When we had Skarner, and especially when it was the point-and-click ult of the Skarner, everybody played the QSS tax. And it has been a while since we have been able to see Malzahar more available in pro play. But now everybody kind of forgetting about that. Gideon not paying the tax. Oh, Kingen's in a good flank.
All right, here's the Dominus. Kratos doesn't have flash. Remember, Cox is going to go after him. The Sterak's needs a lot of value. Stuns layering. The root comes across. There's Jiwoo into the backline with a lightning crash. Guri is getting burned down. He has to flash over the wall first. Style, though, trying to turn out the damage with these bouncing boomerangs. Kingen goes in, goes back out. It's the repel through for Shulong. Calyx is trying to get back in with himself. Jiwoo gets the root, and it's Calyx and Jiwoo that are pushing to the maximum potential. Jiwoo kiting back. Calyx does not find the kill. Guri gets a big heal. It's a 1v1 for now, but Nongshim have reinforcements coming first, and Gideon is able to get back out on the map, and he is going to stall out that huge win con. And Calyx is going to be able to pop over the wall here. I don't know if he has enough damage with the root. He does. My word. Popped like a balloon is Guri.
Wow, look at the solo lanes of Nongshim, man. I mean, Kingin, the experience on this player, obviously a former world champion, and then the fresh rookie of Calyx comes through, and they make this fight amazing for Nongshim. Remember, this all starts with Gideon getting picked out of a lineup here. It's the flash ultimate from Kati, the public execution from Kratos, and we're saying, okay, 2 picks before the dragon spawns, that might just be Soul going over to the MGN Vikings. But then we see another monster flank, the side lanes coming into fruition for Nongshim. Kingin buying so much space, him and Calyx finding this pick onto Kratos. Obviously, Jiwoo slides in, has the lightning crash, but I just love what we get from the 2 different solo lanes of Nongshim to be able to win them this fight.
Oh, such a smart flash from Calyx. Gets the electrocute, is just enough, and lands the root onto this Malzahar. I mean, that is pristine LeBlanc gameplay. We already got to see Showmaker cook on this champion, but Calyx just repping the LCK, the way he's able to dip in and out of these fights. We saw in the picture-in-picture, Nongshim uses that momentum to get the Baron power play going for themselves. Maybe now they've finally gone over the pretty big hurdle that Vikings laid for them in this early and mid-game, and they're back in control of this game.
I just want to note for everybody at home how much of a difference I think this is for Nongshim. The fact that they're having Calyx lead them through the game. Again, replacement for Fisher coming in. I was pretty vocal that I think that Fisher was one of the worst players we saw in the LPL when he was playing. And now, I mean, Calyx obviously was just playing in Challengers at the beginning of this year. Comes in for LCK round 2.
Oh, there we go, another Nether Grasp. We're able to catch out and burn
He's
through
dead?
Calyx. Just as you're talking about him, Hulk's Caster Curse comes through is enough for Nongshim to overcome here in this fight. Jiwoo's very low. Kakuga land onto King, and he gets the Mikhails, goes back forward, trying to find these low health bars, and that's a huge goal of the Meek to knockdown style. Sulong goes all out for Gideon, doesn't find that kill. It's a quick double coming across for the big bad Croc. Guri's going to try and clean up. Gideon is very low, and Kati has the Renekton situated off towards the side. The Sundered Sky value is massive here as Gideon tries to find these kills. It's a trade between the Renekton and the Malzahar, and it's an ace for the Vikings.
They're able to get down all that damage. Kati with another ultimate tries to make a pick. It starts onto Calyx, and while Kingin is dealing with the backline of the Vikings, Guri gets a huge kick onto Gideon, kills Jiwoo with it, and then is just able to 1v2 versus what is very little damage coming on through from Nongshim. I don't know if they're able to spot this. Gets away? Wow. He gets the Malefic Visions
yeah, I was gonna say.
plus the ultimate, and I just want to watch Guri in the back end of this fight. Yes, it is Gideon with a huge ultimate knockup both times, but look at this Lee Sin. He is uninhibited on this fight the entire time. A single silence onto Jiwoo stops him. The ultimate knockup there alongside Shulong. And it's cool that Kingin is pulling in all this work. The solo lanes for Nongshim have to be big leaders here in this game. It is a tough draft to play here, and while you can't underestimate your opponents, I love to see that the LCP representatives are taking the LCK to task.
I mean, they just completely wiped out that Baron power play, right? You thought we were going to start knocking down tons of structures, the mid lane tier 2 turret, and now it's back to just throwing hands around, and the main timer is back in the Vikings' favor on minute 30. That's the next objective we're going to be looking at here. Another Mountain Soul. Unless Lehens has other plans, he's trying to route around Shulong, but he gets publicly executed by Kratos and TP to cover as well. Lehens continuing some head-scratching plays on a tough Blitzcrank game.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so now they're going to be numbers disadvantage. It's a minute before the Dragon. Nongshim cannot lose any more members before this fight. And the only thing that I think is keeping them relevant in this game, aside from the gold leads in their solo lanes, is the fact that they have all of these long side lanes. We have not seen Vikings be that attentive to their lanes, and that is for good reason. They have an objective lead right now in this game, and every single dragon is going to come down and be very important to the game state. So again, we're seeing the push and pull. Kingin and Calyx play the side lane, push these lanes out, force the Vikings to have to respond and fix them. Otherwise, you have a flank coming on through from a LeBlanc and a Renekton.
Well, they're definitely dropping that top wave. Pings, nobody answering. So Nongshim know the Vikings are fully stacked up, protecting their domain that is this bottom side river. And that nether grass can come out at any time here, and whoever gets caught by it, their death warrant is signed.
So Kingan's not showing. He's going to look to maybe pop up on this next wave. No, he's going to see if he can find a flank. He will get spotted out on this ward in the pixel. But very, very dangerous spot to find. It is so difficult for Lehens to get any kind of hooks here. There are Malzahar minions. There's a Sivir. There's a Malzahar spell shield, not including the Spiderlings as well. Calyx tries to find something. He has no Banshee's Veil, and this could be Soul coming on through for the MGN Vikings.
Oh, Gideon gonna get hooked by Lehens. It's actually Kratos, excuse me. Gets poked down decent. Root's gonna land. Mountain Drake the target now. Gideon needs to get in position to at least try 50-50 this, but Guri is going to look for the kick here. The steal comes across, though Gideon gets it, and Calyx jumps into the backline. Gets a ton of damage down. 2 GAs pop, but Jiwoo pops up out of nowhere and looks to call game. An instant triple kill, an instant classic performance for the Nongshim AD carry in the Asia Invitational. He's going to pick himself up, not the Quadra, but maybe the fight and series sealing win for Nongshim.
They're going to try to go through topside here. They've got a wave and another one coming as well afterwards. Nongshim are trying to look to finish this one out. No mid-turrets necessary at this point. It's 3 minions plus the next minion wave. They do have 3 grubs, and there are some pretty decent death timers. 15 seconds before Sulong, 30 before we get to see Style and Kati.
Looks like it's the final march. It was such a brilliant game from the Vikings. Definitely showing that they need to be respected even as the lowest LCP representative. They made Nongshim sweat for 33 minutes, but that final minute is all that really matters. Nongshim sweep away our final match of the day.
Man, this is, god damn it, man. Like, this is a game that this is going to get lost in the annals of history, unfortunately. Fans are going to scoreboard watch. They're going to see it 2-0 and say about what expected. But those who watched, you will know. You will know that Nongshim were struggling against the LCP 5th seed here. And Vikings look like they could try to turn a couple of unfortunate fights back to back. And I do think that Kratos, unfortunately, was not the consistent force 2 games in a row.
I want to get a replay look back at that final Drake fight because the steal comes through. I just want to kind of hear you chop through what that final fight looks like. So when we get to that point, I'll have to remember that. Classic, I like to use the line LPL Gold Graph. I know there wasn't an LPL team here, but that is what a lot of our LPL game Gold Graphs looks like. Very back and forth here between our 2 squads.
And my stat from the start of the show, or at least when I got on, no one except the LCK beats the LCK here at the Asia Invitational. So,
but it was close.
It was very close. I was kind of sweating. I was expecting maybe we get into a game 3 here. And maybe it's just those fine margins, right? Like, that has always been what has been kind of the cut above for any team looking to take down the LCK at International. It has always been that one extra step historically, even not just the LCP, but North America, Europe, even the LPL at times, right? Like, it's just that 1% play, and maybe that's not even just a regional difference. That might just be level of play, you know, the in-game shot calling as well. I am really proud of what the Noodle Boys showed in their solo lanes. Kingan was a pretty big liability in their series last night versus BNK FearX, but the highs of this team just get to show out. Again,
and the guy that I'm glad you kind of were able to sell on in this game as it went on is Calyx, who was in such a different position job-wise at the start of the year to now. Yes, the ASI is a bit for fun. We heard that not a lot of teams are scrimming, but Calyx went from the LCK Challengers to now having, you know, player of the game-esque performances on an international stage. No matter what you want to label the ASI, it is an international. So what a year it's been for a young prodigy mid laner that the LCK will have to learn a lot more about as the years go.
I just hope that he gets like a real starting spot on a decent roster, because it's tough when you are a new player and you join halfway through the year. That is just the unfortunate part. He joined pretty early on into their spring split, aka LCK rounds 1 and 2, about a week after the start of that tournament, so kind of makes sense. But for Calyx, what I am looking for this player is a full year starting time, because I think he's at least shown that not just in regional play, but here at ASI. And on a LeBlanc that we haven't seen all year long, it's not like he's gotten too much practice.
No, and he made it work here. You're going to see it towards the end of some of these fights, but you called it out. The Guri kick here. Kati, the snap engages on the Malzahar playing right on the edge of his range. It really took everything Kingen had to save some of these fights from being pretty disastrous for the Doodle Boys.
Kingen was absolutely smurfing in this game. I
Yeah.
mean, he had counter pick, right? And it wasn't even like it was a self-prescribed counter pick from the Vikings. And Renekton was incredibly difficult. So hook onto Kratos. This is another reason why I think we got to see this team kind of struggle here in this fight. Jiwoo's also not getting hit during this entire time. And that right there, that Ultra Shock laser coming laser from Jiwoo gets rid of the spell shield from Kati, as well as the spell shield from Style. So not having that invulnerability, kind of tough. A lot of damage coming in from Jiwoo. A very hype prospect when he joined this team in 2023, but hasn't always lived up to some of the hype that we have seen from him in years past.
Yeah. But Ulk, I mean, that's the AD carry. That's what we dream about as AD carry players. Flashing into a pile of players and everyone running the other way. Like, that's what you like to see here. Yeah, we thought Kingen maybe should have gotten the MVP in game number 1 with his Aatrox skin. Well, he gets it here on the Renekton game wrecker, like you called out here for Nongshim, saving them from dropping a rare game Korea has towards the LCP, but that will not be the case here. We actually go on day 2 of the ASI, 3 sweeps. I am so happy that my jinxing tweet worked for my vocal cords.
Well, also, we only have one team locked in for the playoffs or the knockouts now. It is only BNK FearX. They cannot get lower than 2-1. Now, there are some things left up. It's not 100% locked because Vikings still have another game that they have to be able to play. It was the Vikings' very first series to play. Ninjas in Pajamas also will be playing. So I look at tomorrow's matches. JDG will have their final series, and it is up against GAM. NiP versus the Vikings. That is essentially going to determine who is 4th seed in this group. And D plus Kia taking on Weibo. That'll be Weibo's last series of the tournament.
Yeah, so a lot of big hitters in the Eastern region are going to be finishing their calendar year coming up tomorrow with that action. You'll have myself and Ulk covering it, but of course the pairing will be split apart here. We'll have Mazel and K-Man come in. I will complete my little gauntlet run of ASI coverage with K-Man, JDG GAM, the first series there, as we look to wind down our day today. Of course, we, as always here on the LPL English, have a very special shout-out that we do have to give away, and that is to our Elite Coffee supporters. So thank you very much to Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forest Without, and owners of Asil Moril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every day, including the Asia Invitational here. So big shout out again, once again. I'm going to just plug it in the chat. You can find a coffee link to support us. It is the lifeblood of what has allowed us to cast 857 LPL games.
There we go.
Put in just so much work here. It would not be possible without not just the coffee supporters, that really helps too, but all of you that turn out to view. And it's really been an honor all to see all these like recurring chatters that we've been able to go back and forth with. It feels like we've really built such a fun community, and all, of course, you being such a huge part of that. Cannot endlessly stop thanking you for what you've done for us casters and the community of LPL fans.
No, this is again a broadcast and a project that has been built by fans. Also, as you can see, unlike yesterday, our producer is awake. Adam is still here, so I want to give it. He made it. Everybody, please give him a round of applause. We will not have the stream kind of close out on some reruns of the Asia Invitational.
And the caster's just disappearing into the void.
Yeah, exactly. And the caster's also just leaving the Discord call as well as all of our setups. So I want to thank everybody at home for watching. We're going to have more games. We're going to have the same schedule. So please stay tuned to all of our socials, even if we are shadow banned on Twitter. It has been myself, Alk, We got Slayer and Rare Adam, as well as all of our socials and mod team to make this happen here. Everyone have a good night. We'll see you more for tomorrow for more Asia Invitational.